Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto graduated with Itachi? Part 1, so buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. I wonder where Ka-san and Tu-san are? A male voice said aloud. The voice belonged to a young boy, around the age of 5, sitting on top of a tall building. He had spiky blonde hair and dark blue eyes. On his cheeks were 3 whisker-like birthmarks each. He was wearing a black shirt with an orange spiral in the middle of the chest and burnt orange shorts. On his feet were some worn sandals. He was looking at the full moon in the night sky, with a pout on his lips. Naruto-kun, an elderly voice said from behind the now named Naruto. The blonde turned around and saw an old man, with gray hair looking at him. He was wearing a male blue kimono top and black pants. On his feet were sandals. What are you doing up here all alone? I'm waiting for Ka-san and Tu-san. They told me they were going to get my baby sisters, but that was hours ago. The little boy whined, causing the old man to chuckle. Sarutobi-ji, do you know where babies come from? That caused the old man to stop his chuckling and nearly choke on his pipe. Why do you ask? Sarutobi questioned nervously. Because I was wondering if it's in a faraway place. I mean, Itachi said that he had to wait for his Ka-san and Tu-san for a long time too when they brought his little brother home. Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief and coughed. Well, I'll tell you when you are older. For now, let's go get you some dinner. What do you say to some ramen? Yay! Ramen! Naruto ran towards the stairs, with the old man chuckling behind him. When he was about to reach the stairs, the blonde boy stopped dead in his tracks. His body went rigid, and from behind the old man could see was trembling. Naruto-kun? What's wrong? The air, it feels angry, the boy said. It feels like what? It feels like something bad is about to happen. After the blonde whispered that a red light filled the air, followed by an primal roar. That was the night the Kyuubi no Kitsune was released onto Konoha. 2 years later, Naruto Uzumaki, formerly Naruto Namikaze, was sitting inside a classroom. His chin was in the palm of his right hand as he rested his elbow on the table in front of him. He was wearing a black jacket over a dark orange shirt and black pants. He had matching orange gloves on his hands, with blue ninja sandals on his feet. On his forehead was a Konoha forehead protector. On his hip, attached to his belt, was a pouch that was full of various ninja tools like shuriken, steel wire, and several explosive notes. His eyes lazily watched the room full of students. I wonder how many of here will actually reach the level of the ninja I see every day? Naruto thought to himself. He was broken out of his thoughts when the seat next to him was dragged back and someone sat next to him. Looking towards the newcomer, Naruto took in his appearance. Next to him sat a boy with black hair done with a small ponytail in the back. He wore a black shirt with a high collar and gray pants. He too had a pouch attached to his hip and a forehead protector. He crossed his fingers as he sat down and watched the others. The two sat quietly for a few moments before Naruto spoke. Hey Itachi. Yes, Naruto-san? Itachi replied. This was Itachi Uchiha, the genius of the Uchiha clan, and current heir to the family. Do you think it was right of us to skip ahead of all our other classmates? I mean, we are only 7 years old after all, and all these other people are like 11 or 12 already. I think we made the right choice. Do you want to stay behind with them for another 5 years? Naruto rolled his eyes but nodded. Yeah, I just hope the team we are put in will like us. As long as you don't mouth off at them, then we will be alright, Itachi said with a smirk. Haha, very funny, Naruto replied at the jibe. Then I hope your group won't hate you for bringing along your fangirls. Naruto smirked as he saw his friend shiver. Do not bring them up again. Is Itachi still scarred from what happened last time? You left me to them. They tried to pull out my hair. They also touched me in places I never knew I had. This time Naruto cringed. He really didn't mean to leave Itachi to the annoying masses of females that tend to follow them. But when it comes to choosing your own life, or that of your friends, against fangirls, it's better to give them what they want. Ouch. Yeah, sorry about that. Itachi glared at him from the corner of his eye before looking forward again as their teacher walked in. Class, today we are here to assign you to your squads. You will be with these people in the group for a long time. So do come to trust them. No matter what happens from here on, I will always be proud to be your teacher. I also would like to note that, even though 2 of the students here, the teacher paused in her speech and looked at Naruto and Itachi who were sitting in the back, are younger than all of you. If they are in your team, treat them as you would your other teammates. Now let us begin. Team 1 Irika Yumino. After that, Naruto drowned out the rest of the speech, seeing as his older friend, Irika, wouldn't be in the same squad as him. It would be a few minutes later that his attention came back to his sensei. Squad 9 is Itachi Uchiha, Yuga Uzuki and Naruto Uzumaki. Your sensei is Mikoto Uchiha. This made Naruto look over to his friend. Did you know about this? Naruto asked. I didn't. Ka-san said nothing to me about her being our squad leader, let alone both of us in the same team. Do you know who the third person in our group is? It's the one staring at us right now. Itachi pointed. Near the front of the class was a girl with long purple hair and she had worn a purple shirt and black bicycle shorts. Her forehead protector was wrapped around her left bicep. Naruto saw that she was looking at them and waved. The girl seemed surprised for a moment, then cautiously waved back. Hopefully she won't mind us being her teammates. Yes, now let us wait. After calling all the names, the sensei stopped talking and had the students get into their group to speak to each other. Since Naruto and Itachi were already sitting by each other, they didn't have to stand up, but they did wait for Yuga to sit next to them. She walked up the aisle until she was in front of them. So you two are my teammates? Yup, Naruto said with an energetic smile. He put his hand out for her to shake. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you, senpai. Let's work hard, Tabeo. Naruto stopped talking for a minute, then slammed his head down before she could shake it. He let out a groan from his position. Are you okay, Naruto-san? Yuga asked nervously. I hope he isn't crazy. Next to her, Itachi was chuckling. I did it again, didn't I? Yes, you did, Naruto, Itachi replied, still chuckling. What are you two talking about? Yuga asked, slightly freaked out. You see, Yuga-san, Naruto here has an odd verbal tic. He tends to say Tabeo when he gets excited, Itachi explained. Back then, when we were still 5 years old, he kept saying it. After a certain incident, he vowed to never say that phrase if he could help it. A certain incident? I helped Itachi out during one of his fangirl episodes, Naruto grumbled. He sat up straighter in his chair and frowned. I distracted some of the girls last year, and accidentally shouted out that I'd help him out. I said to Bayo at the end of the whole awesome speech I gave. Then it happened. What? He accidentally got his own fangirls. They thought he was cute, charming, and loved his verbal tic. Itachi chuckled again, a small smile on his face. It lessened my group about a third or so. Don't remind me. They swarmed me last week when we got our forehead protectors. You had Mikoto-sama to help you, but I had to run into the trees. The blonde cried, as anime tears fell from his face. Even now Yuga was laughing alongside Itachi. Squad 9, a feminine voice. The trio stopped their antics, and looked over to the front of the room. Standing there was their leader, Mikoto Uchiha, in standard Jounin gear, black ninja pants, ninja sweater/shirt, Jounin flak jacket and a forehead protector. His hair was similar to that of Itachi's, that of course is due to her being his mother. Would you come with me, please? Naruto nodded and stood up, followed by Itachi and Yuga. Hey Naruto! A voice said. Naruto stopped as they walked and looked at the source of the voice. A teen with a scar running across his nose and was more slightly tanned was looking at him. What do you want, Irika? Naruto smirked back. Train hard. When the Chunin exams come, let's go together, Irika said with a smirk. You do know that if that does happen, we'll be enemies, right? Irika stopped talking and blushed in embarrassment. Well, I'm off, Irika. I'll see you around, and if we do meet at the Chunin exams again, I'll see you on the battlefield. Irika smiled at him. That's Irika-senpai to you, brat. Naruto waved it off and walked out with his team. Minutes later, the group found themselves sitting in an empty training field. Okay, I'd like us to introduce ourselves to one another, Mikoto said with a smile. But you already know us, Mikoto-sama, Naruto whined. It's supposed to be so that Yuzuki-senpai could learn more about us, Naruto, Itachi said. Naruto looked confused for a moment, and closed his eyes to think. From her position, it looked like Naruto was some sort of fox. After a moment, Naruto nodded. Okay, I get it. Sorry, Mikoto-sama. Why don't you go first? Alright then. My name is Mikoto Uchiha, and I am Jounin. I was also part of the Konoha police force until I decided to train kids like you. I like my family, and I really don't have anything I do not like. Wait, Naruto started to speak after she finished. Who's taking care of Sasuke while you're with us? I mean, he's only 2, ain't he? Yes, I know he is only 2, Naruto-kun. However, since we will be more likely doing D-rank missions for a few weeks, I can take him with us. Naruto's face faltered at her sweet and innocent smile at the mention of D-rank missions. Yuga wanted to laugh and Itachi just shook his head in exasperation. He forgot how much of an idiot Naruto could be from time to time. Why don't you go next, Yuzuki-san? Hi, Uchiha-sensei, Yuga replied respectfully. Oh, please don't call me that. Call me Mikoto. But Yuga knew she would lose this argument, so she nodded her head. Hi, Mikoto-sensei. I am Yuga Yuzuki. I don't dislike a lot of things, but I like looking at the moon. And a certain person, she said with a blush. I dream to be part of the ANBU one day, and how about our village be at its very best? That is good to hear. Itachi-kun, why don't you go next? My name is Itachi Uchiha, of the Uchiha clan. I like to visit traditional cafes, and I like to eat cabbages or onigiri with seaweed in it. I dislike steak. My favorite word is peace. My dream is to one day see my little brother surpassing me. Ah, ain't that sweet? Naruto gushed. Itachi hit him on the back of the head before looking back at his mother. Naruto-kun, please don't interrupt others when they talk, Mikoto scolded, although only lightly. Hi Mikoto-sama. Well, you're up next, Naruto-kun. The blonde nodded and stood up. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, reading some books Sarutobiji gave me, watering plants and my friends. My favorite foods are ramen and red bean soup, although I hate fresh vegetables. I dislike those who abandon other people. My dream is… Naruto stopped talking before smiling. What is your dream, Naruto-san? Yuga asked. He looked towards Hokage Monument, before pointing at their faces. I one day plan to surpass all the previous Hokages, Tebeo. After a second, Naruto groaned, while Itachi chuckled in the background. Damn. That's the second time today, ah. But it's cute, Naruto-kun, Mikoto giggled along with Yuga. Shinobis aren't supposed to be cute. We're supposed to be precise, deadly and cool, Naruto grumbled. That is true. Well, let us meet tomorrow. We will have team exercises starting at 8 in the morning. Be on time. After that, we will start doing some D-rank missions. Itachi, let us go home. Sasuke needs to be fed soon, and I don't trust that Shursui will feed him the right amount. Wait, you mean you aren't going to do the second test on us? Naruto asked, surprised. What second test? Yuga asked. There is a second test, Mikoto-sensei? Well, I was supposed to give you one, but I know you three will work well. If not, Naruto and Itachi can easily put you into their formations, Mikoto said with a smile. Turning to her son, the black-haired woman started to walk away. Itachi, let's go. Naruto-kun can explain to Yuga what I mean. Hi Ka-san, her son agreed. Turning to his teammates, he bowed to them before leaving. It was nice to meet you, Yuzuki-san. Let us work well together. That left the other 7-year-old boy with the 12-year-old. What do they mean by your formations? Yuga asked again. Naruto turned to her and smiled. Well, Itachi and I were really good friends. Ever since we were kids. Hell, I can't think of a time when I hadn't hung out with him. I was even there when he first got his Sharingan. He almost got killed by a bear due to my indecision, and it accidentally opened. But that's not what you want to hear, right? The purple-haired girl nodded. You see, due to me and Itachi always hanging out, we also sparred a lot. Not only that, we also learned to fight alongside each other. We learned how to complement each other in our fighting styles. What do you mean? Yuga was now curious. She wanted to know more about her teammates in order to get along with them better. The two of them were walking back into the more residential part of the village as they spoke. You see, he and I complement each other. I'm more about strength, stamina and taijutsu, more of hand-to-hand kind of guy. While Itachi is much better at doing hand seals, genjutsu and speed. It doesn't mean we are horrible at it. I mean, I can do simple genjutsus and break free from them. I can't do complicated ones like Itachi. While I can last longer in fights compared to him, the blonde explained. I see, that still doesn't explain the whole formation thing. It's basically we do something to complement the other person's attack. If Itachi uses a genjutsu, I have to take it up close and personal. If I use a wind-type attack, he uses a fire-type. Simple, no? Where do two 7-year-olds get time to do this? The blonde shrugged at the purple-haired girl's question. If you read as much as I do and get trained as much as Itachi does, we have a lot of free time. That is why he and I are in your group. We advance faster than anyone else in our class. Although it would be nice to have some of them with us. Yuga was about to speak again, except a eruption of noise came from down the street. Looking down the road, she saw a bunch of people surrounding a couple, with babies in their arms. One was a blonde man with spiky hair and blue eyes, just like Naruto's. He wore the same thing as to what Mikoto wore, except he had a white cloak over it with orange spike liking the bottom. He too wore a forehead protector on his forehead. Standing next to him was a woman with long red hair and gray eyes. She had on a white short-sleeve kimono top, with a black skirt. Black stockings were on her legs, and she too had a forehead protector, just like every other ninja. In their arms were babies, both of which were girls. One was blonde and blue-eyed, just like the father, while the other had red hair and gray eyes like their mother. Oh my, the Hokage's family! Yuga gasped. I didn't know they walked down this way. Of course they do, Naruto said with a grumble, although Yuga didn't seem to notice it. They lived down the street. Largest house at the end. Really? How did you know that? Passed it a couple of times. I mean, who wouldn't know the home of Minato and Kushina and Namikaze? As well as the heroes of the village, Yuri and Tsubaki, the blonde said sarcastically. This time Yuga did notice the tone. Is something wrong, Uzumaki-san? It seems like you have something against the Hokage. I have nothing against him. Really, I don't. Looking past them, Naruto sighed before putting his hands into his pockets. I'll see you tomorrow, Yuga-senpai. I'll be heading home. Naruto walked towards the group with Yuga watching him. As Naruto walked he neared the group he could see them laughing with the villagers, and it made him feel sick. Trying to walk by the side, Naruto attempted not to be seen but failed. Uzumaki-san, a male voice called out to him. Naruto beat down the growl in his throat as he turned towards the people looking at him. Putting on a strained smile he looked at the family in front of him. The villagers were looking between the two and noticed that both the Hokage and Naruto looked similar to each other. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama, Namikaze-sama, he greeted the family. How are you and your family today? We are doing well, thank you for asking, Uzumaki-kun, Kushina replied back with a smile. Again Naruto had to force down the growl threatening to come out of his mouth. How are you today? Naruto smirked, but had to resist the urge of rolling his eyes. I just became a ninja of Konoha, he answered, tapping the thing on his forehead. As of today, I will be working under you, Hokage-sama. Please treat me well. I will, Minato replied this time. You should run along now, your parents must be waiting for you at home. Naruto was happy that at least one of his hands were in his pockets, so no one could see him making a fist at the comment. Yeah. They just might be. Goodbye, Hokage-sama, Namikaze-sama. After that, Naruto turned on his heel and went down the road in the opposite direction of the Namikaze family and household. After walking a few blocks away, Naruto let out a frustrated growl and slammed his fist into the wall. That freaking prick. He then winced in pain before looking at his hand. TCH, Shizune won't be happy about this. Nursing his hand, he continued to walk down the street, greeting other people as he did. He kept walking until Naruto reached a one-story house that was rather plain. A white, light gray paint had fitted the building. It had a large yard in the front, as well as no neighbor on either side. Going down the beaten path, the blonde ninja fished out his key and opened the front door. Again, nothing out of the ordinary was inside the living. There was a couch, a bookshelf, a few potted plants, and a coffee table. He walked by a plain kitchen, with all the appliances that were just necessary to cook, and out to the back door. That was where most of the ordinary things stopped. The backyard was built like a training field. There were targets off in the distances, a few test dummies for fighting, a small pond to practice walking on water or doing water jutsus. Basically, a ninja's dream backyard. There was also a forest that seemed to extend from where the backyard stopped. Taking a seat on a bench nearby the door, Naruto sat down and sighed. He just sat there for a while, looking at the horizon, not knowing how much time had passed. What's wrong with you, brat? A mature woman's voice asked. Naruto sighed for like the 100th time that day. What's up, Bachan? He asked the woman who took a seat next to him. He received a small punch to his head when after a few seconds. Oh. The 7-year-old he looked at the woman. She was wearing a gray shirt that showed a fair amount of her very large breasts. Over it there was a green coat trimmed with black, and if one were to look at the back they would see the kanji for the gamble. She wore black ninja pants and high heels. Her dark blonde hair was down into twin tails, and she had a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. What was that for? I told you to stop calling me that. At least call me Tsunade, the one now called Tsunade said. I am the heiress to the Senju clan after all. Now what is wrong with you? What do you mean? The younger blonde asked, feigning ignorance, just like the little kid he is. You're staring out into space again when I got here and your hand is bleeding. Don't kid with me, what happened? It was all quiet for a moment before Naruto spoke again. I saw them again. Naruto growled, yet he could feel some pinpricks of tears in his eyes. They looked like the perfect little family. One that I should be part of. And after that, Naruto started crying. Tsunade moved closer to him and put him in a hug. There, Naruto, it's okay, Tsunade cooed. It's not. Naruto wailed. I don't get it. I don't see why Toussaint kicked me out. I don't get why Ka-san doesn't know me anymore. I just don't get it. It all started when those girls were born. The two stayed like that for a few minutes, Naruto bawling his eyes out and Tsunade trying to comfort him. When he finally calmed down, Naruto's step moved away from her and sighed. Thanks Bie, he stopped when he heard her growl. I mean Tsunade-chan. I really needed that. You always get like this when they talk to you. I keep telling you to avoid them. I can't do that now since I'm a ninja, Tsunade-chan. Naruto sighed again and Tsunade got a tick mark on her head. She gave him a light slap on the back of his head, but with her strength caused him to stumble off the chair. You sigh too much for a 7-year-old. You should go out there and have fun. You'll be stuck doing chores, D-rank missions for some time, so I suggest that you have as much fun as you can. Don't let your former family get in the way of your life. Yeah, I guess you're right. You know I'm right. Now let me see that wound on your hand before Shizen comes back. You know how she fusses over you when you get hurt. Naruto showed her his hand while she did a healing jutsu on it. She should get a boyfriend already. I swear she's 17 and single. Must be bad for her. Why do you think that? Ero-sensei told me to think like that. I see. I'll have to have a talk with him when he comes to visit tonight. Ero-sensei is coming? The blonde asked excitedly. Maybe he'll teach me a new jutsu today. Don't get too excited, brat. After the beating I'll give him for peeking in on the onsens again, he might not be able to teach you anything. Ba-chan. Don't hurt him too bad. Another tick mark appeared on her forehead. Don't call me that, you brat. Hours later, it was close to midnight, and Naruto was asleep in his bed. This was of course after his surrogate sister, Shizen, berate him for hurting himself. Then a dinner which was interrupted by Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, or as Naruto liked to call him, Ero-sensei. After a beating, the old man tried to teach him a jutsu which Naruto couldn't get just yet but promised he'll work on it. He cried again, Tsunade said to Jiraiya as the two peeked into his room. The man behind her sighed. I wish I didn't bring up the prophecy to Minato, Jiraiya muttered. Maybe if I didn't do that, Naruto would still be with them. Turning over to them who Tsunade would consider her best friend now, she saw the regret in his eyes. I just thought that he should know about it since it might concern his kids. I agree with you there, but I didn't think Minato would go as far as disowning Naruto there. I also wonder what happened to Kushina. It seems like something happened to her on that day too. As if she doesn't even know she has a son, the Toad Sage said. I think something happened that night. Something that forced both Kushina and Minato to act differently towards Naruto. What do you mean? Tsunade asked. There is no way Kushina would do something like abandon Naruto. She was so excited when she gave birth to him and was happy raising him those first 5 years. Something, or someone, must have changed the way they think. You mean you think someone attacked them that night? Tsunade gasped. Yes. I think it is one of Danzo's men, probably a Yamanaka, but I can't be too sure. When did you come up with the time to think of this? When I wasn't looking for Orochimaru for the past 2 years, I'd been trying to think of a reason as to why they would abandon him. That is the best I could come up with. The two stayed silent for a while before Jiraiya cleared his throat. I think I'll be going now. Visit Minato and have a word with him. Maybe he can shed some light on this situation. Alright, go do that. Do I get a parting kiss? Jiraiya made a kissing face, but received a punch instead. Pervert, are you still trying to get with me? Maybe. Jiraiya laughed. Also, I plan to visit the old man, after visiting Minato. How is he doing, by the way? I don't know. The fact that he took a blow from the Kyuubi after protecting Naruto from an attack surprised me. I'm happy he's still alive, but it will take some time for him to be up to snuff. Heck, he might be more limber than before. That's great to hear. Well, see you later, Tsunade-heim. Walking down the hall, Jiraiya opened a window and jumped out into the night sky. As he did, though, there were some thoughts in his mind. Thoughts about Naruto and what his future may hold for him. How do they keep doing it? A Chunin at the mission desk asked. It was only 2 weeks into the team's formation, but most people would have not expected such enthusiasm from Team 9. Over the course of 2 weeks, Naruto and his group done exactly 53 D-rank missions, which was surprising seeing as not a lot of people expected the group with 2 7-year-olds to get that much work done. They thought they would complain the entire time. Most of them didn't expect them to go above and beyond the other current groups of rookie genin. How come they don't take forever to catch that damned cat like all the groups? He whispered to the person next to him. Why they were whispering amongst themselves was the fact that the trio was now holding a light brown furred cat with a red ribbon on its tail. Now the reason the entire two Chunin were whispering amongst themselves was the fact that this cat was Tora, the daimyo's wife's cat, was near uncatchable. It always puts up a fight when people try to catch it, usually taking hours to do for a simple D-rank mission. However, this time it is different. This time the Naruto, Itachi and Yugao's team only took 20 minutes, and without any indication of a struggle. Who's the nice little cat? You are, Naruto cooed at the cat in his arms. The cat was happily responding back, lightly nuzzling into the blonde's arm. Naruto, would you please stop doing that? Itachi sighed next to the blonde. It's not like it is a summoned animal that can understand human speech. I'll do what I like, Naruto said with a small glare. He then turned to the cat and said, Right, Tora-chan? The cat mewed affectionately. Itachi turned to the two women in his group. Do something about this, please? Ah, but he gets so cute when he's with that cat, Makoto replied. She giggled when the blonde gently nuzzled the cat back as it did it with him. And even though I hate that cat and its entire family for making my genin days a living hell, at least Naruto seems to enjoy it. I'll never get why that cat seems to be attracted to Uzumaki-san, Yuga sighed. It won't even attack him. It hissed at us though. When they got to the desk, Naruto presented the cat to a fat lady in a purple dress. Oh, you brought back my baby! The daimyo's wife shouted. She then proceeded to place the cat between her breasts and give it a suffocating hug. The cat struggled in her grasp. From the other side of the table, watched horrified at what was happening, Makoto was laughing internally, while Itachi and Yuga were just relieved they didn't have to chase that cat again. Ms. I don't think you should. Naruto started to talk, to tell the woman to not do that to the cat, for that was the reason it kept running away. He was refrained from talking, when the daimyo's wife put him into a chest-crushing hug as well. Thank you? Thank you? Thank you? Naruto's arms were flailing as he was being suffocated by the woman. Ma'am, if you please release our boy, it seems like he's losing his breath, an elderly voice said from the table. The woman did just that. Oh my, I'm so sorry. The daimyo's wife apologized. Well, I'll be going now, Hokage Dano. Thank you for the help. The old voice chuckled again. I'm the former Hokage, madam. Right now I'm just Sarutobi Hiruzen, mission administrator, Sarutobi said from the desk. The woman smiled and left the room. People noticed that the cat gave Naruto a pleading look as she left. When she was out of earshot, Naruto spoke. She's going to kill that cat if she keeps doing that. It is not up to us what she does with her pets, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi told the blonde. I know, Sarutobi-ji, I know. He was then whacked on the back of the head by Itachi. Hey! What was that for? Please forgive Naruto of his rudeness, Hokage-sama. He tends to forget who he is in front of, Itachi apologized. The former Hokage just smiled. It is fine, Itachi-kun. Naruto and I have been friends for a long time, so he tends to call me that and I allow it, Sarutobi replied. He then turned to Makoto. Another successful mission, I see. Hi, Hokage-sama. That would make it your 53 completed D-rank mission in over 2 weeks. I must say I'm impressed. The only ones who could compete with your group is Irika Yumino, Kotetsu Higain and Izumo Kamizuki's group, but even then they only have about half as much as you done. Looking at the 3 kids in front of him, the former Hokage lifted up a brow. Are you guys getting in the necessary training? We've got teamwork down, so no need to worry about us, Sarutobi-ji. Naruto boasted. It will take some time to fully incorporate Yuzuki-sen into our methods, but we will manage, Itachi replied. These two have been training hard by themselves and with me, Yuga admitted. I was surprised to see that they were so skilled already. Even though I'm older, I think I'm the weakest in our group. She then felt 2 hands on her shoulders. She looked at behind her and saw her 2 teammates smiling at her, although she had to look a bit down since the 2 were still rather short. Don't think like that, Yuga-senpai, Naruto started. Like we said at the start of our team formation, we'll help you get stronger, Itachi finished. Guys. Yuga whispered. Besides, you're not a training junkie like my son or Naruto-kun, Makoto said from the background, with Yuga smiling at her. Oka-san/Makoto-sama. Itachi uncharacteristically and Naruto whined at the little insult. Sarutobi gave a smile at the group, seeing as they got along well. Taking a drag from his pipe, he let out a deep breath. It is safe to assume that your team is above doing D-rank missions now. Seeing as you'll only speed through them, I think it is time that you have your first C-rank mission. Really? Naruto asked with a smile. Do we get to go beat up some bandits? Save people? Play the hero? Calm down, Naruto-kun. It is nothing like that. You are going off to the tea country and take care of a girl for a week. Ooh, is she a princess? No. She's just a girl. Naruto deflated by at that. We'll take it, Hokage-sama. When do we leave? Mikoto asked. The old man looked at the clock on the wall before turning back to her. If you want, you can leave within the next 2 hours. It will take you about a day on foot to reach the building. It is on the border of fire and tea country, Sarutobi informed them. They all nodded their heads in understanding. Good, you are dismissed to get your supplies ready. They all bowed and were about to leave, until the former Hokage spoke again. Naruto-kun, I'd like a word with you. Oh sure, Gigi, the blonde kid replied. He turned to the rest of his team and nodded at them. I'll meet with you guys later at the gate. They all nodded there and left the room. So what do you want to talk to me about? Let's do this on a walk, Naruto-kun. It has been a while since I had a good stroll with you. The old man stood up and they began to walk out of the building. The two strolled around the more quieter parts of the village, near a park. So Naruto-kun, how have you been? I've been well, Sarutobi-ji, Naruto answered. I mean, I've been really busy with all these things happening, but it's been pretty fun with Itachi and them. Heck, it has been great with them. That's good, Naruto-kun. I'm glad you like your team. I was the one who suggested it to you, father, to put you in that team. I have no father, he is just the Hokage-sama to me, the boy frowned. The old man frowned but nodded his head. I forgot you don't consider him your father anymore. After he disowned you, it hasn't been the same, hasn't it? Yeah. It hurts just to see them, you know. I mean, I should be part of that picture too, smiling with them and having fun. Yet, I don't know what happened that day. I wish I knew what happened. I do too, Naruto-kun, I do too. I'm also wondering what happened to your mother, since it seems like she doesn't know who you are. That, along with the law that your father had instated after you being disowned, makes it impossible for anyone to tell her how you are related to her. I do not see why he made your disowning and your origins a SS class secret. He won't let anyone say a thing about it unless they want to be executed. Even I have to abide by it. The two sat down on a bench in the park and just looked around. That makes no sense, and I don't like it because it makes no sense. I agree. He then turned towards the 7-year-old, who seemed to be older than he should be with the stress being put on him by own father. You know, a few days ago, Kushina came in and asked about you. Really? Naruto asked, perking up. Yes, she was asking about who you are, wondering why you have her old last name. With your father being in Terum, I couldn't say anything. So I had to lie and said you were a long-lost relative, a survivor of the Whirlpool country, who had been found after the war. Oh. The blonde deflated. I'm sorry. It's okay, Gigi. I know you mean well and have to follow the laws as well. I just wish. Naruto sighed. I just wished there weren't any laws like that. Just so I can be with mom and dad again. He then felt a hand on his head and saw the Hokage smiling at him. Your way of thinking is far too old for one such as young as yourself, Sarutobi smiled. Go and get ready for the mission, Naruto-kun. Try and be friends with the girl you are going to take care of. Maybe you'll make a new friend. Naruto smiled ruefully and swatted away the old man's hand. You don't have to tell me that, Sarutobi-ji. I like making new friends. He got off the bench and began to run out of the park. See ya later, Sarutobi-ji. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. The former Hokage smiled as he watched his surrogate grandson run out of the park. His smile disappeared as he thought of his successor's doing. Minato-kun, just what are you thinking, doing this to your own son? I'll have to ask Jiraiya-kun if he knows anything about it. He then turned back and started his walk back towards the Hokage's building to give out more work. Naruto, on the other hand, was running back home so he can pack up. As he ran, he stopped for he saw a familiar face. Hana-chan! He shouted out, getting the attention of another kid. In front of him, a girl around his age with brown hair and a ponytail was looking at him. She had on a gray shirt and black pants, with sandals. On her cheeks were 2 red tattoos in the shape of fangs. Standing next to her was a feral-looking woman, with the exact same tattoos on her cheeks, and was wearing a Jounin uniform. Around them was one big dog with an eye patch over its right eye and 3 puppies. Good morning, Hana-chan, Sum-sama. Naruto-kun, how are you? Hana Inuzuka asked as he approached her. I'm doing great. When did you get these puppies, Hana-chan? She got them today, Sum Inuzuka replied. I decided that she would need a lot more time with her dogs since she has 3. So instead of giving them to her at 11 or 12 as I usually do, I gave them to her at 7. Ah, that's so cool. Naruto replied with a smile. So what are you up to now, Naruto-kun? Hana wondered. Don't you have a mission today since you are a genin now, Mr. I'm so smart and talented that I graduated 5 years earlier? Hey! I'm not the only one who graduated earlier, Itachi did too, remember? I know, but you're a closer friend to me than he is. So do you have a mission today? I do. Sarutobi-ji thought it would be nice of us to start doing C-rank missions since we seem to breeze through the D-rank ones rather easily, Naruto explained. Wow, on a C-rank mission already. I remember it took my group about a month of being a genin to get our first C-rank missions. You guys are rather fast, Sum praised. Naruto chuckled and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. You're so lucky, Naruto-kun. You already get to leave the village. I can't even do that yet, Hana pouted. Don't worry, Hana-chan. You'll be doing these things too eventually. So do your best in the academy, and maybe you'll catch up to me and Itachi, Naruto stated. Yeah right, you guys are too good. Even if you don't say it, you guys were always the best in the academy. Hee true. We'll see. Well, I have to go. See you, Hana-chan. Sum-sama. Naruto bowed to both of them, and ran towards his home. The 2 Inuzuka women stared at him as he ran away. He still as energetic as ever. Reminds me of his mother, Sum smirked. His mother? You mean Hana was interrupted when her mother placed a hand on her mouth. We can't say that out loud, remember? Why? The Hokage said not to. I don't like what is happening. Me either, but we can't do anything about it. A day later, after getting together, Team 9 had set out for their mission. There was no trouble on the road they were on, and everything seemed to go fine. They had camped out that night, each person taking watch. Itachi went first, then Naruto, then Yuga and Mikoto. Itachi and Naruto went first since they would tire more easily since they were younger, not accustomed to staying up late. Mikoto also asked one of the younger Uchiha members to look after Sasuke for her, knowing that her husband would forget. Then after a day of walking, and Naruto constantly asking if they were there yet, the squad finally made it out to a small house in a forest, just a couple of kilometers away from a small town. Well group, here we are, Mikoto stated. This is the house of one Sandeo-sama. We are here to babysit, protect the girl he is taking care of. Couldn't he get some babysitter from somewhere else? Naruto asked with a frown on his face. Well, he would have if he wasn't going to be gone for a month. Kami, this is just like another D-rank mission except outside of the village. Now Naruto-kun, we've accepted this mission and as ninja of Konoha we are going to do our work. Got it? Mikoto asked. Hi Mikoto-sama. I don't have to like it though. You didn't like the walk over here. I guess it's to be expected you won't like the person either, Itachi said with a roll of his eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest. I wonder what this girl would be like, Yuga said aloud. I just wonder if I will have time to nap, Naruto mumbled. Haven't had one of those in a while. Oh great, you sound like a Nara, Itachi mumbled. There is nothing wrong with the Naras, you know. Of course there isn't anything wrong with them. Just their work ethic is a bit under par. However, they are geniuses. Boys, please stop arguing, Mikoto sighed. We get enough of this at the village. I don't want to make a bad impression on the clients. How about this? Itachi, if you don't argue with Naruto during the time we are here, I'll take you to that cafe near the border of Wind Country that you were always asking to go to. Naruto, I'll buy you a week's worth of ramen. At that both boys stopped arguing. How do you do it, Mikoto-sensei? Yuga asked. I love both boys very much. I even treat Naruto as if he was my own son. That is why I know how to handle them easily. She then turned to the two boys who seemed mesmerized at her offer. Let's go and greet our client. The boys nodded and the group walked over to the cabin. Mikoto knocked on the door and waited for it to open. When it did, a man who looked to be in his mid-40s was standing there. He had brown, graying hair and wore a business suit. He had on a small pair of glasses. He smiled at them. Hello, are you Sandeo-sama-san? Mikoto asked politely. Yes I am. You must be the ninja from Konoha, right? Sandeo asked. Yes. I am Mikoto Uchiha. This is my squad consisting of Itachi, my son, Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde one, and Yuga Yuzuki, the only girl in our team. We will be taking care of your charge for the next few days. Thank you for coming. Please come in. I'll call her down. The group entered and saw that the place was furnished modestly, with a few chairs, a couch, and a table. The kitchen was attached to the living room and had just the bare necessities in it. To Naruto, it sort of reminded him of the opening in his and Tsunade's house. Yuki, come down here and meet the people who will stay with you while I'm doing business. Naruto looked up the stairs that lead to a second story and saw a girl their age coming down the stairs. She had on a pink kimono wrapped with a red obi. Her hair was a dark shade of blue, almost black. She was smiling at them. Hello, I am Yuki Fujikaze, she greeted. Naruto looked at her and noticed something off about her. Please treat me well. We will. Let me introduce you to my team. This is my son Itachi, he should be the same age as you, she pointed to her son. Itachi gave her a nod to which Yuki gave a bow. The girl standing next to him is Yuga Yuzuki. She is older than you by 5 years. Nice to meet you, Fujikaze-san, Yuga bowed. Nice to meet you too, Yuzuki-san, Yuki returned the greeting. And the last one is Naruto Uzumaki, Mikoto introduced the blonde. It's nice to meet you as well, Uzumaki-san, Yuki bowed again. Naruto kept staring at her intensely. Is there something on my face? There's something wrong with it, Naruto said bluntly. Excuse me? There's something I don't like about your face. Naruto! The rest of his group shouted at him simultaneously. Don't be rude. He then looked at them. What? I'm just telling the truth. What a way to make a first impression, Itachi mumbled. Next to him Yuga nodded. Mikoto shook her head. I'm sorry for his mouth, he usually isn't like this at all. Most of the time he only mouths off at Itachi there, she apologized to Yuki and Sandei. Naruto, you apologize too, why? Naruto asked surprised. I'm just telling them what I think. It's fine, Yuki said with a smile. When she saw Naruto looking at her again, she frowned. Do you really not like my face? Yeah, I honestly don't like your face. There's something wrong with it. He then turned to Sandei. Sandei-san, if you would show us where our rooms are, I'd like to put my stuff there. Then the blonde looked at his leader. After that I'll be nearby in the forest training. I'll come right this way, Sensei mentioned for Naruto to follow him up the stairs. The blonde followed him, leaving his group surprised at his actions, and a confused girl. Is he really rarely like this? Yuki asked. He's rarely hostile or insulting to our other clients. This is the first time he outright doesn't like someone, Itachi explained. I wonder what makes you so special. When Yuki saw Itachi looking at her, she blushed and looked away. Itachi rolled his eyes, hoping to not get a fangirl from this girl. I do wonder too why Uzumaki-san doesn't like you, Yuga admitted. The only time I've even seen him irritated was when we passed by the Hokage's family. Both Itachi and Mikoto stiffened at that. Hokage? Yuki asked. Not Hokage, Hokage. He is the leader of our village, and the one of the strongest people in our nation, the purple-haired girl explained. But yeah, he seemed irritated when he saw them. She turned to the two other people from Konoha still in the room. Do you know the reason why he would be like that? You should actually know the reason, unless you weren't there during the announcement, Mikoto replied. Her voice had an angry tone in it. What announcement? Weren't you there all 2 years ago? After the birth of both Tsubaki and Yuri? Who's Tsubaki and Yuri? Yuki asked. The trio then remembered the girl was there. They are the daughters of the Hokage, Yuga answered. Looking at her teacher, she saw that her face seemed disnat and sad at the same time. What announcement are you talking about, Mikoto-sensei? The announcement. Mikoto spoke until Itachi cleared his throat. Oka-san, it is not your story to tell but Naruto's, Itachi interrupted. So please do not go saying unnecessary things. And Yuzuki-san, make sure to talk to Naruto about this. Again, it is his story to tell, not ours. He then went up the stairs following after Naruto. Yuga looked confused, as did Yuki, but then they heard Mikoto sigh. Mikoto-sensei, is something wrong? The purple-haired girl asked. Nothing is wrong, Yuga-chan, Mikoto replied. It's just that sometimes I think both Naruto-kun and Itachi-kun are growing up too fast for their own good. The problems Naruto has, as well as the pressure my family is putting on Itachi, are causing to bear the weight of the world on their shoulders. They're only 7 for Kami's sake, and they are already at the level of 12-year-olds and thinking far older than they should. Mikoto sighed again. Makes me wonder why those two. Why are they forced to bear the burden set upon them? Yuga looked at her sensei, trying to understand the words, while Yuki looked up the stairs wondering what type of problems those two boys had. Minutes earlier with Naruto and Sensei. Sensei lead the blonde up the stairs and down the hall to the last room on the right. This will be your room, which you will be sharing with Itachi-san, was it? Sensei inquired. Hi, it's Itachi, Naruto answered. The older man nodded, then pointed down 2 doors. That is the room in which the females in your team will stay. He then pointed at a door that was 1 door away from his own. And that one will be the one Yuki is in. There are 2 bathrooms, the first door on the left of this flower, and one downstairs next to the kitchen. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me or Yuki. Got it, thanks Sensei-san. The blonde opened the door and was about to enter but was stopped when he heard the old man call to him. Yes, I have a question for you. Which is, do you really not like Yuki? He asked nervously. Naruto thought for a moment before speaking. It's not that I don't like her, since I barely know her, thank goodness. I just don't like her face. Sensei made a confused face. But I thought you said you didn't dislike her? And I just don't like her face. How so? Her smile doesn't seem right, Naruto gave his answer. Her smile doesn't seem right? Yeah. Kids like us are supposed to be smiling and happy, and we smile like we were supposed to. Yuki's smile though is different. It seems off. I seems familiar to me, but I can't seem to place it. I see. Thank you for your explanation, Uzumaki-san / Please don't call me that, Naruto sighed. Makes me feel old. Ha ha ha. Alright, Naruto-san. I hope Yuki won't be much trouble for you. So is this our room? Itachi asked from behind Sensei. Ah, yes, Itachi-san. Please go inside. I think I'll prepare some tea before I leave to meet up with the man about some better paying jobs. Boys. He nodded at the 2 kids and they nodded back. Itachi watched him go down the hall and then down the stairs before speaking. What was that all about? He wondered. What was what all about? Naruto asked his own question. To not call you Uzumaki-san. Oh, that. Are you still mad that you had to take up your mom's maiden name after your dad disowned you? Itachi demanded while Naruto looked out the window of their room. I'm not mad, really, I'm not. It's just, I don't know if I'll ever get used to knowing who I really am, I guess. That's easy, Itachi stated in a matter-of-fact tone. I know exactly who you are. Oh? Who am I then? You are Naruto, my determined blonde rival. You are Naruto, my sparring partner. You are Naruto, my best friend. You shouldn't care what other people think, just those of who care about you. The 2 were quiet before Naruto smiled at Itachi. When did you get so deep? Did you talk to Sensei and I before this? Naruto teased. Itachi rolled his eyes before punching Naruto lightly on the arm. Thanks, you always know how to brighten my day. You tend to have a lot stormy day then. Naruto shrugged. Maybe it's part of who I am. Who knows? Naruto then stretched his arms before putting on a determined look. Now I'm going to climb up that tree without my hands by the end of tomorrow, or I'll go a week without ramen. Seriously, tree climbing? I thought you learned this already. I did, but I need practice. Besides, Shizune and Sarutobi-ji won't teach me the next part of training already. Then Asuma and I said that he'll teach me some wine jutsu if I can cut a leaf in half only using my chakra. What is up with that? I think he's just pulling my leg. What are you going to do about the girl then? The young Sharingan user asked. What girl? The one we were hired to protect. Oh, that girl. Well, I'll try to see if I can fix her face. Is there something really wrong with it? To me there is. One way or another, I'll make Yuki smile a beautiful smile. It had been about a week since the beginning of their mission, and Yuga found herself sitting on a tree stump in the back of the cabin her team was lodging at for their mission. Next to her sat Yuki, who was looking at the two boys standing in front of them in a clear opening. Mikoto was inside the building, cooking lunch for the 4 kids. As for the boys, each had a kunai in their hands. The blonde had it in his left while the brunette had it in his right. Naruto had a smirk on his face, while Itachi had his Sharingan ready. You ready, Naruto? Itachi asked. Ready, Naruto replied curtly. Yuzuki-san, if you would. Got it, Yuga said. She picked up a small log and threw it into the middle of the 2 boys. As it was in mid-air, both dashed forward. Naruto threw his kunai, with Itachi mirroring the movement. The 2 blades hit the log, one at the top and the other at the bottom, causing it to spin. As the boys neared it, they both jumped and started to punch and kick the log. What made it astonishing was that they were mirroring each other's movement, all due to Itachi using his Sharingan. When the 2 landed, the log fell as well, showing broken parts. Naruto looked at Itachi expectantly, before the other boy shook his head. Damn, we messed up again, huh? Naruto sighed. Yes, we did. Itachi sounded a little disappointed. That was our 20th try at the combo. What do you mean? Yuki asked. You 2 looked pretty cool. I was off by a second, Itachi replied. Plus it's lacking some flair, Naruto frowned. It's like it's missing something. The 2 boys sighed in unison. This surprised the little girl. Yuki leaned into Yugao's side and asked, Do they talk like that? Huh, was the intelligent response. They seem to be, in. Shinko? Yuki managed to fumble the word. In sync? Yuga mumbled. She looked at the 2 boys as they started talking about what they did wrong, and what they can add to improve their technique. You can say that. I've only known them for about 2 weeks at most, but from the way things go, it seems like they were really brothers. Even though they act completely different from each other, they think in similar ways and help each other out. Then Yuga frowned. To be perfectly honest, I feel jealous of them sometimes. Why? Not only do they have a bond between each other, they are better than me at everything that concerns being a ninja. She points over to Naruto, who was scratching his head with his eyes closed, obviously thinking of something. I'm not as strong and not as good at taijutsu as Uzumaki-san, and I don't have as much chakra as well. Yuga then pointed at Itachi, who also seemed deep in thought. I'm also not as good at tactics or genjutsu as Uchiha-san as well. Also, he seems to be much more precise at everything. The purple-haired girl let out a sigh. I still wonder why I'm put in their team. It's because you are level-headed, Mikoto said, appearing from the door. The 2 girls looked at her while Naruto and Itachi kept talking. You see, you are right when you said that Itachi is smart in tactics. He tends to get over his head when Naruto is involved. You are there to bring them into order and think of a good way to do things. Mikoto then chuckled to herself. Besides, I think those boys need to have more friends that are girls. Huh? Both girls inquired in unison. Well, Itachi mostly, but ever since the whole fangirl incident, Mikoto used air quotes on the word fangirl, they have been a bit wary of making friends with girls. They made friends easily with me, Yuga stated. It's because you didn't squeal or want to hug them until they would die. How about me? Yuki asked, pointing at herself. Well, it seems my son will get along fine with you. However, Naruto is different. Is it because he doesn't like my face? Yes, that may be the reason. Mikoto then gave her a cheeky grin. But I see nothing wrong with your face. You're just too cute. I wish I had a daughter like you. Oka-san, please stop talking like that. It's almost as bad as Naruto and the cat. Itachi sighed as the 2 boys walked up to the female group. Hey, I'll have you know Tori-chan is a nice cat. I just feel sorry for all the other teams who go after her, Naruto commented. I'm still surprised that cat likes you. Well, that cat's in your family like me too. Maybe it's because of that time I was accidentally lost in training ground 44. The blonde mumbled. You mean the time when that crazy lady went after you? Itachi asked. Naruto shivered at the thought. What? It was an accident. I spilled her dangos, and she all of a sudden decided that she wanted to gut me. Luckily she and Shizune are friends or I would have died in there. I feel lost again, Yuki mumbled. Me too, Yuga agreed. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly. Sorry. By any chance do you know a woman by the name of Anko Mitarashi? Naruto asked. Oh, you mean Ibuki Marino's protege in the torture division? Yeah, her. She tried to kill me one day 'cause I spilled some of her dango. She chased me all the way into training ground 44. I was scared for my life in there. Why? You may not know it, but even some jounin are afraid to enter that training ground, Mikoto interjected. It is full of dangerous plants and animals that are hard to defeat. I'm still surprised that Naruto-kun here survived. I am as well, Itachi nodded. Heck, even I'm surprised too, Naruto admitted. But yeah, I was in there for a few hours. While I was in there, I started to cry and met up with this big lion. It almost ate me too. It stopped though, I don't know why. I mean, I started to sniff me and gave me a big lick before moving away. Bet it didn't want to taste ramen-flavored kids, Itachi deadpanned. The girls laughed while Naruto rolled his eyes. Haha, very funny. A few minutes later it came back with meat. Now I'm not sure what happened after that, since I sort of fell asleep after trying and failing to make a fire. I woke up in the hospital, and Tsunade-bachan told me that Ero-sensei had found me. Ever since then, cats like me for some reason. That is weird, Yuki said with a pout. Are you always this weird? Is your face always like that? Naruto shot back. Naruto-kun, please stop insulting our client, Mikoto chided. I will when she smiles the right way. What do you mean by that? Her smile is weird. Like she's not really smiling at us. The rest of the team looks at her who smiles brightly at them, before looking at Naruto. There is nothing wrong with it, Mikoto said, although she had a feeling he was right. Her woman's intuition, and partly because she was a mother, saw what Naruto was implying. She knew what was wrong with the girl. She could very well tell Naruto that, but she wouldn't, for she wanted Naruto to think for himself, as well as test him to see if he can keep his word. Okay, well now let's get out of the sun and have some lunch. She then turned to Naruto and Itachi. Remember boys, don't go out after you eat. You may just throw up your food again. Hi Mikoto-sama, Naruto said with a smile. He then turned to Yuki. That's how you smile. I know how to smile, dummy, Yuki pouted. Well, it doesn't look like it. Why do you keep saying that? The girl argued. Because it's true. Naruto shot back. The two seemed to glare at each other before the blonde ninja spoke again. It seems like you don't know how to be angry either. What? This seems? Naruto stopped talking for a bit, before he snapped his fingers. It seems fake, like you're acting happy and angry, but you're not. What are you saying? Yuki asked. You seem to be faking all your feelings. You're wrong. I'm right, just admitted. No, you're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. Right. Wrong. Right. Wrong. Right. Wrong. Naruto stopped after her shout, and Shiyuki smirked at him. The rest of Team 9 sighed in unison. Ha! I win! Yuki said with a small smile. Naruto was looking into her eyes for a few seconds before shrugging his shoulders. If you say so, he replied. Then he turned around and entered the building with Itachi right behind him, leaving the women outside. That was odd. Mikoto tilted her head to the side as she spoke. Don't you think so too, Yugao-chan? Hi, that was odd, the purple-haired girl said. Why was it odd? Yuki asked them. Naruto-kun gave up too easily, Mikoto replied. With the boys. You gave up too easily, Itachi said as he sat down next to his best friend on the sofa. I know I did, Naruto admitted with a smile still on his face. There is a reason for it though. Oh? How so? While we were arguing, a small part of her wasn't faking it. A very small part of her seemed really angry with me, while another part seemed truly happy that she won the conversation. She wasn't faking those emotions at that time. Itachi raised an eyebrow before closing his eyes. I guess it's your win then. Yeah, and I'm going to see if I can make her react more. He was interrupted when his stomach rumbled. But for now, let's get some food. Couple of hours later, Naruto was sitting on the roof of the building by himself. In his hands was a small leaf from a nearby tree. He had his eyes closed as he sat there concentrating. Naruto then frowned after a couple of minutes of doing that. Damn, I still can't do it, he said to himself. Asuma and I must be pulling my leg since I can't even make a small cut on this stupid leaf. The boy let out a deep breath before lying down on the wooden roof. He closed his eyes as he just listened to the wind and relaxed his body. It was like that for a few minutes until he heard a noise coming from behind the house. Cracking one eye open and stretching his arms a bit, Naruto crawled over to the other side of the roof and searched for the source of the noise. His eyes had adjusted well enough to the darkness, and the light from the moon helped out as well, so it was easy to find the disturbance. Looking just a bit into the tree line, he saw a small figure who was sitting at the base of a tall oak. Since Naruto knew it wasn't any of his team members, all he could guess was that the girl was none other than Yuki. Naruto was about to call out to her and ask what she was doing outside at night with no one watching her, but stopped when he heard her. The girl was crying. "Ota-san, why did you have to die?" She sniffed quietly as she cried next to the tree. Naruto laid down again as he listened to the girl crying for her father. Closing his eyes, he let out a shaky breath. Why did she have to show more emotions now? Especially when it's sadness. "I can't handle crying girls," Naruto mentally sighed. So that's why she's acting out her emotions. She is still in mourning. Mentally kicking himself, Naruto let out a frustrated groan. "Kami, I've been mean to her, now I feel bad about insulting her." Stopping his train of thought, he took in a few deep breaths before letting one long out. "Well, there's no changing it now. I'll keep my word, and try to make her smile a real smile." He then visibly frowned. "This is going to take a while." Naruto sat still for a few minutes before taking in a deep breath, then. "Ayag." Instantly Itachi is on the roof with a kunai in hand. "Naruto, what is it?" Itachi asked as he looked around cautiously. "Are we under attack?" "Nope," answered the blonde. "Is there something in the forest?" "Nope." "Then why did you scream?" "I felt frustrated, that's all." Itachi had to stop himself from face faulting. "You screamed because you felt frustrated?" "Yep. Naruto, sometimes you are such a kid." "I am a kid, I mean I'm only 7 and so are you." Itachi opened his mouth to respond but only shook his head in disbelief. "You know what? Forget it. I'm too tired to deal with this right now. I'm going to bed. Good night, Naruto." "Night, Itachi." The next morning, Yuki woke up later than usual, which was fine with her. She really didn't mind, it meant less time being spent with the ninjas. She honestly didn't mind them, but she hated faking being happy in front of them. Especially the blonde idiot, who kept calling her out on her actions. While it was annoying, Yuki had to admit that the blonde was able to do something that Sandeya hadn't been able to do ever since the death of her father at her uncle's hand. He managed to make her feel an emotion, even if it was only irritation and satisfaction of winning an argument. Slowly doing her morning rituals, she went downstairs and found that everyone was eating breakfast but Naruto was missing. "Where's Uzumaki-san?" Yuki asked. "He's still asleep," Mikoto hummed as she set a plate down for her. "He tired himself out last night. After his odd scream, he told me he went back to work on cutting the leaf," Itachi mentioned. "When I woke up this morning he was asleep on his bed, and on his nightstand was a leaf with a small incision on it." Itachi then rubbed some of the sleep out of his eyes as he brought a bowl of miso soup to his mouth. He wouldn't be quiet for even a few seconds when he came into the room. "Woke me up and kept me up for about an hour. I had to subtly place a genjutsu on him to make him fall asleep." "Oh? So I'm guessing he's going to try even harder now, isn't he?" "Are you sure that is a good idea to let him do that?" Yuga asked. "I mean, he seems really tired. Is converting chakra into an elemental-based one that hard?" "It isn't, but getting the hang of it is." Mikoto then looked at Yuga. "Itachi here has a little grip on using Katan chakra, while Naruto is learning futon. How about we teach you how to learn to use elemental chakra as well?" "Really?" she asked. "Although we may have to teach you 3 more chakra control first." Mikoto had on a pensive face before turning to Yuki. "Excuse me, Yuki-chan, do you happen to know where the closest body of water near here?" "Oh, there is a small lake nearby," Yuki smiled. "Why do you need to know, Mikoto-sama? I'm going to teach the kids how to walk on water." She then turned to Itachi. "Go wake up Naruto-kun." "Hi, Oka-san." Itachi stood up. Itachi ascended up the stairs and a few minutes later the girls heard a scream. "Gah! That's cold!" Naruto shouted. Yuki nearly truly smiled at what happened. It was funny to see the blonde get irritated. "I just told Itachi to wake him up, not splash him with water." An hour later, Team 9 plus Yuki found themselves in front of the small lake Yuki had mentioned. The kids were sitting on the ground while Mikoto stood up front of them scanning the area. "This looks like a good place as any," she whispered to herself. Turning to the kids, she smiled at them. "You 3 know how to walk on trees, right?" The trio of kids nodded. "Good, this is the same thing, but you have to continuously pour out chakra to keep you afloat. If not, you'll fall into the water." "Is that it?" Naruto asked, almost skeptical. "Yup, that is it. Since you already know how to put the right distribution of chakra into your feet through climbing trees, all you have to do is keep a steady flow of chakra going out. Just remember to concentrate, and you'll be fine. Eventually you won't even notice that you are doing it." "Oh, that sounds easy enough," Yuga said. "Good, you can go practice now if you want." "Oh, and Itachi. No Sharingan. That would be unfair to the other 2 if you saw how much chakra you put into your feet." "Whatever you say, Oka-san," Itachi answered. The trio got up on their feet and slowly walked out towards the water. Naruto was the first there and gathered some chakra into his feet. Concentrating on maintaining the chakra, he walked forward and made it a couple of steps. Hey, this isn't so bad, he smirked, but sadly on his next step he fell into the water. Gah! That's cold. This time Yuki actually giggled at his expense. This seems harder than I thought it was going to be, Yuga said. She got as far as Naruto, and a little beyond before falling into it as well. Kya. Why is it so cold? It's summer. Itachi rolled his eyes and did the same as the other two, however going farther than both, just by a meter or so before he fell in. Unlike the other two though, he didn't scream out how cold it was. He gritted his teeth and met up with the other two as they arrived at land. Itachi looked at Naruto, and the blonde stared back before they both nodded. Yuga sighed. You guys are going to make this into another competition again, aren't you? The two boys nodded towards her before gathering their chakra and racing off on top of the lake. Naruto got farther this time, matching up to the same distance as Itachi before they plopped into the water again. Those boys will turn everything into a competition. Mikoto laughed as she said that to no one in particular. Yuki was giggling alongside her, actually laughing at the fact that the blonde would complain each time he fell in. They seem to be having a lot of fun though, Yuki commented. Well, that is how those two are. They understand each other better when they compete at something. She then looked at Yuga, who was standing still on top of the shallow part of the lake. However, I wish that they would have done what Yuga-chan is doing instead. Good job, Yuga-chan. You'll get the hang of this faster than those two if they keep this up. Thanks, Mikoto-sensei. Yuga beamed. When she lost her concentration to answer, she only sank up to her ankles before trying again. All was quiet in the area save for the occasional splash and a little bit of jeering from the two competing boys. They seem so carefree, Yuki whispered, almost imperceptible to other people. They aren't, Mikoto replied, shocking the girl when the woman answered. What? These kids aren't as carefree as you think. They all have such heavy burdens on them, namely Naruto and Itachi. My husband expects so much out of our son that he doesn't even consider the existence of our other son Sasuke. Naruto also has problems, as we said when we got here, and he's trying to make the best of it as he can. What is Yuzuki-san's burden then? Yuki asked, pointing at the purple-haired girl who was taking a break a few feet away, cheering on her two teammates as they continued to race one another to see who would get farther before going into the water. Hers is simple, but puts one into doubt. She is in a team with a genius and a prodigy. Actually, both can be considered geniuses in their own right. As she said so herself, she always feels inadequate when she's around both Naruto and Itachi. How do you think it would feel like to always be in the shadow of two others better than yourself? I think I would be. I would feel pretty bad about myself. Next to her, Mikoto nodded. She's afraid of being a burden to the team. Slowly a smile made its way to her face even though she said that. Although, it's also because of those two that she is improving at a rapid pace. She wants to stand next to them, not follow behind them. That is why she keeps taking steps forward to eventually reach where they are. A pedestal she put the two on. Not only that, Itachi and Naruto are helping her along the way, just like how Naruto has been helping Itachi with problems. How? Just by being Itachi's friend. Someone who doesn't expect something from him other than friendship. It's why Itachi could keep up with the demands of his father. The bond the two share keep him motivated on going on. Naruto is just what Itachi needs in a friend, someone who doesn't demand anything but friendship in return. How about Uzumaki-san? How does he rely on the others? She asked, curious about the blonde. We're just there for him. Yuki looked confused. It's not my story to tell. I'm telling you I'm lasting longer than you are. The two females heard Naruto shout. Looking out onto the lake, they saw both boys sitting on the water, rather tired. Still, they were sitting on the water. You've fallen in at least an inch, admitted Naruto. Itachi deadpanned. No, I didn't. If anything, you're the one running out of chakra. We will see. The two glare at each other before just sitting there. A few seconds later, Yuga joins the two and sits down on the water as well, starting up a conversation with the two. Wow, it looks like that got it, and it only took an afternoon to do so, Mikoto said with a smile. Of course, this is much easier to get than tree walking. Standing up, she cupped her hands around her mouth before shouting, Kids! Let's head back now. I have to make dinner. Hi! The trio responded and got up from the water and walked over to them. Yuki smirked at Naruto. Did you have fun getting wet? She asked. Naruto smiled at her before nodding his head. I didn't mind really, he answered. I had learned something today, but it's freaking cold. Then his smile got wider when he saw her smirk. Plus today is a good day. Why? You smiled nicely today because you actually seemed to have fun laughing at me mess up. Yuki's eyes grew wide when she heard that. Thinking back on it now, she really did enjoy the stupid antics the boy did. She was feeling some of her emotions again. That's not. Whatever you say, Yuki, he cut her off. Let's go back and have some dinner. I'm starved. Itachi rolled his eyes, as did Yuga. Mikoto led the four back to the home, with Naruto at the back with Yuki, who was looking at him carefully. Why does he seem to care about me, she thought. A week later. A week was left in their stay there, for Sandae was coming back shortly. The three genin kept practicing and training, while also spending some time playing with Yuki. Naruto seemed to spend more time with her more than anyone else, which confused both Yuga and Mikoto. Itachi wasn't confused since he remembered the blonde's goal of making the girl smile beautifully, so the group watched as Naruto spent time talking, arguing and even joking around with Yuki. Some of the times Naruto seemed irritated, heck most of the time would be correct, but there was some times where Naruto would beam at Yuki, happily giving her a smile and a compliment, which would then make the girl blush. It was night time now and it was raining outside. Everyone was inside spending a lazy day. Yuga was taking time to study some of the house, Itachi was reading from a book, and Mikoto was happily cooking in the kitchen. Naruto was sleeping in the room peacefully until something woke him up. Naruto opened the door. Itachi shouted. The blonde fell out of bed with a thud before looking at his friend, who had a worried face. Are we being attacked? He asked. No. Then what's wrong? Yuki has gone missing. What? She went outside before it rained during the afternoon, but she still hasn't come back. You sure about this? Yes. Yuzuki-san and Oka-san had already left to search. I'm only waking you up to help. Right. Naruto put on a raincoat from within his bag before following Itachi down the stairs and out the front door. Which way do we go? Yuzuki-san went south and Oka-san went north. I'll head to the east and you'll head to the west. Got it. When do we meet back? Naruto pointed at his watch. If you can't find her in an hour, head back already. Naruto nodded and they both ran off in opposite directions. As Naruto ran through the woods, his mind was running 100 miles a minute, wondering why would she just run off like, Yuki! Where are you? He shouted as he ran through the forest. He kept searching, continuously watching his watch. Since he was heading only in a straight line, he knew all he had to do was turn around and run backwards to make it back, but he had to push forward. 20 minutes of searching later, Naruto came upon a mountain. His eyes looked everywhere, hoping to find some sort of clue to help him find Yuki. His breath was heavy from all that running in the rain though. A boom of thunder and a flash of lightning later, Naruto saw a small opening on the side of the wall. Running there, he took a few steps into rest before looking for her again. As he was about to sit down, he heard some sniffling. Looking behind him, he looked back and saw a crouched figure in the back. He took a step forward but kicked a stone, alerting the other person. Who's there? The person asked. Yuki? Naruto asked back. Uzumaki-san? Yuki sniffed. Naruto let out a relieved sigh. Yuki, what are you doing in here? Everyone is looking for you. What do you care? She mumbled as he got closer to her. The 7-year-old boy sat down next to the 7-year-old girl while she cried. It's not like you're my family or anything, or that I have any of it left. You're talking about your dad dying, right? Yuki's head snapped to him. How did you know? I accidentally overheard you one night. Yuki put her head back down while she sniffled a bit. The two sat there not talking until Yuki spoke again. Are you going to feel sad for me too then? Naruto looked at her, waiting for her to explain. Are you going to feel sad for me too, just like Sandae has for the past 2 years? I'll feel sad for you, Naruto stated, but I will not pity you. Why? Because I'm in a similar situation. What do you mean? I lost my family too. In a sense. Yuki looked at him. Did they die? No, they didn't die. They just don't remember or love me anymore. To them, it's like I don't exist, a part of their family. To them, I'm just a stranger with a similar name to my mom's old name. Naruto looked at her and stared her in the eye. When your father died, at least he said he loved you, right? Yuki nodded. Then I'm jealous of you. At least you know your dad loved you when he died, unlike me, whose parents are still alive but don't give a damn about me. Again the two stayed silent while sitting next to each other. Until once again, Yuki once again. I'm sorry, she whispered, catching Naruto's attention. She was looking into his eyes, and Naruto could see that she genuinely was sorry. What are you sorry for? What happened to you, as well as acting in front of you? Don't mind it. Besides, you're the first person I told my situation that is outside of Konoha. It feels good to have someone else know what happened, doesn't it? Yuki smiled, a small one, but a real one as well, and nodded her head. Yeah, let's go back now, okay? I can't, Yuki stuttered. I hurt my leg. Why didn't you say so earlier? Naruto sighed. He bent down and picked her up. He was carrying her on his back, like a piggyback. Which was funny since she was only a bit shorter than him. Kami, you're heavy. He was then hit on the back of his head. I'm not fat. Naruto rolled his eyes, before reaching down and taking the raincoat. Put this on your head, I don't want you catching a cold. Yuki did that, and then Naruto headed back. The two making small talk as they did. A week later, you're an idiot, Itachi said to Naruto. This was met by a slight tap on the back of the head by Mikoto onto Itachi. The group stood outside of the house where they had spent a month at. The group had all packed up and were about to leave, but the farewell became a bit teary-eyed as Naruto and Yuki wouldn't stop saying crying. After the little emotional time in the cave, Naruto and Yuki seemed to become even greater friends. While from time to time, Yuki would lapse back into faking her emotions, Naruto would try to reprimand her on it. You'll write to me, right? Yuki asked, trying to stop her tears. She really didn't want her friend to go, namely due to the fact that she and him had kept talking about their problems and come to terms with one another. I'll try, Naruto answered, letting the tears flow freely. Don't start getting all mopey again when we leave. I'll know you miss me. As if I would stupid, she sobbed. She and Naruto shared a hug before he turned around to leave. As Naruto was leaving, he shouted something over his shoulder. When we meet again, I'll be a strong ninja. So if you need something, just give me a call. Well, when we meet again, I'll be super famous. So I'll give you an autograph for payment. Naruto chuckled as they left, but still had some tears in his eyes. Yuga and Mikoto were talking amongst themselves and Itachi rolled his eyes at Naruto's farewell. You're going to be sad that you're leaving your girlfriend? He asked in a serious tone. She is not my girlfriend, Naruto shouted. Even from a distance away, Yuki heard it and giggled. She entered the house where Sensei was waiting. Did you enjoy yourself, Yuki? The old man asked. The little girl nodded her head. I had fun, Yuki told him with an honest smile which surprised the old man. How so? Because I made a friend, the girl said happily as she skipped into the room. Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yondaime Hokage, was sitting at his desk looking over numerous Jounin senseis of several genin groups. As you may know, Minato started smiling at them. We have gotten an invitation from Kumo for the first Chunin exams this year. Whispers broke out as the senseis talked amongst themselves. Sir, aren't we still hostile with Kumo? A random Jounin asked. Minato shook his head. To be honest, our relationship is quite cloudy. This got a laugh out of a few people, but no, we are not hostile with them. So that is why I have accepted. Now how many of you are willing to send your teams to Kumo for the Chunin exams? Slowly, several Jounin suggested their groups with the head of the village nodding his head, writing them down. After a couple of minutes, Minato asked, Is there anyone else? I Mikoto Uchiha nominate Itachi Uchiha, Yuga Uzuki and Naruto Uzumaki for these Chunin exams, Mikoto said as she moved up from where she was. Several people started to murmur again, and no one noticed that Minato narrowed his eyes. Are you sure about this, Mikoto? Of course I am, the Uchiha matron replied. I have faith in my team just like all the other Jounin has in their team, but they are just rookies, not even a year into their genin days. That is true, however, you forget that my team has already successfully done 8C rank missions. Can any other genin team here boast that in their first year? Many of the Jounin in the room could feel the tension rising between their leader and Mikoto. Some were confused as to why he wouldn't let this one team go to a Chunin exam. It's not like they would get past the first round, right? I'll let them go, Minato said slowly. Mikoto smiled, but it was quickly replaced by a frown by his next words. Only if someone would second the notion. Does anyone want to do that? None of the Jounin spoke up. Sure, they thought it would be a joke if the rookies went into the exams, but they did not want yet another competitor in it as well. This caused the Hokage to smile. Well, it looks like I'll second the notion, an elderly voice interrupted the meeting. Looking towards the door, everyone saw Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pipe in hand. Hokage-sama, several Jounins, even the present Hokage, greeted. The old man smiled but shook his head. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm just a regular ninja now that hands out missions, Sarutobi smiled. He then turned to his successor. As I was saying, I second the notion of Squad 9 going to the Chunin exams in Kumo. But Sarutobi-sama, Minato tried to reason, but was cut off with the older Hokage putting his hand up. Minato-kun, I hope you would trust my judgment in sending that team out. If anything, it shows good faith in our up-and-coming ninja. Wouldn't you agree? He smiled at the blonde. After a few seconds, Minato sighed and nodded his head. Fine, I'll allow Team 9 to go. Thank you, smiled Mikoto. Now if you don't mind, I'll be getting the consent papers. Looking at the former Hokage, she smiled at him. Would you like to come and tell my team the news? I would love to, Sarutobi replied. The two walked out of the room. The rest of you are dismissed to tell your teams as well, Minato said with a smile. The rest of the group bowed, before leaving as well. It was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. I want you guys out of the room as well. I need some time to myself. Putting down a simple genjutsu to make them invisible, for ANBU, the special group of ninja that only listened to the Kage of the village, left the room too. He waited to make sure no one else was there before Minato put his hand on the desk, where a hidden seal was. The room glowed a bright blue before stopping. No sound was coming into the room, even though the window was open. Closing the blinds, Minato took a deep breath before doing something no one would have expected. He grabbed some random object from his desk and threw it against the wall of the room, letting out a furious scream. Sitting down, he allowed himself to calm down and look at the situation carefully. Before long, all he could do is frown. Damn, if this keeps going on, the Toad Sage's second prophecy will come true. I will not allow that to happen. Naruto must lose at these Chunin exams. At Tsunade's home minutes later, it had been about 3 months since the whole mission with Yuki. He had kept his promise to Yuki and sent a letter once a week. Since then, Team 9 had done only C-rank missions since then. They all varied in difficulty. Some had them guarding yet another person, another had them gathering data and trading it with another team from another country, and others had them taking stuff from other people. It was also during this time that Naruto and Itachi had experienced their first kill. They were guarding a caravan of merchants traveling through Fire Country to the border of Wind Country. As they approached the desert, several bandits appeared to steal from the caravan. While the members of the caravan could fight, Naruto's group was forced to as well. Both Naruto and Itachi had managed their first kill that day. None would talk for 2 days and they were trembling like mad. It was on the 3rd day that Naruto got up and punched Itachi across the face, causing them to have a scuffle. In the end, a tired and beaten pair of shinobi were talking to each other about the experience, vowing to never enjoy killing. But today, it was Naruto's team's day off. Shizune, when will you get a boyfriend? Asked a very bored Naruto. He was eating some instant ramen as he watched his surrogate sister lounge around the house. Be quiet. An older girl, looking around the age of 17, stuttered. She was sitting down across from him. She was wearing a dark purple kimono with a fishnet shirt underneath. Around her waist was a large red obi tying it. I just haven't found time to get one. Shizen replied. That's what you said a month ago. You haven't gone on a mission in 2 weeks and Tsunade-chan hasn't given you any work. You should go on a date or something. Naruto-kun, you're 7. I don't think you should be giving out dating advice. I have about a third of the village willing to be my girlfriend. I think I can give advice. Plus, Ero-sensei gives me great tips. Although I don't know what he means by sharpening my kunai a lot, or putting my sword into a girl's sheath. I mean, I don't even have a sword, and my kunais are sharp. Huh? Shizune, why are you blushing? The blonde asked as he looked at the teen. Her face was beet red while he spoke, for unlike him, Shizen understood what he was saying. Seriously, Shizune, are you sick or something? I'm not sick, Naruto-kun, the girl stuttered, shocked at the fact that her little brother was taught something like that. Jay, just don't repeat those words again. For a long time. Especially in front of girls. Okay, but are you sure? You're still quite red, the blonde said worriedly to the girl. Shizen nodded again. So as I was saying, you need a boyfriend. Even if it is Kakashi Baka. I don't like him like that. Shizen shouted. He's a pervert and weird. Really? I don't like him like that, really. Then you probably like someone else. Maybe a sumenai? Shizen shook her head. Genma-san? Another no. Gai-san? Hell no! Shizen shouted, causing Naruto to flinch. He's even weirder than Kakashi, I agree. Naruto then thought for a moment before opening his mouth again. Then who do you like? I can't say. She said slowly. Why? Because there is an age difference between us, more than 5 years. Shizen was blushing, the thought of talking about this to Naruto. Is he older? Younger? EW. If he was younger, that make you a pedo dash. Pedophile, a voice finished for him. Yeah, pedophile. Thanks, Ero-sensei. Naruto thanked the old man behind him, without looking back. No problem, brat. Jiraiya smiled as he ruffled the blonde's hair and sat next to him. But is this true, Shizen-chan? You like someone younger than you? Shizen was blushing hard again. Shizen couldn't complete her sentence. It's okay. We won't tell anyone, right, Naruto? Jiraiya asked the little boy. Right. We wouldn't do anything to hurt Shizune after all. Naruto gave her a smile and a thumbs up. Jiraiya mimicked him. The blonde then turned to the white-haired man. So Ero-sensei, what are you doing here? What, I can't just visit my favorite godson? Well, when you come by the house it usually means you're here to sneak a peek at. Naruto was stopped from talking when Jiraiya's hand clamped down his mouth. What are you doing, brat? Haim may be around to hear you say that. Around to hear him say what? Tsunade asked as she entered the kitchen to find a blushing and shocked Shizen, Jiraiya with a hand over Naruto's mouth, and Naruto looking a bit lost. Nothing important, Jiraiya forced a laugh before turning to Naruto with pleading eyes. Right, Naruto? Come on, Naruto, lie for me here, he thought. Sure, it was nothing, Tsunade-chan. Naruto beamed at her, acting his age. Then why is Shizen blushing? We just found out she's a pedophile. Shizen shrunk back a bit when he said that, then drew back even further when Tsunade raised an eyebrow at her. Whatever, brat, your team is here to talk to you. Huh? Naruto was confused again. There isn't a team meeting today. Getting up and putting his dishes in the sink, he left the room wondering what was going on. When he entered the living room, he was met with Itachi, Yuga, and Mikoto all sitting there waiting patiently. Why are you guys here? Is there something going on? Actually, there is, Naruto-kun, Mikoto happily said. I have nominated you three to be part of the Chunin exams held in Kumo. Really? Naruto shouted excitedly. All three of us are going? That's right. The blonde then turned to his teammates. You guys excited about this? As if you even need to ask, Itachi scoffed, but there was a smile tugging at his lips. I'm willing to see how far we have come, Yuga admitted. This had Naruto break out smiling. This is going to be great. Naruto-kun, don't forget that these aren't exams, and that you need to take this seriously, Mikoto told him. Of course, Mikoto-sama, but I can't help but feel excited. We get to see how we rank amongst the other genin of the world. Where do you think we'll stand, guys? The middle? The purple-haired girl guessed, unsure if this was a trick question. Never doubt yourself, Yuga-senpai, Itachi said. He had decided to using her first name after knowing each other for this long. If you think we are in the middle, then state it with conviction. But for me, I think we're somewhere near the bottom. I do too, Naruto agreed, nodding his head. Why do you say that? Yuga asked. Because I don't mind starting at the bottom. Why? Because if we start at the bottom, we have to work our way up. If we work our way up, we'll end up showing the world our true potential, Itachi explained. Isn't that right, Naruto? Yeah, we'll prove to the others that we're not just some kids. That just like them, we are ninja, Naruto said with conviction that felt infectious. Yuga was now wearing a confident smile on her face. Who's with me? Itachi rolled his eyes and slapped Naruto on the back. Baka, we already said we were. What's all the commotion about? Jiraiya asked as he, Tsunade, and Shizen appeared from the kitchen. Naruto turned to them and smiled brightly. We're heading off to the Chunin exams in Kumo. The Chunin exams already? Shizen gasped. You guys are so young. I remembered I tried the Chunin exams when I was 12 and became one when I was 13. You guys are advancing faster than I did. Are you sure you guys are ready for this? You should have more faith in us, Shizune. We'll make it through and become Chunin, Tebeo. A silent moment passed before anyone could respond. The first to recover was Naruto. Not again. Man, I hate it when I slip back into doing that. Itachi was chuckling behind him, the girls were giggling, while Jiraiya was outright laughing at him. Don't worry, kid, some people just never get over that, he said. But you be careful, okay? The Chunin exams are serious stuff. I know, that's why I'm excited. Good, we'll be leaving in 2 days with the rest of the Konoha contingent, Mikoto told him. She then presented him with papers. Fill these out and give them to me tomorrow. After that, just rest for the next 2 days. Hi, Mikoto-sama. Naruto nodded. The rest of Team 9 bid their farewells and left, leaving Naruto to do the paperwork. Tsunade went back into the kitchen and Jiraiya left to talk to Sarutobi, leaving Shizen once again to talk to Naruto. It was quiet as Naruto did the paperwork, but since he felt the need to talk to the older team, so, is the boy you like someone we know? Naruto! Shizen shouted. A week later, the group had left Konoha, were closing in on their destination. With non-stop running, they had made it there within the week. Since most of the genin hadn't gone that far from Konoha, this was a sight to behold, but the thing that made it even more spectacular was the scenery. They were so high up in the mountains that they were literally in the clouds. For some odd reason though, Naruto felt at home when he arrived, which worried him. This place looks beautiful. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts as Yuga mentioned that next to him. We're so high up and mountains look so nice. If you've seen one mountain, you've seen them all, Naruto mumbled. But the air feels fresher here. Itachi merely nodded his head. The large contingent then entered through the gates of Kumo. Naruto looked around the village and noticed that most of the ninja in the village had a sword. You noticed it too, huh, Naruto? Itachi whispered. Naruto nodded. We don't have much experience against sword-carrying opponents. We'll manage somehow. As they walked forward, they were led to the hotel they were going to stay in. As was given to every group, they were given a room each with 2 beds, a couch with a pull-out bed, and a couple of seats. Naruto and Itachi had decided to let both Mikoto and Yuga have the bed, while they would trade off on the pull-out one and sleeping in a sleeping bag. After settling in, Mikoto had given them the day to familiarize themselves with the area. Itachi was leading the group as they exited the hotel. So where do you two want to go first? Itachi asked. Let's just have a look around. The exams won't start until tomorrow anyway, Yuga suggested. Actually, I was thinking of going to get some food, Naruto said. I'm kind of hungry. Didn't we just have lunch? Itachi questioned him. That was like 3 hours ago, Naruto whined. Itachi rolled his eyes. Fine, let's go find something for you to eat. Naruto jumped for joy as they walked around the village looking for a food stand that Naruto would like, i.e. a ramen stand. As they walked around, all three of them noticed the different villages that were there. Minor villages such as Rain, who must have traveled a long way to get there, as well as the onsen village, and Kusa. Other than Konoha, the only other major village that seemed to agree to go was Iwa. When they passed by the Iwa group, Naruto had hidden between some buildings, knowing full well what they may do to him considering who his father was. When they finally decided to sit down and eat, at a ramen stand of course, Naruto had ordered whatever their largest serving was, which was called the Spicy Thunder Special, that was super spicy and super salty, which would be free if the person could eat it under 30 minutes without water. Now, since he was friends with Itachi, who taught him beat into him, to eat properly he no longer gulps down the food. Naruto was taking time to savor the soup as he ate it, but still at faster pace than the other two. While Yuga had been accustomed to seeing him eat vast amounts of ramen when he could, the vendor was looking at the blonde with slight awe and horror as Naruto plowed through the food. Does he always eat like this? The ramen vendor asked Itachi. No, Itachi calmly replied as he ate his salty ramen with a boiled egg. He's usually faster than this. That made the vendor even more horrified, worried about his sales. That's right, back at home Naruto-san would be at his third bowl right now, which would be roughly the same size as this, Yuga interjected as she ate her miso ramen with chicken breasts. Seconds later Naruto put the bowl down and had a smile on his face. That was some great ramen, old man. He smiled at him. I haven't had anything that spicy in a while. Plus the serving size was great too. You finished that gigantic bowl in 10 minutes, the vendor whispered, nearly crying for the loss of extra income. Oh yeah? Wasn't it that if I could eat it under 30 minutes without a drink it's free, right? The vendor nodded his head. Do you think I can have another one then? Naruto smiled. If I don't eat it within the same 30 minutes I'll pay for both of them. That had the vendor's head shooting up. Really? Don't do it, Itachi warned. You'll just lose more money. When it comes to ramen, almost no one can compete with this boy. The vendor then remembered what they said about Naruto eating more than that and thanked Itachi for the warning. Fine then, Naruto scanned the menu again before finding something that caught his eye. I'll have an order red bean soup with mochi on it please. Okay. The vendor replied, once again looking at his lost income. The porridge was given to Naruto, who slurped that one too, but a more sedate pace. So slow in fact that Itachi and Yuga were able to finish their ramen 5 minutes before Naruto could finish the soup. How come you eat that a lot slower than the ramen? Not a lot of people know this. But this soup is my favorite thing to eat next to ramen, Naruto told the vendor after paying for the soup. It's sweet enough to fix the salty taste that the ramen leaves behind. Never thought of it like that before, the vendor replied. Naruto was about to go on but stopped when Itachi nodded at him. Naruto nodded back before disappearing from his seat. Hey, where did he go? The ramen vendor asked. He went to get our uninvited guest, Itachi announced, while Yuga nodded beside them. While they were not great censors, they had trained enough to know when people are following them. Naruto came through the flaps of the entrance a few seconds later, pulling along a girl with brown hair done in a ponytail. She was wearing a black and purple shirt and black shorts. A Kumo headband was on her forehead, although from the looks of it she was quite a bit older than them, probably the same age as Yuga. Who are you and why are you spying on us? Itachi demanded as Naruto plopped her down onto the stool. The blonde also noticed the dark look that the vendor sent the girl. The girl looked shocked, probably due to the fact that Naruto had managed to bring her into the shop while also getting the drop on her. After snapping out of it, she looked at each of the 3 genin. I am Yujito ni, genin of Kumo. I saw some Konoha headbands and wondered what they were doing here, Yujito explained. She seemed uncomfortable sitting there, and Naruto noticed this too. We're here for the exams, Itachi stated with absolutely no emotion in his voice. I see, Yujito said before looking at Naruto. Is there another reason you're here? The uchiha demanded. Just one question, why does he smell like a cat? She asked, pointing at Naruto. Gah! You mean that lion's spit smell is still on me? Naruto shouted. It's been 2 years already and I still smell like that. I don't smell anything, Yuga stated. Neither do I, Itachi agreed. How come I can smell it then? Yuga asked, sounding disappointed? Naruto was sure that was the tone she took up when she said that. Whatever then. The Kumo ninja stood up and was about to leave but turned to them. As a resident of Kumo, I would like to welcome you to your village and wish you luck in the Chunin exams. When we do meet up we will be enemies then. Yuga nodded at them before running away. When she was gone both Itachi and Naruto frowned. She has an advantage against us now, Itachi told the other two. Yeah, if she can smell me out she'll be able to find us. And if we fight we won't be able to expect an ambush, Naruto continued. Then why don't you keep practicing that one move you have, Naruto-san, Yuga suggested again. The one that will let you know where people are around you. I'll have to keep doing that then. We need to stock up on chakra replenishing pills too if we want to do that, Naruto said. That move will take out a lot of chakra from me. After their brief lunch the trio left, and were walking around the village. After some time they had accidentally come across a training field that was in use. Itachi was telling them to leave the area, but Naruto was rooted at the spot. He was watching the two sparring with an excited smile on his face. The two fighting were two buff men. They were both dark-skinned and had platinum blonde hair, and oddly enough both had small beards too. The only way to actually tell them apart other than the clothing they had was one had sunglasses and was rapping extremely bad. Naruto was ignoring that though. All he saw, or what he didn't see, was the other man, who was covered in lightning who had kept disappearing before his eyes, just like his dad did when he used the Hiraishin no Jutsu flying thunder god technique. Before Itachi could stop him Naruto ran out onto the field as the two stopped fighting. That was so cool! Naruto shouted as he ran onto the field. The two men tensed but calmed down, just a little, when they saw the boy running onto the field who was followed by two other people. This field is reserved for us only. How did you get here? The man without the glasses asked. We were wandering around and accidentally made our way here, Itachi explained. I'm also sorry for the actions from my friend, we did not mean to interrupt your training. It's okay little girl boy. Meeting with kids is such a great joy. The man with the sunglasses rapped. B, will you not rap right now? The other man grunted. Don't be such a downer bro. Rapping like this is the way to go. B continued on horrible rapping. Whoa! You rhyme really well, do you mind if I go for a spell? Naruto asked in the same way. The blonde and B laughed in amusement, while the other man and Itachi face-palmed. Since Yuga was on her own, she noticed the odd similarities between the two groups which frightened her a bit. Sorry for my brother's horrible rapping, the other man apologized. My name is A, and that is my idiot brother Killer B. Itachi, the idiot talking to your brother is Naruto, while the female next to me is Yuga. Itachi introduced his team without giving their last names. I take it you three are here for the Chunin exams, seeing as you are from Konoha. Itachi nodded. The two males then looked back towards their counterparts who were rapping. Or trying to. Hey Itachi, listen here. Naruto started with a small sentence. Hey, our rhyme are likes worms in your ear. Killer B continued. I mean we're pretty cool, and we do go to some rhyme school. What do you think bro? Our rhyming is one hell of a show? Both Itachi and A had twitching eyes at the sheer stupidity the two had presented. Oh Kami this is going to be hell, both A and Itachi said at the same time. You're not half bad kid, not with all the rhymes you just did, B complimented Naruto. Thanks, but rapping is not my thing. I came here to ask your bro how he's fast as lightning, Naruto said. That made A and B freeze. What did you say? A asked. I wanted to know how you're so fast. That odd lightning move you did, the one that made you really fast. I wanted to know how you did it. Sorry kid, but it's Kumo's secret. Oh, Naruto deflated. Naruto leave it alone, we have to go, Itachi stated. Mikoto-sensei may be looking for us. Itachi was taking care of avoiding giving out more information than he should. Yeah, Naruto answered before a smirk appeared on his face. Hey, how about a bet? A bet? A asked. If I could make it to the third round of the Chunin exams, you'll show me how to do that technique. What a silly bet. Why would I do something as stupid as giving a kid the move that only Rakichs know? Because I can bet something on the line too, something that would make it your while. What would that be? An Uzumaki, Naruto said with the utmost confidence. That had A's eyes widen, while B remained relative quiet. Behind him Itachi and Yuga looked mortified. An Uzumaki? A said carefully. Yup. One with the power to seal and control Bijou and bind Jinchuriki. That had a trembling. His father had messed up getting an Uzumaki by the name of Kushina. How could he trust a mere boy to get one for him? How can I be so sure you can accomplish this? Trust me, I have my ways. I'll even sign a contract if I have to. I looked at Naruto, who seemed so confident in his end of the bargain. There were a few tense moments of silence, before A nodded. Fine, but we won't need a contract. I mean, a little kid like you wouldn't be able to fool me at Jounin. True. So we have a deal? Naruto had stretched out his arm, which A shook. When he did, A was surprised to see a black mark appear around his wrist. What the heck is this? Naruto smiled. While I may be only 7 years old, A-san, that doesn't mean I'm stupid. I had taken up a small interest in seals, and that is one of the ones I got used to. It's an explosive seal, which can only be taken off by me since it requires something only I have. Why did you put this on me? Just a little. What's the word again? Insurance that you keep your end of the bargain. How come you don't have one? Who says I don't? Naruto showed his wrist. It will detonate if I don't hold up my end of the bargain as well. A stared at him before grunting. Fine. B, let's go, we're late for an appointment. A turned around and left the clearing, leaving only Killer B and the kids. Well, that was pretty cocky of you, little dude. Your ways of tricking bro was quite crude, B smiled. But I like that about you, just be sure you don't bite off more than you can chew. B then disappeared with a puff of smoke. When they were gone, Itachi walked up to Naruto and punched him across the face. What the heck do you think you are doing? Itachi roared, which scared Yuga. He's showing more emotion than Yuga was used to seeing, but Naruto had seen this side before too. Did you know this could be considered treason? I know, but it's not like I'm putting anyone important on the line here, Naruto reasoned as he stood up. Not putting anyone on the line? I can't think of any Uzumaki that can do what you offered other than Kushina Namikaze, formerly Uzumaki. Are you saying that you are offering her to Kumo? Yuga was surprised at the information. She never knew Kushina Namikaze was related to Naruto in some way. I'm not saying that. Naruto roared back, punching Itachi in the process. I didn't offer her up. Then who? One of the twins? I sure as hell know that they can't do anything like that yet. Not them either. Then who? Me. Again a tense silence broke out between the group. You're offering yourself up. Just to learn a stupid technique? Itachi growled. Think of it as you will, but I need to learn that move. Naruto stared at Itachi. You're playing a dangerous game here, Naruto. I know, but all I have to do is meet the requirements to win, which is, make it to the finals. Again another silence reigned over the group. Damn it, Naruto, you are stupid, but it seems like you need my help again, Itachi sighed. I'm not happy about your decision, but I don't want to lose a friend. No matter how stupid he is, Naruto-san, don't make any more rash decisions, Yuga reprimanded him. I too don't want to see you leave through this, guys. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile. Don't thank us yet, Itachi told him. The road you put us on is going to be long and hard, I know. Mikoto-sama should not catch wind of this, you hear? The other two nodded. Good, let's head back. As they began to walk back, Yuga then just remembered something. Can you really do what you offered? Seal Bijou and confine Jinchuriki? Yup, how do we know you're not lying? Because I used it once today, to catch our little guest. With A and Killer B, I went to a sealing specialist to confirm what Naruto had put on him, which was unfortunately true. Only Naruto could take it off and it would explode if he didn't honor his end of the deal. That sneaky brat. I cursed under his breath. Next to him, B was laughing hard. Admit bro, you've been had. Outfoxed by a young lad. B laughed. This is no laughing matter, B. If this is how good the brat is, then we may have a problem. I may be the first Reikage to lose that technique to a brat outside of our own village. Don't make such a fuss, in the exams we have our own little genius. Oh yeah. The Reikage known as A nodded his head then. That is true, not only that IWA seems to have sent a prodigy as well. A put on a pensive face before smiling. This year may just be the year of the super rookies, and while I may have been duped by one, I don't mind watching how things will pan out. Even for that Naruto brat. It was the first day of the first part of the Chunin exams, and most of the hopefuls were rather nervous about it. Sadly, Naruto Uzumaki and Itachi Uchiha weren't part of that group, for they had only gotten up recently. Naruto was still brushing his teeth after eating a breakfast that consisted of instant ramen and some fruit, although the fruit was only suggested by Mikoto. Itachi on the other hand was still half asleep and lazing around, although he was already dressed up. The last member of their team was looking at them with exasperation. Are you guys really going to take your time this morning? Yuga asked/whined. I mean, I was ready since 7 in the morning. It's already 9, and the exams start in 2 hours. Don't sweat the small stuff, Yuga-senpai. Naruto shouted from the bathroom. We'll get there in time, but you still have to take a bath. I don't take hours on end in the bathroom, senpai. Yuga shook her head, then looked at Itachi, who was just sitting on the couch with his eyes closed. And Itachi, are you really going to sleep at this moment? I am not asleep, Yuga-senpai, Itachi replied with his eyes still closed. I'm merely meditating to focus in on myself. I swear I heard you snoring a bit right now. That was just some deep breathing exercise. For once, Yuga rolled her eyes at Itachi instead of Naruto. Are you two really not going to do anything to hurry up? Yuga asked with an irritated tone. No, both boys replied in unison. Yuga opened her mouth to speak again, but was stopped when a hand was placed on her shoulder. Looking behind her, she saw Mikoto giving her a motherly smile. Don't worry about those two, Yugao-chan, Mikoto smiled at her. But… Yugao tried to protest. Trust me, it is better to let those boys do what they do. She then shook her head playfully. I remember the day of their genin test, Naruto had slept over at our house. The following morning it was just like this, Naruto waking up late, and Itachi just lazing about. Fugaku was so mad when he saw Itachi just doing nothing that morning, she gave a small giggle. So just rest as well, Yugao-chan. If you're stressed about what you guys are going to do, nothing good will come out of it, but… Okay, Yugao sighed and sat down on the bed. She copied what Itachi had done, and closed her eyes to get a little more rest, since she was more than a bit tired, for she started to feel nervous since last night, and got limited sleep. The purple-haired girl didn't know how long it was, but she was shaken awake by Naruto. What dash? We have half an hour to get to the testing site, Naruto told her with a smile. Let's go, sleepyhead. You mean I was for an hour and a half? Yugao yawned. Yeah, why didn't you wake me? You looked so peaceful when you did, Itachi interjected as he stood near the doorway. We both thought you should rest a bit more, especially since last night you kept tossing and turning. You guys heard that? I did, but Naruto was knocked out. Shut up, Itachi, Naruto grumbled. The blonde then turned to his third teammate. Let's go, yeah? Mikoto-sama is already with the other Konoha jounin and waiting for results. Yugao nodded, then Itachi opened the door. Remember, we have to make it to the finals, Itachi told the group as they walked out of the room and locked it. For Naruto. Right, for Naruto, Yugao agreed. Heh, it's like you're doubting we're not going to make it, Itachi, Naruto smirked. We may be strong, but we aren't going to be cocky about this, Naruto, Itachi shot back. I know. But you're worrying too much. Minutes earlier within Kumogakure's council room. So I take it you have heard about the little bet our young Reikage has made with a boy from Konoha? Kumo's council member Han asked. This was a short, balding man who wore a bright yellow male kimono and fanned himself. Yes, we have, various other council members replied. That is good then. Then I do not have to bring anyone else up to speed, Han continued. As you may know, the terms for the bet is that if the brat would make it to the finals, he would be taught how to use the Reikage's lightning armor, according to what my ANBU spies have reported to me. What if the boy doesn't make it to the finals? A random member asked. Then we will have something our third Reikage couldn't obtain. What would that be? Inuzumaki, Han said with a smirk. This caused whispers to break out amongst the council members. I know, the failed attempt back then had caused a stir, but this boy may be able to keep his promise. How do we know we could trust this brat? Yet another different council member asked. He had placed an explosive seal on both himself and Asama, Han informed them. Since we couldn't take it off the man himself, and that only the boy can, we can assume that he knows what he has put himself in. Then we should make sure the boy loses, or at least has a greater potential to lose, at every stage of the exams then. I totally agree with that council member, Han nodded. Since we are in Kumo, we cannot outright show any sort of favoritism, however we can bend the rules enough to allow them to lose. Namely, hindering them more often than not. He then stared at all the council members at their face. So, are we in agreement to what will happen? We will try to have the team of rookies from Konoha fail? Hi, good, now be gone. We do not want any suspicion being cast on us. Han mumbled to himself. Asama is too prideful to do anything stupid as cheat, so we have to do it ourselves. When the room cleared, everything was still until a shadowy figure walked out from his hiding place. Well, this Han thinks A is a sucker, the man stated. As he stepped into the light of the room, it was revealed to be none other than a killer bee. Well then I think I should tell bro about this motherfucker. Team 9. As Team 9 made their way to the gathering hall, they had ran into other teams from Konoha, who would smile at them and wish them luck. However, they knew better than that. Itachi, Naruto and Yugao all knew those were fake smiles and they weren't actually being wished luck. The other teams were just being nice since they too wanted to win. They must think we're stupid or something, Naruto grumbled. I swear they must think we are below them. Don't think anything of it, Naruto, Itachi said. Some of them have tested before and are annoyed at the fact that we are here, mere rookies. I agree with Itachi-san, Yugao concurred. I mean, I saw some of my own senpai there, and they were glaring at me too. Well, then I guess we should show the world just how good we are, huh? Naruto said with a smirk. Itachi nodded and Yugao sighed. The trio finally reached the building they were looking for and opened the door. It was empty save for a long hallway. Looking at each other, they nodded and walked down the hallway. It would be 5 minutes of walking down the hallway when they noticed something off. I think we passed by here before, Yugao mentioned as she looked around. I mean, this mark on the wall before. Itachi nodded as well as Naruto. Of course you would notice the mark, I left it there, Itachi explained. It was during our third go-around that I noticed something seemed off. Namely at the fact that we passed by the same picture of the second Reikage twice. I noticed on the fourth go-around, Naruto mumbled. A genjutsu that affects the entire team? Pretty smart move, to weed out the weaker ninjas. Itachi put his hands into the ram seal, as did the other two. Kai! They shouted. Around them the hallway seemed to blur away. Naruto had to blink his eyes a few times to adjust to the lightning. Looking next to him, he saw that Itachi and Yuga were recovering as well. Taking in the area around them, he saw that they weren't the only ones affected. Several teams from IWA, AIM and from Kumo itself were just standing there dazed. Let's go, Itachi said, catching Naruto's attention. We spent 5 minutes here, and 15 minutes to walk all the way to this building from our hotel. We only have 10 minutes before they close the doors on us. Naruto nodded his head and they finished walking down the hallway, where they came to a large set of double doors. Through here is the first step to greatness, the blonde said with a smile. You guys ready? As if you had to ask, Itachi smirked. Let us go, Naruto-san, Yuga smiled. Naruto nodded and pushed open the door, and they entered the room. As they all eyes fell onto them, Naruto could feel the killing intent of some of the other people aimed at them, as well as the rest of his group, but Naruto and Itachi were able to shrug it off. Yuga struggled a bit, but was able to overcome the feeling as well. They went to the far wall, near a bunch of desks, and leaned against it. While they walked over there, they heard some interesting conversations. More kids? A boy asked another one as they passed by some Kumo ninjas. That's the third group with brats in it. I know what you mean. I still can't believe our Raikage let kids into this battle. Not to mention that thing is here to compete too, Naruto heard the other boy whisper back, sending a glare at the opposite end of the room. Following his gaze, his eyes landed on none other than Yujito, who had her eyes closed. Next to her were two boys, who seemed to be in the same age group as Naruto and Itachi. One had dark skin, just like A and Killer B. He had messy platinum blonde hair, with a small patch covering his left eye. He was wearing a black shirt and black pants with white wrist guards. His headband was nowhere to be seen. The other boy had bright blonde hair, not as bright as Naruto's but still pretty bright. His headband was around his forehead, and he wore the exact same thing as the other boy. Hey Itachi, Naruto called out to his friend. The uchiha who had his eyes closed cracked one open and looked at his friend. Naruto motioned over to the other side of the room where Yujito and her partners were. It seems like we're not the only kids around here after all. Itachi nodded, looked to the corner of the room to left. You'll see yet another boy around our age, Itachi mumbled. Naruto looked to the other side of the room and towards the corner. There was a group of IWA ninja, but Naruto was surprised to see yet one more kid in their group. This one was blonde, just as blonde as he was. His hair was long and straight like a girl's, with a bang covering his left eye as well. He had on a green shirt with a fishnet shirt under it, black ninja pants and sandals. Around his forehead was his own forehead protector. Looks like IWA and Kumo have talented youth too, geniuses in their own right. That or they didn't want to be upstaged by Konoha for sending young kids to try and earn the title. Can I have your attention please? An extremely cheery voice shouted, causing Naruto to flinch. Damn, this person is too happy, whoever it is, the blonde mumbled. They looked to the front of the class to see a woman wearing standard Kumo jounin gear. Black shirts, black pants and white armor like covering over their chest, but with enough free room on the right side. She had brown hair and same color eyes. What annoyed Naruto was her smiling face. Unlike Yuki, this lady's smile was true, but man was it just annoying to look at it. It was too bright and happy. My name is Sait. The jounin introduced herself. I am going to be your proctor today, Kami. Her voice is like nails on a chalkboard, Naruto groaned. Next to him Itachi nodded his head, also trying to ignore the extremely happy tone of the woman. Yuga was covering her ears with her hands. Looking around, the blonde noticed that everyone was wincing as well. Please take a seat and I will explain to you what your exam will be. Slowly, each group took seats in the empty classroom, with teammates sitting next to each other. When everyone was sitting down, Sait clapped her hands together and smiled. Great! Today is the first part of the Chunin exams, so this part is going to be easy. Taking a piece of paper from her pocket, she raised it up for the kids to see. Today you guys are given this. It's a piece of paper with the location of a jounin who will let you pass this test. It should be in the small space in the desk. You can all look at it right now. Itachi reached in and pulled out the piece of paper and examined, with the other two leaning in. What they saw surprised them. It was just one word, stand, with 3 blanks next to it. Hey! The blonde from IWA shouted. What the heck is this? We only got a word on it. Everyone started shouting out their protests as well. Naruto was about to join in the shouting too, but Itachi stopped him. Yes, everyone only got one word. All of you got the word stand correct? Sait smiled. Each person nodded their heads as the proctor smiled. Good. Because that is the first test. Not only are you supposed to go to where the Jounin is, you have to find out where it is in the first place. And to make it fair, each group has a different destination. There are 3 areas in all as to where the Jounins can be. And each group can only go to the one on their paper. Then how do we see the rest of the words on this thing? Naruto grumbled out loud. That is simple. We had placed some words in the places where you have visited when you had arrived here. You see, we had some Jounin follow you and mark the areas you had visited when you first arrived. When you left, we had our Jounins mark the area with a special ink that would react to the paper you have. No, all you have to do is find the ink spots in the area from the places you went to and figure it out. All the ink spots should be in the first 3 places you had visited when you went to Kumo. Said smiled. Is everyone clear on what they are doing? When the groups nodded, they agreed. Oh, and one more thing, we had asked several Chunin to play in this as well. They are going to try and steal your papers from you and destroy it. So please don't lose them. Also, your entire team has to make it to the place. Wait, what? People shouted. You have until sunset to get to your spot. Ready, begin. Just like that, everyone shot out of the room and began looking for the first areas they had visited, with Naruto's group being last to leave. What do you think about this, Itachi-san? Yuga asked. Why would we do this right now? It's an information gathering test, Itachi explained. Ninja like us are supposed to be able to find the information we need and get away from trouble. That is what the inclusion of several Chunins are for. I'm probably guessing they're around us right now, Naruto sighed. The uchiha and the female nodded. Should I start using that jutsu? Just don't strain yourself, you're going to be using a lot of chakra to keep that move up. Well, if I keep it in a small distance, I don't have to waste so much chakra. Just be careful. You barely finished cutting the leaf a few weeks ago and barely started trying to split that waterfall in half just before we left. Your control over futon chakra is still pretty unrefined. I know that, but I'm not trying to cut anything, are we? I'm just sending out my chakra. Naruto argued. Itachi sighed and nodded his head. Fine, let's do it, but again be careful. Naruto nodded his head this time and did 4 hand seals before shouting. Futon, Harake's Miyabi wind release, spring wind elegance, Naruto shouted. From Naruto's body a slight gust went forth in a circular direction. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. His left twitched at times before he opened them. Crap, this is taxing after all. How far away is the range so far, Naruto-san? Yuga asked, looking worriedly at the boy. About half a kilometer in each direction, Naruto whispered back. I felt a leaf falling through the dome of wind a few seconds ago. Feels weird that I'm doing this now. I could actually start to feel the drain. He then turned to Itachi. Did you bring all the chakra replenishing pills? Itachi nodded. Good, I may need all of them by the end of the day. They then jumped off into towards the first place they visited since coming to Kumo, the ramen stand. Konoha current time. So the exams have begun? Minato asked. He was sitting on a sofa at home, with Yuri, the blonde baby, in his arms. Hi Hokage-sama, the bird A&B replied. I see. Did you tell the other Jounins about what you are supposed to do? Hi, I have told them to tell their groups to try and take out Team 9 as quickly as possible. Very well, you are dismissed. The A&BU member nodded his head and left the room using Shunshin. Honey, who was that? Kushina asked as she entered the room with Tsubaki, the red-haired daughter, in her arms. Nothing much, Kushina-chan, don't worry about it. We were just talking about the Chunin exams. Kushina nodded, then sat next to her husband on the sofa. Isn't Mikoto's group going there as well? Minato stiffened and nodded. That's the one with the Uzumaki boy, right? I think his name was Naruto. Yes, they are there as well. Kushina smiled. Well, I hope they make it far. It has been far too long since we've seen an Uzumaki in action other than myself. Kushina stopped talking before a frown came to her face. Although I have to wonder, why is there another Uzumaki in Konoha other than myself and our family? Also, she stopped and looked at Minato. Why does he look so much like you? I don't know either, Minato lied through his teeth. I mean, with the destruction of Yuzushiogakure and the massive dispersion of your people, they may have come across some of my family in other places as well. Naruto may have come to Konoha looking for family to relate to, like you, and if by any chance me. Kushina looked at him and slowly nodded her head. I guess you are right. The two stayed quiet for a while until Kushina suggested something again. Why don't we adopt him? What? Minato stuttered. Why don't we adopt him? I mean, it would give him a chance to be closer to us, and it could give me a chance to teach him some of the Uzumaki clan techniques. I don't think that's such a good idea. Why? I mean, he's already living with Tsunade-sama and he seems to be happy. He lives with Tsunade-sama? Kushina asked in surprise. I didn't know that. You didn't? No. But I guess it would make sense though. The Senjus and the Uzumakis were close to each other, Distantly related, of course. Why did he go live with them and not us instead? I mean, his parents may have told him to find some Uzumakis to live with, right? Can we talk about something else? Minato tried to steer the conversation away and Kushina noticed it. She noticed that he was willing to stop talking about this specific topic. Why don't you want to talk about this, Minato? The red-haired woman asked. This involves someone in my clan, so I should be concerned, and as my husband you should be concerned with it as well. You see. Minato tried to come up with a convincing lie. He knew he wasn't able to continuously lie to his wife's face. He knew she would catch him in the act. Hokage-sama, a voice interrupted, which let him let out a sigh of relief, which Kushina caught. Both turned to the door and saw a man in complete A&BU gear, black pants, gray chest armor over a sleeveless black shirt, and a katana on their back. On his hip was a weapons holster, and a white mask with a broken left side. What set this person apart was his hair, which was gray and gravity-defying. His left eye was covered with a part of his forehead protector, and the whole bottom of his face was covered by a black cloth mask. Kakashi, Minato smiled at the welcomed interruption. How many times have I told you to call me Minato? Ha ha ha, sorry about that. Kakashi I smiled and scratched the back of his head. What are you doing here, Kakashi? Kushina asked with a smile, although it had a threatening tone. Why did you come at the point where I was asking my husband something important? Oh, Kushina-sama. I'm sorry for bothering, but I'm here on to ask Minato-sensei about something. The Cyclops then turned to his former teacher. What is it that you need, Kakashi? Minato smiled. I was just wondering, who will you take to Kumo when our genin make it to the third round? Oh, about that, do you mind if we discuss this back at the tower? Minato placed Yuri in the crib nearby them and gave Kushina a kiss on the cheek. I'll see you later, Kushina. He then looked at Kakashi. Let's go. When they left, Kushina furrowed her brows before looking at the girl in her arms. Should we go talk to Tsunade? Kushina asked the mini version in her arms. Tsubaki made some gurgling noise and Kushina smiled. Okay, let's go. Let's get the crib and put you along with Yuri and talk to her. Team 9, Naruto, Itachi and Yuga had all went back to the ramen stand and began to look for what they needed. Naruto and the rest of them scanned the entire stall with a piece of paper. They were surprised when they found some ink blot on Naruto's seat. The word appeared on the first blank spot on the piece of paper. Well, that's just freaking great, Naruto groaned. That doesn't help us in any way whatsoever. At least we found one part, and that was only within the first hour, Itachi answered. Yuga nodded her head and then turned to Naruto. How are you doing, Naruto? She asked. Are you still holding up? Yeah, it's just hard to sort through who all these people are. I can only make out shapes, Naruto replied. Although, it seems like our guests know where we are. 2 people just entered my field and will be on us within the next few minutes. Damn, Itachi cursed. I thought we'd have more time. Should we fight them or run? We should run, Naruto replied. I agree, Yuga stated. Do you still have the paper, Naruto? Itachi asked as he looked at them. The blonde nodded. Good, let's meet up back at the designated meeting spot for us. Yuga and Itachi ran out of the room and jumped from roof to roof, leaving Naruto alone as he came out of the room. Naruto's eyes locked onto the 2 people who dropped in on them. They were in civilian clothes, but had forehead protectors on them. Seems like the other 2 left the blonde boy alone. One of the Chunin smirked. Yeah, that's right. Well, it makes it easier for us, the other one shot back. Oh? Naruto asked. I didn't know you guys took this seriously enough to take care of a kid like me alone. Of course we are taking you seriously. We are getting paid AC class mission rate for this after all. Oh? AC class mission? How many of those have you done yet? 3? 4? Shut up, brat. Our group has done 7. Sadly, our 3rd member is sick right now, so he can't help us. Oh, my 7 C rank missions! Naruto gasped in mock shock. Want to know how many C rank missions I've done? I've done 8. That doesn't mean anything, one of the Kumo ninjas replied. You can how good a ninja is by how many missions they have done. This caused Naruto to smirk. I could guess what kind of ninjas you are. Crappy ones? What do you mean? You can't even tell when a clone is standing in front of you instead of the real thing. Naruto then poofed in a cloud of smoke. What? Both men shouted in unison. He was a clone all the time. Why didn't you notice? Why didn't I notice? Why didn't you notice? The 2 started to argue as they went away. From out of a dark alley Naruto walked out. Stupid idiots, the blonde sighed. Reaching into his pocket he popped in a chakra pill. Damn, a Kage Bunshin and Haruka's Miyabi drained me like hell. Now to meet up at the training field we met A and Killer B at. A few minutes later, Naruto appeared next to Itachi who was frowning. Yuga was frowning too. So no luck? Naruto asked. No, Naruto answered. Those Chunins weren't all that smart either. Couldn't even tell a clone from the real thing. So you lost them? Yuga asked. The blonde nodded. Good, because we couldn't find the clue in this area. Are you sure? Yeah, we checked it everywhere. Itachi then closed his eyes before speaking again. They said the ink blots will be in the first place we visited, right? Itachi asked. Yeah, Yuga replied. Since we visited the ramen stand, we know that was one of the areas we visited. Right, but you have to remember where we actually stopped by first. Which was where again? What are you saying? Naruto asked confusedly. I mean, other than the ramen stand, the only place we have been to our hotel and the toll booth. Naruto stopped talking when he understood what Itachi was insinuating. You mean those are the places they can be at? Itachi nodded. So let's go there then. The group ran towards their hotel. As they did, Naruto whispered, Someone is following us. Just as he said, a person landed in front of them. The entire group tensed when they saw the person who appeared in front of them. He was wearing Jounin gear, but what set him apart from other Jounin was the fact that he had a white porcelain mask in the shape of a cow on it. What is an ANBU member doing here? I am here to stop you, the Kumo ANBU replied. So now give me the paper, and you won't have to be hurt. Itachi looked at Naruto and nodded. Yugao-san, please hurry up and get to the places to get where the ink is, Itachi stated. But Itachi-san, Yugao tried to protest. Go! Naruto shouted. Itachi and I can hold him off for a bit. But he's an umbu. We know that, Itachi replied. Look, we don't have much time, but you can get the ink blots for the paper. So hurry. The purple-haired girl looked at both of them, noticing that they were determined and that they wouldn't budge. Yugao nodded and tried to run past the ANBU member, but he stepped in front of her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? The ANBU was interrupted as both Naruto and Itachi tried to kick him in the face. The ANBU dodged to the right, but it allowed Yugao enough time to escape. Damn! Get back here! The ANBU shouted. He was about to run after her when a kunai was about to get him. His hand caught it. You think that this would stop me? Now, but the thing on it might, Naruto smirked. The ANBU reacted fast enough and threw the blade to the side where it exploded. Well then, it seems like I'll have to beat a lesson into you two boys. The ANBU cracked his knuckles. We just have a question for you before we do anything else, Itachi stated. And what is it? Why are you, an ANBU, participating in something like? We only thought that Chunins were going to be involved in this. Oh, that, let's just say we know of a certain. Bet, I see. Itachi cracked his neck this time. Naruto, we have a few hours to keep him busy and for Yugao to find the paper. You know we won't win, right? The blonde retorted. I know, but we don't have to beat him. Naruto chuckled before cracking his own neck. Well, let's do this. With Yugao. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yugao muttered as she rifled through their hotel room, placing the paper in front of almost every piece of furniture she could see. Come on, where are you? I need to find you so the boys don't get hurt. She flung pillows away from the bed. Not finding any sort of ink blot, she moved on to the table set, placing the piece of paper on everything she can. She then put the paper in front of the book Itachi was reading the night before. When she did that, she saw the word greatest appearing on the second line. This is great. Yugao let out a sigh of relief. I just need to find the one in the toll booth. She then turned around and left the room. As she exited the hotel itself, she came to a stop when she saw the two Chunin that were at the ramen stand. Hand over the paper, girlie. One of them smiled at her. Naruto and Itachi. Naruto was punched into a tree as he blocked the attack from the ANBU. Kami, that hurt, Naruto cursed. It should, the ANBU smirked under his mask. You are nothing compared to me. Naruto coughed before standing up again. I know you're holding back, but that punch was like a freaking love tap from my bachan. The ANBU was about to respond, but ducked a kick aimed at his head from Itachi. The ANBU then punched Itachi as he stood up. I have to say you guys are pretty good. For a bunch of 7-year-olds, I mean. Although I think it's time to stop playing around. The ANB walked closer to them. My superiors told me not to kill you or physically cripple you in any way, but I think a sound beating is good enough for you, the likes of you two. You should really stop underestimating us, Itachi replied. Why should I take you as seriously as I take all my other missions? You guys are only 7-year-old genin after all? That's right, but you forget, we're good enough to be in the Chunin exams, Naruto said as he stood up and prepared for another attack. That doesn't mean anything. From the looks of things, you guys made a bad choice in fighting me. If this were a real mission, you'd be dead and I'd be after your third teammate. That shows terrible decision making that is required for being Chunins. Ha ha ha, he thinks we're that stupid, Naruto laughed. You see this guy Itachi? This guy is acting rather high and mighty. Are all Kumo ninja like this? I don't know Naruto, but Kumo ANBU-san, Itachi replied as he looked at the ANBU. You have already failed your mission. What do you mean? All I have to do is disqualify you for me to complete it, and here you are. All I have to do is cripple you, the cow Chunin told them. Naruto and Itachi started to chuckle. What's so funny? Slowly their chuckles became full-blown laughter. What are you two laughing at? Don't you get it? Your chances of winning are over. You won't be able to become Chunin. It's not over for us, Naruto replied as he calmed down. Although it may be over for you, Itachi continued to talk. Not only did you fail your mission and let us get away, you beat up 2 Kumo ninja. So more or less you're fired. What are you talking about? The ANBU growled. The 2 boys smiled before putting their hands together and shouting Kai. A plume of smoke covered them, and from out of the smoke fell 2 beaten bodies. To be more specific, 2 beaten bodies of the Chunin sent after Team 9. What? With Yuga. Yuga was about to attack the 2 Kumo Chunin before the one who didn't have their hand out smacked the other one on the head. Idiot, drop the act, the ninja said. Fine, Itachi. The one with his hand out grunted before he transformed into Naruto. The one next to him turned into Itachi. Naruto-san? Itachi-san? Yuga asked confused. But I thought. Weren't you guys back there? Look, we'll explain on the way. But for now let's get a move on, Itachi said as they ran towards the toll booth. How are you two here? The purple-haired girl asked. We were always here, Naruto replied as they kept running. We were always watching what was happening. What do you mean? What Naruto is trying to say is we never left your side, Itachi explained. The entire time we were watching you from afar. Huh, you see Yuga-san, Itachi continued. From the moment you woke up from your nap to the ramen stand incident, we were never with you. Then who are those with me? Hinged shadow clones, Naruto revealed. They got to the toll booth at the moment, and hurriedly looked for the ink blot somewhere there. The Kumo ninjas did nothing to stop them. It only took a moment, for they found it when the paper had passed over a copy of Yugao's identifications. The word ramen appeared on it. Oh, you have to be kidding me. The greatest ramen stand. We went there at the very beginning. Itachi groaned in annoyance while Yuga was still confused. Wait, tell me what happened. I'm still confused, the purple-haired girl stated. They had then ran towards the ramen stand they were at in the very beginning. Look, I'll tell you the extremely short version. You fell asleep. Naruto and I made a plan. Naruto made clones that look like us. You went to the exam place with clones while we tailed you. Are you with me so far? Itachi asked. Yuga nodded to respond. While we were tailing you, we saw a pair of Chunins following you. We knocked them out, hinged them and put a genjutsu on them while they were still asleep. We made them think they were us. So during the ramen stand incident, we switched off the clones with the hinged people. So to be perfectly honest, we were never with you, and were hiding in the shadows. You guys didn't tell me this plan, why? Yuga asked hurt. For it to work, we had to make you believe that we were still there, Naruto told her. I really didn't want to do this, but it was just an extra precaution to make sure we didn't mess up. But you guys could have told me something at least. Look, Itachi said as he put his hand on the girl's shoulder. Yuga-san, we are a team here. What Naruto and I did was not a good thing to do in a team. However, we knew it would have led to a failure if we did tell you. If it makes you feel any better, I'll let you beat up Naruto after the test today. Yeah. Wait, what? Naruto asked surprised. Yuga was silent, and both boys knew she was mad at them. Before they could speak, the girl beat them to it. Fine, I agree with what you are saying. But next time, you will include me in all your plans, got it? Yuga told them. Or else I'll tell Mikoto-sensei your little secret. What secret? Both boys asked in worry. I'll tell her that Itachi-san has a crush on Hyuga from our village and that Naruto-san was the one who replaced the sugar with salt when she tried to drink tea, the purple-haired girl threatened. Both boys stopped in their tracks, eyes wide, as they looked at her. You wouldn't dare. I would. So do we have an agreement, boys? Both boys nodded their heads and Yuga smiled at them. Good, and it looks like we are here. The two boys looked up and found themselves at the same place they ate lunch on the first day. The store was called the Greatest Ramen Stand. They walked in and was greeted by the same vendor from the day before. Ah, it's you three! He shouted. Is the blonde one here to eat me out of house and home again? They didn't respond, save for Itachi showing him the piece of paper. The vendor looked at it for a moment before smiling. Ha ha! I didn't think you three would end up at my store for the first part of the exams. From under the counter the vendor produced a forehead protector and placed it on his forehead. How come you sell ramen even though you are a ninja? Naruto asked. Not that I mind really since, well, I love ramen. I'm just curious. A second job is fun and all, plus I just love to make ramen, the vendor/jounin replied. But this is not about me but you. The ramen vending ninja smiled at them. Congratulations. You have passed the first part of the Chunin exams. The trio smiled. Alright. Naruto jumped up into the air. Thank goodness, Yuga sighed. Itachi smirked. The trio turned to the ramen vendor and bowed. Thank you. You're welcome, kids, he told them. Now in 2 days go back to where the first exams was explained for the second test. The man produced a trio of wristbands and gave it to them. Wear these when you do, it will show them that you have passed the first exam, and don't worry, no one can steal them, since when you put them on, an array of seals will activate and bind them to your arms. Team 9 nodded and put them on. The wristband glowed for a few seconds before dying out. Okay, you kids can go rest. Thanks again, Ramen Ninja Dude. Naruto smirked. I'll be back in a few days for more food. Team 9 walked away. Good luck with the exams then, kids. Shouted after them, with A and Killer B. So the blonde brat's team passed, huh? A laugh to himself as he looked at the roster of teams that passed. He was sort of happy that Naruto's group had made it through the first round, seeing as the council was trying their hardest to cheat him a victory. His eyes trailed down and smiled. So did Daru's and the Nibby's team. Her name is not Nibby, but Yujito, be wrapped. Try to keep that in your mind, bro. I know that. What I want to know is how 2 Genin boys managed to knock out 2 Chunins twice their age. Well, you see, when I asked the Chunin on what went down, they were making a frown. B started to do a jig, and it irritated A bit. One was like, we were ready to spring the attack. Then the other said, but those 2 boys snuck up on our backs. They got hit on the back of their neck, and it must have been painful as heck. When they came to, they were beaten up by the ANBU. At the hospital they told me that they couldn't remember anything before it went black and that their memories were all out of whack. I see. Swiveled his chair to look out into the village he controlled. So they said they were overpowered by both of them, and that a genjutsu was placed on them. Right, bro, just how strong are those 2 boys to be able to do that? A murmured, so the brat made it to the second stage, Tsunade said with a smirk. Next to her Shizen was frowning and Jiraiya was laughing his ass off. Of course he did. He was trained by me after all. The Toad Sage boasted. Tsunade then whacked him on the back of his head. You barely train him. Most of the time he's training on his own or with Itachi. Refining his own skills, the Slug Princess told him. Heck, most of the time you are with him is tell him to focus his chakra and to eat right. Hey! I'm just preparing him to start training in the ways of being a sage. You want to take him as an apprentice? Shizen asked, surprised. Yeah, I want to teach him my ways. Although, I'll probably wait until he's at least a jounin to start doing so. You better wait. Give him more time to grow up at least, Tsunade scolded him. She then looked over at the clock. She's running late, that girl. What are you talking about, Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked. Oh, I forgot to tell you too, but yesterday I had a visitor. A visitor, you say? Jiraiya quirked an eyebrow. Who would this be? Kushina. What? Both Jiraiya and Shizen shouted. She visited me yesterday, asking questions. Flashback. Tsunade was sitting in the kitchen drinking some coffee. She had taken the day off from the hospital that day and left Shizen to practice her skills. She was just resting when she heard a knock on the door. Walking to it, she opened the door. Good morning, Tsunade-sama, how are you today? Kushina greeted as Tsunade opened the door. Alongside her were her 2 daughters in a carriage. Kushina. Tsunade gasped. What are you doing here? I came here to talk about a person. May we come in? Tsunade nodded her head and moved aside. Kushina walked and brought the stroller as well. Do you mind if I unseal their crib? No, not at all, Tsunade answered, even though she was surprised seeing the woman there. Are you okay, Tsunade-sama? The red-haired woman asked as she unrolled a scroll and unsealed the crib from it. Gently placing both baby girls into the crib next to the sofa, Kushina sat down and looked at Tsunade, remembering that she hasn't answered yet. I'm fine, it's just that I'm surprised you're here. I mean, we rarely get to talk to each other nowadays. You're taking care of Yuri and Tsubaki there almost all the time, and you're almost always in the hospital, Kushina teased. Tsunade rolled her eyes and looked at Kushina. What are you doing here? The blonde asked. It's not every day you visit someone like me. I'm here to ask you a few questions actually. What about the boy living with you? I want to know about him, Kushina admitted. I wanted to talk to you about Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade's eyes widened when she heard that. Why do you want to know about him? Tsunade asked, looking suspiciously at her guest. Minato and I were having a conversation and he came up. For some odd reason, he keeps trying to avoid the topic altogether. Like he doesn't want anything to do with him. I see. Closing her eyes, Tsunade shook her head and giving out a sigh. To be honest, you should talk to him, and not me. He is the one you want to find out about, right? Kushina nodded. Then you should go talk to him. Although, he is at the Chunin exams right now. I know that, that is why I came to ask you. I mean, he does spend a lot of time with you, right? The red-haired woman asked. He spends more time with Shizen and the uchihas than he does with me, Tsunade told her. Sadly, both of the uchihas that know him the best are with him in the exams, and Shizen is privy about her friendship with Naruto. I think she has a crush on him, even though she is a decade older than himself. That's odd. Kushina frowned. It is, but she won't say it. I mean, who would say they have a crush on a 7-year-old? Tsunade chuckled. I see. So are you going to tell me about Naruto? I'll tell you about him, but only the basics about him. The rest you have to ask him personally. Flashback end. Why did she come of all times to talk about him now? Jiraiya asked after hearing the story. Why 2 years? I think it's because Naruto is interacting more with Minato through the course of missions, Tsunade explained. You know how sometimes the teams have to report to the Hokage himself for some certain missions? Shizen and the Toad Sage nodded. Well, I know Minato wants to spend as much time as possible with his kids, and Kushina brings them, so I think the reason she's seeing him more. That, and I think the fact that another Uzumaki, that is not part of her family, is in Konoha, is having her worried. I see, Shizen stated before her eyes widened in recognizing something said in the story. Hey! I do not have a crush on Naruto. If you're denying it, it just makes it more suspicious. Tsunade smirked. So you are a pedophile, Tsunade-sama? Shizen shrieked. Jiraiya, who was forgotten in the moment, was writing something down in a black book. An older woman, who the hero thinks of as a sister, holds more than sisterly affection for said hero. I'm going to use this as my new story plot, the pervert thought. I think Naruto will give me better story ideas as he grows up. More so than Minato. Team 9. It was 2 days after the first test, and Team 9 found themselves back in the same room. Since they got there a lot earlier than the previous time, they decided to just sit down. When they got to the door, they showed the Jounin their wrists with the bands on them. The Jounin had let them in and saw that other than Yujito's group, and the group from IWA, they were some of the first ones there, so they just sat there spending their time doing nothing, while waiting for every other team to appear. Rather, they tried to, but someone decided to bother them. I see you guys made it past the first round, a female voice said. Looking to their left, Yujito was standing there, with the rest of her team standing a few feet away. Why wouldn't we have made it through the first round? Naruto asked. I mean, you and your kids are here too. It's because we are some of the best Kumo has to offer. I'm not sure if I could say the same about you and Konoha. You can think whatever you want, Itachi answered as he looked towards the front of the room. All that matters is that we are here. Other than that, all I can say is that all we can do is move forward. Good words, Itachi, Naruto smirked. So you can tell your little group to watch out for us. For we will get the better of you guys. Yujito glared and then walked back to her group. Team Kumo, what were you doing over there? The dark-skinned boy drawled at Yujito as she came back. Yujito looked at him with a slight glare. It's nothing, Daru, Yujito mumbled. I hear she had met up with them before this too, the other boy on their team stated. Oh? Is that true, see? Derry asked. Yeah, apparently they had met at the ramen stand where those kids passed on the test 2 days ago. Did any Jounin from our place see how they acted throughout the first test? To answer Derry's question, C shook his head. Apparently they didn't do any of the fighting. One of them placed a genjutsu on the Chunins going after them and had them go out and make other people believe that they were the kids from Konoha. Well, at least that is what I heard from A-sama, C explained. I see. Do you know anything about them, Yujito? Derry asked, looking at the older girl. One of them smells like a cat, Yujito stated. The blonde one. He said a lion licked him one day and for some reason I could smell it. That is odd. But will come in handy if we are going to have to find them. See, what else do you know about them? The other male in their group, from what I've gathered, his name is Itachi. From what we know of other villages, the symbol he wears on the back of his shirt is none other than the Uchiha fan symbol. So that means we area against an Uchiha, C informed the other two. Yujito and Derry stiffened a bit. Do you know if he has the Sharingan yet? Yujito asked. Not sure. Again, they didn't fight during the first exams against the Chunins that were sent after them. Just like us, huh? That makes this kind of dull, Derry mumbled. He then looked over at Team 9. They make an interesting group. What do you know about the female in their group? Nothing, to be honest. How about the skills of the blonde? Nothing. Damn that dull, Derry sighed. Although, this is going to be an interesting match then. Team 9. All I'm saying is that we're going to eat steak after this test, Naruto frowned. And I'm saying that we're going to eat at that soba place, Yuga beat us. Cold noodles are better than steak. Steak is better. Soba, steak, soba. Itachi, what do you think we should eat? They both asked their third teammate. Buffet. Itachi drawled out. That got the other two to stop arguing. Well, that makes sense, right? Yuga said to Naruto. I agree. We all get what we want," the blonde stated. He then smirked. "Since Itachi suggested it, I say he pays for it." "What?" Itachi shouted. Seconded, Yuga smiled. Itachi began to mumble to himself, cursing himself for even suggesting the idea to the two. Team IWA. "So what do you think of the brat over?" asked a black-haired teen. If one were compare his height, he was about twice as tall as Naruto. He had on a dark purple kimono top and black pants. His right arm and shoulders were exposed, but there were several bandages covering his chest. On his back was a large blade, and his hair was about as long as he was tall. "Which one, Iru?" a shorter male asked. He had red hair, just about as long as he is tall too. He was wearing a yellow shirt and a black shorts. On his legs were some bandages, seemingly red with blood. He wore his forehead protector around his head, and it covered his right eye. Across his back was a staff. "The blonde one from Konoha, Yura," Iru supplied. "He looks suspiciously like the fourth Hokage, doesn't he?" Yura squinted and looked at Naruto before gasping. "He does, doesn't he?" Yura then turned to the last member of his group. Dara. "Do you think he looks like the Yondaime?" "He actually does," Dara replied. He was the other kid in the tournament, the one Itachi had noticed on the first day. "I didn't know that the Hokage had a kid." "I did, but from what I heard, it was only 2 years ago and that they are girls," Ira mumbled. "Do you think that blonde has any relations to the Hokage in any way? Looking like him makes him suspicious," Dara stated. "If anything, we can tell the Setsukage about this later, but for now we should focus on the test. This is a great place to show my art to the world." "You and your art," Yura sighed. "I still don't see how they agreed to train you already for the Blast Corps even though you are only 6. "I'm just great, Team 9. "Why do they keep staring at us?" Yuga asked her teammates. Naruto and Itachi looked around and saw that every team was looking around the room, but the fact that the remaining Konoha teams, the Kumo teams, and the IWA teams were all looking their way. "It's rather obvious, isn't it?" Itachi whispered, only looking ahead. "Kumo is staring this way because it is likely that the bet between our idiot over here and Asan has reached the ears of the council and want us to fail. Iwa's reasons are obvious too," Naruto continued as he leaned back and stared at the ceiling. "I, for some reason, remind them of the one who had shamed them during the Third Ninja War, the Yondaime Hokage." When he said that, Yuga finally noticed it. Even after 2 months with being with them, for some reason she couldn't make the connection. "You do look like the Hokage," the purple-haired girl whispered. "Why?" Naruto looked at her with a sad smile before looking up again. "That is a story you'll hear after these exams. I promise you that much, Yuga-senpai." Turning to Itachi, she asked him if he knew what he was talking about with just a look. "I already know of Naruto's secret. We basically grew up together, so that much is obvious. Again, you will be told at the end of the exams, since by then Naruto will be able to speak to you without problems occurring." "What?" "I'll tell you at the end of the exams because there is a chance where I will no longer be part of Konoha anymore, and their laws won't apply to me," Naruto stated. Yuga wanted to continue but was interrupted by a loud voice. "All right, kiddies, can I have your attention, please?" A loud, cheerful voice shouted. Naruto and the group had to cover their ears as they looked up to see who the heck was talking. At the front of the room was none other than Sait smiling at them. "It is nice to see you all here. I'm glad to see that more than a few of you had made it through the easy first round. You weren't much of a proctor, you know," Naruto shouted from his place. "I know that. It was part of my job to oversee the ninjas working for us to catch you." She then smiled at everyone. "As you may know that this part of the exams had required you to get a wristband from the Jounin you met with, correct?" Multiple heads nodded to confirm it. "Now those will be a big part of the second exam. Those bands will act like watches for this next exam." "What is this exam you keep telling us about, Dara asked from the background. "It will be called the Key Battles," Sait exclaimed. "Key Battles?" Yujito mumbled. "That's right, Key Battles." Sait then produced a key from somewhere on her body before showing it to the rest of the testers. Keys similar to this one have been placed in various spots all over the mountainous areas near Kumo. Just like the paper in the previous exams, these will guide you towards a set of keys your group needs to find. The wristbands have been inscribed with various seals to show a map if you focus some chakra into it. The map will show you the locations of several nearby keys, as well as a way to get back to Kumo. Now the whole point of this test is to get a key and unlock those wristbands of yours. When you do, a Jounin will appear to take you back to Kumo. "So this is like an item finding test?" Yuga asked. "Oh, it's more than. It's called the Key Battles for a reason. There are only 11 hidden keys in all, meaning that the current 24 teams will be cut down by more than half. That's a lot of people going to be out." Some Konoha genin shouted from the back. "Of course it is. We need to cut down on all the slackers attending this thing after all." This will take place outside of Kumo just as I had said, in the mountainside. There will be a ring enclosing the area in which all of you will be competing in, and several jounins making sure you don't leave the area by accident. Also there is a 5-day time limit. If you don't find a key in 5 days you are immediately disqualified. So will you all follow me towards the designated area? She got up and started to walk out of the room, with A and Killer B. So the second part of the exam started? A asked a Kumo Chunin kneeling before him. Hi Reikage-sama, the Chunin replied with his head hung low. I see you are dismissed. The Chunin nodded his head and walked out the door. A sat alone, with the outside of his window rapping about how awesome he was. I really had hoped the council would not do anything to hinder the exams, but with them finding out about our bet it will be harder to do things now. I don't want to win unfairly, but I will need to butt in now. You know A, B stated as he popped his head through the window. I didn't know you were up for fair play. I'm usually not, A mumbled. This time is different. This time my life is on the line and I'm actually intrigued by what the boy will do in the next few days. Are you worried you might die? Don't worry cause I don't think Naruto is that kind of guy. Why do you think that? It's because he likes to rhyme like me. And you know you can trust Killer B. Oh yeah. A groaned in despair at the continuous rapping. I hope you don't mind but I'm going to ignore that. And while I do trust you, I don't trust that Naruto kid. At least not enough to entrust my life with him. In Konoha. So Fu, Torian and Dara had made it to the second exams? An elderly voice asked. Hi Danzo-sama. A man with a black raincoat with a white porcelain mask in the shape of the face of a rabbit replied emotionlessly. Very good, the elderly man replied. Stepping out of the shadows was a man who looked to be about in his late 60s. His hair was still black, but it was mostly covered up by bandages. In fact, most of his face was covered up by bandages. From his forehead and his right eye were covered by it. He wore a white top and black shinobi pants. His entire right side of the body was covered by some odd ceremonial gown that was red and black. On his chin was cross-shaped scar. His left eye stared at the ninja in front of him before asking something else. What news do you have on Mikoto Uchiha's team? Team 9 as they are called have advanced into the second exam as well Danzo-sama. Unfortunately our spies were not able to get any information about what had happened during the first exam. They were not able to gather information on the kids? Hi. It seems that the boys, Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, were able to completely stay off the radar during the exam. I see, that is sad. I will have to retrain them to make them better in their job then. Any other information on that team? Danzo said sternly. There was a rumor going on about them going on in the Council of Kumo that our spies have been able to hear. Explain. It seems that the Uzumaki boy has made a bet with the current Reikage. What sort of bet? The Reikage has agreed to teach the boy how to use the legendary lightning armor jutsu if the boy manages to get to the finals of the Chunin exams. Now that had Danzo interested. The technique that only Reikages are supposed to know? The ninja in front of him nodded. What happens if the boy loses? He will give to Kumo an Uzumaki. An Uzumaki who can bind and control Jinchuriki. Do you mean that he is willing to give up Kushina Namikaze to Kumo? One of the girls maybe? Danzo asked, still intrigued. No sir. From what we have gathered, it seems that he is offering himself up to Kumo. Danzo remained silent for a time, with his ninja still kneeling before him. Turning his back to the ninja, Danzo gave out his order. Have Torian, Fu and Dara help out Team 9. We need that team to win at all costs. And you are dismissed. Hi Danzo-sama. The ninja nodded his head before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Danzo walked down a hall into a room, his own office. It was bare of many things, for all it had was a desk and a bookshelf. Sitting down in his chair Danzo began to think. Naruto Uzumaki, surrogate grandson to Hiruzen, the surrogate son of two Sannin, and the long-forgotten son of the current Hokage. He is either hard-headed beyond all belief or very confident in his abilities. If his test results during the previous results and missions, it must be the latter. Also, if what he is offering to Kumo is true, he will be able to tame the Jinchuriki. Then if he can learn the jutsu of the Reikage, he will be strong and a major asset to Konoha. Using his left hand Danzo rubbed his chin. Knowing Hiruzen, he probably made sure the boy would know about Root and make sure he wouldn't join. But still, as long as the boy doesn't get lost to Kumo, he will become one of the greatest assets to Konoha in history. They must not fail. With Minato. I see, thank you Tora, Minato told a ninja kneeling in front of him. It was my job Hokage-sama, the man replied. This man looked just like the one talking to Danzo but several difference. He was wearing a white coat instead of black, he had a tiger mask instead of a rabbit. Also this person had emotion in his voice and wasn't devoid of it. Thank you, you are dismissed Tora. The one known as Tora nodded and actually walked out the door instead of using a shunshin. Minato sat there for a moment and then frowned. Naruto is much better than I thought. However, he still needs to fail. He must fail. What do you mean by that? A voice asked. What do you need, Jiraiya-sensei? Minato asked aloud. It was still for a few moments before the sound of wood meeting stone was heard. Looking over to the window, Minato saw the Toad Sage standing there. Well, I came here to greet my one and favorite disciple, but then I hear this. Jiraiya glared at the Hokage. Now, what do you mean that Naruto must fail? It is nothing. The blonde tried to avoid the subject. It is not nothing. I have the right to be worried when one of my students wants his own son, my godson, to fail the Chunin exams. He is not my son. Not anymore. Why are you so rough on Naruto? Why do you hate him? Because he will ruin my life. Minato shouted, his face full of rage. Jiraiya, on the other hand, looked extremely confused. What do you mean that he will ruin your life? The Toad Sage asked. Minato's eyes widened, before he cursed under his breath. The Hokage knew he wouldn't be able to escape from this situation, and that Jiraiya was not weak enough for a seal to work on him. Taking his time, Minato let out a sigh before speaking. Jiraiya-sensei, please have a seat. I have something to tell you about. Jiraiya did just that, waiting for Minato to speak. The day after the Kyuubi attack, the day after you came with the prophecy, the toads have came to me with a message. Message? Jiraiya repeated. Yes, a message that contained a prophecy that concerned me. What did it say? That in a little over a decade my life would be ruined. Minato gulped down the saliva that was caught in his throat as he spoke, since he was the only one who knew about this. It was a hard subject to tell anyone. All my friends, my family, and the rest of the village will come to dislike me. Not only that, but my title of Hokage will be taken from me as well. Although that last part was not clear who will take it. And you think it is Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Minato nodded. That is some total bullshit. How the hell do you think it will be Naruto that will ruin your life? How do you know that it is him that will do this to you? That prophecy was vague enough for it to be anybody. I know it will be Naruto, but you didn't let me finish to explain. The blond man sighed, feeling as if the weight of the world on his shoulders. The prophecy gave a small description of what the person would look like. It will be a person with my hair and my eyes who will do this to me. There is no one else I know of that looks like me, so it only leaves one person. Naruto, Jiraiya finished. The two were quiet before Jiraiya spoke again. You do know that by doing what you have done to Naruto you may have already started him on that path you are afraid of. He may hate you because of this. He won't hate me. From the looks of things he seems perfectly fine and happy. Minato replied. Although he seems mad at some points, especially when he sees me. And you don't think he'll hate you through your actions? No, not at all, Mikoto. It has only been 4 hours since the second exam started, 4 hours since she last saw her kids off for the exams. 3 hours since they were told to wait, and Mikoto was surprised at her team. She was already summoned to the area where they were, their wristbands were off and a key was in their hands. It was safe to say that she was stunned. They stood there with a smirk on their faces, even Itachi had one, as they looked at her. She was worried about what would happen to them at the beginning of the exams, especially with the whispers coming from the other Konoha-jounin senseis. They had all been talking amongst themselves, forgetting that she was in the room. She heard that most of the teams from Konoha were gunning for her team for some unknown reason. She was worried for their safety, but she didn't have to be. Again, standing before her was her team, perfectly fine. If you count the small amount of bruises, cuts and dirt on them, fine. What happened to you three? She asked gobsmacked. She knew they were strong, she was there when they trained with each other. But she didn't know how strong they were since the three would train together outside of their usual meetings with each other. Found a key, fought some genin, got dirty, waiting in this exam hall for the next 4 days to wait for the rest of the people to arrive, Itachi stated. We'll see you later, Oka-san. Naruto, Yuga and I we're just allowed to greet you. For the rest of the week we aren't allowed to speak to you. The trio turned around to leave, but Naruto and Yuga gave her a tired wave before leaving. That left Mikoto even more confused. Just how strong are those kids now? Within the testing grounds same time, Yujito, Derry and C had arrived at the epicenter of a battlefield. At the start of the test, they were dropped down in a random place by Sait and a couple of Jounin. They had found that the wristbands did show a map when they channeled some chakra into it, with the person wearing the bands marked as a triangle and keys represented as dots. The downside was that there was no real indication as to how far the keys really were. They had found that they were far away from several keys and decided to run in a certain direction. After a few minutes of running, they had witnessed several battles along the way, but they were all far away from the keys. Within 4 hours, they had avoided most fights they had come across since all of them were still looking for keys. They were heading to the south towards a key when suddenly went out. Where they arrived caused them to look confused. The land was burnt, several long cuts were in the surrounding forests and mountainsides, and there were some upturned boulders here and there. What happened here? Yujito asked. I don't know, but it looks like there was a big battle, C replied looking around. Derry, what do you think? We just must have missed the fight, and whoever won had gotten the key, the dark-skinned boy answered. The group then heard a groan coming from somewhere, and they followed it. A few minutes later they found a group of 6 Konoha genin tending their wounds. What happened to you guys? The 6 reacted at the words and were wearing fear on their faces. Looking at them, they were not ready for another fight. Don't worry, we won't harm you seeing as there is no key nearby, C told them. The genin looked at each other before calming down a bit. So tell us what happened to you guys. A male genin looked around, before he licked his dry lips to wet them. We were beaten badly, the genin answered. Our teams met up, and decided to ambush another team. A team our leader wanted to eliminate from the tournament. But it turned out bad. We couldn't even handle the situation. Care to explain? Yujito asked with a raised eyebrow. We had ambushed them, a group of 1 girl and 2 kids, from Konoha. We jumped them from the bushes, and whatnot. But there was snag. The boy swallowed. It was like they were expecting us. The 3 we jumped were just Kage bunshins that were hinged. After the failed ambush, a heavy wind blew us away from each other. Then boy the uchiha came out of nowhere and separated us even more, by putting a fire in between us and our groups. Then the girl, she knew some Doton jutsu and made a wall around us to make sure we wouldn't interfere. Then they took us out one by one. The blonde did most of the physical fighting, he even broke one of our members' legs. Derry and them looked over and saw that a girl's leg was in a splint, and winced. He apologized to me before he did it, the girl mumbled. He left me a first aid kit after the fight. She then blushed thinking about him. Now that I think it, he seemed apologetic the entire thing. Makes him kind of cute. So are you telling me that a group of 6 genin were overpowered by 7-year-olds and a girl? Derry asked, almost wincing at the fact that they were in the same boat. They were not just 7-year-olds and a girl, stated the original boys. They were like the perfect team. They watched each other's backs, knew each other's moves. The boys provided long and mid-range help, even close range they were annoying. The girl used a sword, cutting us and keeping us at bay, and provided protection in her use of jutsu. They are just too good. That left Team Kumo silent for a moment. Damn, we better hope that the next round isn't a team battle or every other team will be in trouble, Derry grumbled. After a week passed, all the teams have gathered at the same building as they were in the previous times. Most teams looked worse for wear when they arrived, namely due to the fact that they had survived in the wilderness for more than a few days. Surprisingly enough, not even 11 teams had made it past the second test. Other than Naruto's team, the few other teams that had made it were Team Dara, Team Derry, another team from Konoha and 2 other teams from Kumo. A total of 6 teams only made it. They were all standing in a large empty hall. It was large enough to be considered a training field, with stands and benches far off on the side. What set it apart from other rooms was that the thing benches had large walls separating them from a field in the middle of the room. In front of everyone was A, donning his Reikage outfit, and the various jounins of all the squads. As for the teams, they were all standing in line with their respective teammates. They were all waiting for the Reikage to say something. A cleared his throat before looking at all the teams. Greetings to all of you who have made it this far into our Chunin exams, A greeted them. I am proud to say that all of you have shown remarkable skill in the previous tests to make it this far. Before we continue, however, I would like to explain why we have Chunin exams. Somewhere near the back of the line he heard a groan, followed by the sound of something being hit. Air. As I was saying, these Chunin exams are held twice a year every year to select who would be Chunin. That is what most of you know. There was a collective noise of agreement. However, what you may not know is that there is another reason for these exams. Some people say that it is to build our friendships and make stronger alliances or some bullshit like that, A stated. Several jounin around their sweat dropped when he said that. But the real reason is that this exam is none other than a replacement for wars between us. The hell? What do you mean by that? Dara shouted from his group. As you may know, alliances rise and fall. These allies we have right now may be enemies or were enemies back then. To prevent unnecessary bloodshed amongst the fighting people, several of Kage's back then decided to set up a safer battlefield in which people can fight. Not just for themselves, but for the pride of their nations as well. People would have fought for the land's prestige. Prestige? Yuga repeated with uncertainty. People who watch the third round of the exams will be leaders and influential from many countries who would become later clients to us shinobi, and the leaders of each village will be there to watch each grueling battle. If the people of the country are seen as strong, then they will get more clients. If they are seen as weak, they will lose them. It will also show other nations the force you have. It would be like saying, this is our strength, come at us if you dare. In other words, it's a political message to the other nations. Then why the heck should we risk our lives fighting in these stupid tests then? Dara shouted again. It would be pointless to die here and now. Listen, brat, I growled. The strength of the country is the strength of the village who support it. The strength of that village comes from the shinobi who work there. And that strength is only born through risking your neck in life or death battles. Dara flinched when I shouted that. He then turned to all the groups. These exams were made to show the strength of each country to other people and to show off you, the shinobi, who wield that strength. It's only important because we are risking lives here, and that is why those who came before you, who have fought in the Chunin exams, for this reason. All the occupants were silent before A cleared his throat. Seeing as I have said my piece, I will leave it to your previous proctor. Said. Yes, boss. Said exclaimed cheerfully, jumped in with a smile on her face. This caused, not only the current students, but many of the adults to cringe in the sheer loudness of her voice. She smiled at the kids before clapping her hands together. I'll explain to you the third exam. They would be all one-on-one battles. Oh, thank Kami, Derry mumbled when he heard this. He saw Naruto looking his way with a raised eyebrow before turning back to the proctor. These battles have except you cannot have outside help. Also you must listen to what the proctor says. If I say to stop the match, you must stop the match. She then pouted, as she counted up the number of competitors. However, it seems like there are a bit too many of you here right now. So, we are doing a preliminary round first. There will be 9 battles, cutting this entire turnout by half. She then pointed at a large screen behind the teachers. Your names will appear there to who you should battle. Everyone else would stand behind the enclosed spaces behind the walls, to watch. So now let's see who will fight first. She pressed a switch she took out of her pocket, and aimed it at the screen. Several names flashed through rapidly, not staying on one for more than a second. When the names stopped, 2 were in bright yellow. The fighters in the first match of the preliminaries are Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha against Yura from IWA. Please go to the safety zones with your senseis to watch the match. The 2 fighters please stay on the battlefield. Everyone did as she said, leaving only Naruto, and the red-haired boy with the staff from IWA. The red-haired boy was holding his staff lazily at his side while smirking at the boy that was a head shorter than himself. So I'm against the mini Yandame Hokage, huh? Yura smiled. Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. You got any relationship to him? Who knows? Naruto replied with a shrug and a smile. I think myself as a long relative, but then again with the name Uzumaki, I may be more related to his wife than anyone else. Although, I wish I had the trademark Uzumaki red hair instead of this yellow one. I mean, can you imagine me with red spiked hair? The chicks would dig me. That had everyone's sweat dropping at what he said. Chicks already dig you, stupid! Itachi shouted from the sidelines. Remember your fangirls back home? Don't remind me. Are you two ready? Said asked them with a smile, trying to get back to the matter at hand. Yura nodded his head, but Naruto stopped them. Hey, your name is Yura, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, what do you need? Yura smiled back at Naruto. Well, I want to ask you something. Yura motioned for him to go on. Care to make a little wager? What sort of wager? A simple one really. If I win the bet you give me, let's say 100 raya. If you, I'll give you the same amount. That's pretty minor, don't you think? Yura replied. Fine, 1,000 raya. Sound good? Agreed. What are the rules? Also simple. I bet I can beat you using only 5 techniques. Sidelines. Itachi slammed his head into the head wall. That idiot is going to mess up, Itachi mumbled. He's getting too arrogant, Yuga said. I agree. He is thinking too much of himself, Makoto agreed. No, both of you are wrong, Itachi sighed after rubbing his forehead. The 2 women looked at him. It's not that he's arrogant or anything. It's more likely he'll forget what number he is on. What? The 2 women asked. Mother, you're not there on the weekends when Yuga, Naruto, and I all practice on techniques and the basics. We've gotten far stronger than we were from the beginning of the creation of our group. Yuga-senpai can use her element just like Naruto and I can, still shaky like both of us, but she can use it. I have been building up physically, while Naruto has been taking care of his limited genjutsu knowledge, and Yuga has been learning to use a blade. So you don't know how much stronger we are. He then looked at Yuga. Senpai, what you don't know is that Naruto is far stronger than most give him credit for. Is he stronger than you? Yuga asked. Yes, he is stronger, but I am more skilled, Itachi told them. I have faith Naruto can win this. However, I'm afraid he'll lose this bet since he tends to forget to keep count on anything. Battlefield. Are you serious? You think you will win using only 5 attacks? Yura laughed. No, I don't think I'll win with 5 attacks. I think I'll win with 5 techniques. Naruto smirked at the older kid. Interesting. I accept. Be prepared to lose all your money, mini yandere. So are you two finally ready to begin? Said asked with a raised eyebrow. Both boys nodded. Then. Begin. Naruto jumped back away from the staff-wielding boy, who had pointed his staff at Naruto. Naruto went through 4 hand seals, before shouting his technique. Futon, Harukaze Miyabi. Wind release, spring wind elegance. A tiny gust of wind escaped from his body, and everyone, save for his team, awaited its effects. When nothing happened, Yura looked at him funny. What was that? Yura asked, feeling insulted. It did absolutely nothing, you just wasted a move, eh? If you say so. Naruto then did the come here motion and said, come at me bro, as you wish. Yura rushed forward and thrust his staff at Naruto's body. As it neared, Naruto casually half-turned and it flew past him. You have faster reflexes than I thought. Before Naruto could respond, Yura swung himself sideways to attack Naruto from that position. The IWA ninja was surprised to see Naruto easily predict and dodge the attack, before rolling backwards and away from him. Yura rushed him again, doing various stabbing over and over again, but each move would miss only by an inch. Stop dodging. I don't think so, Naruto replied, jumping back again. He jumped over a sweep at his feet and rolled to the left. Naruto stood up and smiled. I really don't want to be hit by your stick. I didn't know Konoha shinobi were all cowards. Yura shouted as he jumped back. Let's see you dodge this. Without doing any hand seals, Yura slammed his staff into the ground, causing several orbs of the earth to pop out, 9 in total. They then arranged themselves in a diamond-shaped, and floated a bit. The IWA ninja then held the staff oddly. He held one end of the staff in one hand and the other was placed in between his pointer and thumb of the other. Doton, Turikashudo earth release, trick shot. As if he were playing billiards, Yura slammed the end of the staff into the grouped-up orbs. They all scattered in different directions. Some bounced off the floor, others the ceiling and walls, before attacking Naruto. Everyone watched with bated breath as the attack closed in on him. Naruto sighed before closing his eyes. Ha! You giving up, kid? Yura shouted. He was about to continue insulting him, but was surprised to see him dodging all the attacks with his eyes closed. One went near his head, to which he tilted to the side, before crouching then jumping to avoid 2 more. The orbs were crazily flying around him as he kept dodging attack, after attack, after attack. After 2 minutes of a relentless assault of rock orbs, it stopped and Naruto opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked at what had occurred, except for his teammates. How did you manage to avoid all those? With your eyes closed too, who knows? Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. Is that it or can I finally attack? Yura gritted his teeth and slammed his staff in the ground again. Doton, Tsuchi no Kiba. Earth release, Fong of Earth. From behind Naruto, a large earth spike erupted, giving the blonde no time to react. Naruto! Look out! Yuga shouted. The blonde didn't even turn his head as he ran forward, and stopped just in front of Yura, with the other ninja's technique not even touching him. As he stopped in front of Yura, the IWA ninja was surprised when he looked down to see Naruto smirking up at him. The blonde had his right arm cocked back with his left placed on the guy's chest. Since you showed me some good moves, I think I'll do some too to return the favor. Yura gulped, before jumping back, getting his staff ready to block. It still may be incomplete, but... The IWA ninja started to shake in fear for some reason. The smirk on the boy's face was making him feel nervous. I didn't see him during the second or first exam, so I can't say for sure what moves this kid has, and the fact that he looks like the freaking Yandere Hokage doesn't help either. I have to go defensive, Yura thought. Doing the tiger seal, he shouted Doton, Doryu Johiki Earth-style rampart. A small rock wall erupted in front of him, readying him for any attack. He then prepared his staff again and looked to either side and the top of the wall, getting ready for the attack. The first stance, Naruto whispered. He then shot forward, before turning left at the wall and towards the right to see Yura already getting ready to attack. I see you, brat! Yura shouted as he stabbed with his staff again. At the same time, Naruto threw his fist. The first stance, Barakashara Black Shell. Naruto didn't even try to dodge this time, as he plowed forward. When his fist hit the staff, the older boy smirked. The 7-year-old smirked back when his fist connected. The entire staff cracked the moment it met his fist, then it was destroyed. What? The second stance, Bamirian Wingu Vermilion Wing. Naruto spun on his heel before putting one foot in the space between Yura's feet. Before the staff-wielding ninja could do anything, A small gust of wind pushed him back and causing him to stumble. Naruto then rushed forward, while his opponent was still falling. His hands were back in the position they were in before Yura ran back, with his right arm cocked back and his left arm put forward. The third stance, Hawaito dance a white dance. With the speed no 7-year-old should have had, Naruto laid down a flurry of attacks to the ill-prepared shinobi. Kicks and punches landed on Yura's body in several places, and Naruto kept pushing forward with each hit until Yura hit the wall separating him and Team Daru. Yura felt the wind leave his body. Where is this brat getting this power from? The IWA ninja thought. I can't even feel some of my body parts due to his attacks. The fourth stance, Burusatomo. Blue Storm. The IWA ninja closed his eyes and Naruto thrust both arms out with his palms forward. Naruto didn't even touch Yura and they both stood still. After a couple of seconds Naruto put his arms down and walked away. Yura opened his eyes and saw the boy leaving the arena. What do you think you are doing, turning your back on the opponent? Yura shouted. The match is over, I won, Naruto replied. In 5 moves too, but I'm still standing. That last move of yours did nothing. Naruto closed his eyes and shrugged. Whatever you say. As the blonde started walking away, Yura growled under his breath. Don't you dare pity me! He shouted after losing his cool. As he took a step forward, he suddenly felt woozy and dropped to one knee. He held his stomach as he started coughing out blood. Yura then fell to his side and kept coughing out blood. What did you do to me? Yura stuttered, starting to lose his breath. That move I did is a dangerous move. It could kill if I had more power, Naruto admitted. I'm still 7 so it's severely lacking it. Try to not waste your breath, you're going to need it. Also don't forget you owe me 1,000 raya. No matter how hard Yura tried to stand up, he just kept falling and coughing up blood. As Naruto walked to where his team was he heard Sait calling him out as the winner. When he reached the bench where his team was, he saw Itachi looking at him with his Sharingan activated. Already studying the opponent Itachi? You didn't have to show off, you know. By the way, when did you have time to learn something like that? Itachi asked, still looking at Naruto. The blonde smiled back at him before shrugging like he did that entire day. Congratulations, Naruto, Yuga said as the girl hugged her teammate. You did great. You made it to the 3rd round. I guess I didn't I? Thanks, Yuga-senpai. As he was about to return her hug, Mikoto came forward and placed his head in her breast, by accident, when she hugged the 7-year-old. Naruto started to flail his arms around. Mikoto-sama. I can't. Breath. Oh sorry Naruto-kun, Mikoto giggled. I'm just happy one of my students passed. Hee thanks. Naruto then took a seat next to Itachi. The two were silent before speaking. You know what, don't you? Using Haruka's Miyabi you dodged all his attacks without even needing to look. Since you made the dome of air around you small enough, you didn't expend so much chakra unlike the first and second test, where you constantly kept using it to watch out for opponents. However, there was a second reason for using that move. You used the air in the dome to move along you with each of your attacks, Itachi whispered, making sure it was not loud enough for anyone to hear. The first stance interrupts their attacks. With the wind it would be able to cut through even the metal weapons to destroy it. The second stance breaks their balance, making it easier to attack them. With the wind it is easier to do so. Then the third stance breaks their stance, either forcing them to retreat or attack you in turn. The wind is used to empower your movements. Itachi closed his eyes before sighing. The thing is, I couldn't really tell what happened in that last attack. I just saw you thrust forward and the wind, but that is it. I'm surprised though, even with shoddy Futon chakra control, you were able to do that much. That is scary. After seeing it only once, you knew all that already, Naruto smiled. I guess it comes from being my partner. No. On the battlefield, I was near the far wall sitting on a chair. Behind him was B. He had his fingers intertwined as he looked at the paramedics taking Yura away. He then looked towards where Naruto was sitting. His eyes were narrowed as he thought about what Yura said. So I'm against the mini Yandame Hokage, huh? You got any relationship to him? That is what that IWA ninja said, a thought to himself. Now that I think about it, he has the Uzumaki last name yet he has the looks of Minato Namikaze. The Reikage made a hand motion and a Kumo ANBU member appeared. Dig up any information you can on Naruto Uzumaki. I need to know exactly who that kid is. Hi Reikage-sama, the ANBU replied before shunshinaing away. The Reikage then nodded his head towards Sait, who nodded back. Okay, the next pair for the next match will be decided now, Sait cheerfully announced. She pressed a button and the names flashed once again before stopping. Okay, the next match is Itachi Uchiha against Yuga Yuzuki, with Team 9, Yuga gasped, while Itachi frowned and Naruto cursed under his breath. Mikoto looked at her team, and felt sad. Itachi stood up from the bench and passed the wall protecting them from the battlefield. I'm heading out. Yugao-senpai, I'll meet you on the battlefield, Itachi said before standing on center stage. And Mikoto-sensei, what do I do? Yugao asked, confused by the situation. I'm not sure I want to fight Itachi. I can't really what to do, Yugao-shan, Mikoto replied. You should go up there and do what you can, Naruto replied. Both females looked at Naruto. And Naruto? Yugao asked. Just go there and do your best. Whether or not you win shouldn't matter. Remember, you made it past 2 exams of the Chunin exams as a rookie. Whether or not you had help shouldn't matter either. As long as you go up there and do the best you can is all that matters. Yugao looked at him for a moment, before nodding. You're right, Naruto-san, I should just go out there and do my best. Itachi-san is waiting for me after all, the purple-haired girl smiled and stood up. Right, I'm heading out too. The purple-haired girl then passed the wall towards where Itachi was. It was during this time Mikoto looked at Naruto. When did you get so insightful, Naruto-kun? Mikoto asked. Naruto laughed, and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Hehehe, Shursoi and I has been talking to me a lot. Giving me advice as well as some life lessons, Naruto replied using air quotes on life lessons. To be honest, all it was him giving me some talks and philosophy. He's a smart person, you know? He's like my own big brother sometimes. I see. That's good to hear, Naruto-kun, the Uchiha matron replied. On the battlefield, Itachi almost smiled when Yugao met him in the center of the battlefield. It's good to see you didn't run, senpai. He uncrossed his arms. I shouldn't be scared of facing my teammates, and I should give my all in everything I do. So come at me with all you got, Itachi. Interesting, let us begin, shall we? He then looked at Sait and nodded. Are both of you ready to fight? The happy girl asked. Both kids nodded. Then the second match began. Both people stood stock still for a few seconds. They both seemed to tense and do nothing. Team IWA. Man, this is a boring fight, Ira stated. They're just standing there. You don't get it, do you, Ira? HN de Dara hummed. He is an Uchiha. I hear they are amazing with genjutsus. He must be using one on her right now. I wonder how it is like to face off against them. I heard they are some of the strongest in Konoha. Team Derry. That must be an interesting way to be someone, isn't it, Daru? C asked as he watched. An Uchiha using genjutsu to completely dominate a battle. From the looks of things, the girl is suffering in whatever is happening in the genjutsu, Yujito stated. I wonder what is happening in there. Daru drawled out. Although I have to say, we have to be careful. Those two boys, Naruto Uzumaki and Itachi Uchiha, they are dangerous beyond what I expected. Suddenly Yugao dropped to a knee. It seems like it is about to get real. On the battlefield. Stand up, Yugao-senpai. No, Yugao, Itachi stated. You won't win if a simple genjutsu like that would bring you to your knees. Yugao was on her knees, her hands on her head while tears streamed down her face. That was terrible, Yugao stuttered. She then looked into his Sharingan eyes. How can you show me something like that? How can you show me Hayate-kun dying over and over again? You told me to come at you with my best. I did that, Itachi said with a stern voice. If you can break just as easily. I do not think you are ready to be a Chunin. All she did was look at him defiantly, causing him to sigh. Itachi then walked up to Yugao, stood her up, only to punch her in the gut, knocking the wind out of her. She fell to the floor before Itachi looked at Sait. Call the match. She won't need to be taken to the infirmary either. She'll wake up in a bit. Sait nodded and put her hand up. The winner of this match is Itachi Uchiha by knockout. The proctor announced. Itachi sighed again before picking up Yugao bridal style. I'm sorry, he whispered to her as he took her to their place in the stands. When he got there, Mikoto gave him a disapproving look, while Naruto merely sighed. A little harsh there, aren't you, Itachi? Naruto said. She told me to go at her with all I have. What she asked for, Itachi replied. He then looked at his best friend. If she asked you to do the same, you probably use the move you used on that IWA ninja, wouldn't you? Naruto hung his head but nodded. I was right. They both heard Mikoto gasp. You mean you would have willingly hurt your teammate? Mikoto asked, surprised at her son and Naruto. If she asked us to go at her full on, we wouldn't be holding back, Naruto stated. Because if we did, we wouldn't be respecting her wishes, Itachi continued. It may seem cruel, but I did what I had to do. He then looked at the unconscious girl. I just hope she will forgive me for showing her the nightmare of losing her loved one. Team Konoha route. Standing a few meters away from Team 9, was the other Konoha team standing with their sensei. The sensei was in a large raincoat, with the hood up so you couldn't see their face. Another one of the students was wearing exactly the same. The other two's looks, however, were visible. One had black hair and had a black mask covering everything from his nose up. The mask had white holes to allow him to see, and the symbol of Konoha was on the middle of it. This person was wearing a long-sleeved black coat over a form-fitting black shirt. He was also wearing black ninja pants and sandals. Next to him was an orange-haired boy with gray eyes. He had on a purple shirt and black shorts. His headband was around his forehead, and he had a sword on his back. Sensei, the orange-haired boy started. Do you think that is reportable to Danzo-sama? Yes, the data on both Naruto Uzumaki and Itachi Uchiha will be useful to Danzo-sama Fu Yamanaka, the sensei replied. Torian Tara Fu. If any of you are matched up against them, I want you to quit, understand me? Danzo-sama has explicitly ordered us to help them out if need be. Hi, the black-haired one, Torian Abirame, answered. While Tara, the one with the hood on, nodded his head. Although it looks like they won't need our help. For 7-year-olds. They are strong. Far stronger than they should be. Must be because of their lineage, Fu replied. An Uchiha and an Uzumaki. A strong pair of families working together. Geniuses from what I heard as well. Now the third match of the preliminaries will begin. Sait shouted and pressed the button again. The names were flipping through them all over again, not staying on one name for more than a second. About half a minute later 2 names were chosen. Would Torian Abirame and Tara please come forward? I would like to forfeit the match, a voice said from nearby Team 9. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw the hooded boy speaking. My condition was worse than I thought, and I don't think I can fight right now. Next to him, Torian looked at Tara in confusion. What are you doing? Torian whispered. Ensuring that one of us gets into the finals, Tara answered back. So I would like to decline joining the match and giving my win to Torian. Everyone was looking at them funnily before turning away. Boo! That was 2 matches where we couldn't even see the fight. Where's the action? I call a redo! Naruto shouted. He was then hit on the back of the head by Itachi. Naruto shut it, Itachi sighed. If they decided to give up, who are we to say no to that? Besides, the sooner this is over, the sooner we can get to the 3rd round. Oh. Naruto stopped talking before shouting again. Hey happy lady, hurry the hell up. Okay then. Well, Torian has won his match due to forfeit. Sait announced, although far less enthusiastically than before. Seeing as there was no match, let us proceed to the next one. Round 4. Sait pressed the button again, and they speed through the names of all the present genin before stopping. Will Fu Yamanaka and Jinko of Kumo please come center stage? This time Fu walked up to the field and met up with the Kumo ninja. Jinko was wearing only a black shirt, with green shorts and a Kumo headband on her forehead. Nothing really stood out from her at all. So you are my opponent? She asked. Fu didn't reply, save for turning to Sait. Please start. I'd rather finish this now than later, Fu told her. Okay. Let the 4th round begin. Sait shouted. Instantly Fu was doing hand seals just as Jinko was, however Jinko finished first. Ha, take this Konoha punk! Raiton, Jibashi lightning release, electromagnetic murder. From out of her hands, waves of electricity shot towards Fu. The orange-haired genin jumped back several paces and stopped his hand seals. The lightning missed him by just a little bit, but that was all the time he needed for this match. Shintenshin no Jutsu Mind Body Switch Jutsu. A white beam of light shot out of Fu's hands and slammed into Jinko. The Konoha genin slumped forward, as did the Kumo genin. There was a tense few seconds before Jinko got up first. Since Fu has won the ground, I guess I'll start the 10 count to see if he is eliminated. 1, 2, 3. She stopped, however, when Jinko raised up her hand. What is it, Jinko? I, Jinko of Kumo, hereby forfeit the match, Jinko said in a slow, steady voice. The collective response was obvious. In the stands, the hell! Shouted one of Jinko's teammates. You have the Konoha bastard right there. Finish him off. What the heck is happening down there? Only a couple of seconds in, and they already quit the match. Ira growled. Is there something wrong with these Konoha and Kumo ninjas? If you say so, hummed Dara. Although that family name seems rather familiar. Do you know what the Yamanaka family is good at? Not really, me neither. That was why I was asking you. Over at Derry's team, the team was speaking in hushed tones. Is that really Jinko-san? She asked. It really is her, Yujito replied. I can tell by the way she glared at me before going out. Then there's something wrong with her. She wouldn't give up this easily. She would have tried killing the boy off immediately, seeing how bloodthirsty she was back in the academy. It's the other team that is doing this, Derry drawled out. She is going up against the Yamanaka after all. What do you mean by that? Yujito asked. Didn't you pay attention in class? I wasn't in your class, remember? Oh yeah, you were admitted by the 3rd Reikage as a straight-up genin. Didn't tell us why, but we just accepted it, she said, nodding his head. You see, the Yamanaka area special clan within Konoha. They have a distinct ability of entering someone else's body, by somehow sending their mind into it. Now it seems that this Fu fella has good control over the technique, being able to shoot it out at that speed and at that range. So you mean that? That's right. Fu is trying to make Jinko fail herself. Rather smart, Derry mumbled. On the battlefield. Are you sure you want to quit right now? Said asked. I mean, I'm already doing the 10 count. Yes. I would like to surrender right now, Jinko replied. Okay then. Fu Yamanaka wins by forfeit, so he advanced to the next round. Jinko smiled before falling over. As she did, Fu stood up. Oh, it seems you are awake. If you must know, I won, thank you, Fu stated before leaving the arena. It took Jinko a few more seconds to get up and talk. Ugh. My head. Jinko muttered. What happened? You surrendered, remember? Said smiled at her. What? You lost the match. I'm sorry, but please go back to the sidelines. What are you talking about? Jinko screamed. I just shot out a technique and then he hit me with his own technique. The match just barely started, and it just finished. Sorry for your loss, but Jinko stopped talking with her head hung. She sent a glare over at the Konoha teams and walked back to her team. Team 9. Boo! I want a redo! Naruto shouted from the stands again. Itachi sighed as he looked on at his blonde friend, and Makoto was giggling at him. I thought you wanted to end this fast? Itachi asked, but they were actually doing techniques. That ended too fast. Naruto whined. I want to see a fight. For the last 3 matches it was all nothing but standing. You're so stupid sometimes, Naruto. But I think he's so cute when he whines like that, Makoto giggled. Makoto-sama. I am not cute. I'm cool. Naruto whined even more. Well, then I hope the next battle would have some interesting techniques then. I do too. Battlefield. While Naruto was talking, Said already started the roulette to choose the next 2 people for the 5th battle. When the names stopped, she spoke. Would Dara of IWA and Kyoko of Kumo come to the stage? Said asked happily. Everyone watched as the blonde-haired boy from IWA walked up to the stage from where his team was, and from the other side of the room came out another female. She had long black hair and had a purple kimono top with black hakama for clothing. Her headband was being used as a belt. I hope you make this interesting, IWA-san, Kikyo stated in a calm tone. Plus, I do not want to win in such an undignified way such as the previous 3. Already thinking you won, HN, Dara asked, putting his hands into a pair of small bags on his sides. He turned to the proctor and motioned for her to start it. All right. The 5th round of the preliminaries are going to begin now. Said shouted. Dara jumped back just as a flurry of kunai and shuriken to land at his feet. He looked up and saw Kikyo was already doing some hand seals. Right-un, Jibashi. Just like the previous Kumo ninja, Kikyo sent out shots of lightning towards Dara. The blonde boy dodged as he moved away from the attack. Seeing as her attack didn't hit, she rushed towards him. Dara ducked a punch, but took a kick to his chest. Dara flew back and rolled a few times, causing Kikyo to smirk. You're all talk, boy. Dara stood up and glared at her, but kept his hands in the bags. Your punches don't hurt at all, Dara replied. Dara took out his right hand from the bag on that side and dropped something onto the floor. Various people in the stands noticed it but didn't comment on it. Kikyo, however, did not pay any attention to it. She ran forward again and started beating up the boy, foregoing all jutsu, and Dara just took the beating. Although, every so often Dara would drop something onto the floor. Team Derry, why is the boy just taking the attacks? Yujito asked. I don't know, Derry sighed. All I see him doing is taking hits. What do you think he is dropping onto the floor? She asked. We'll find out soon. Team 9. I'm not sure that boy can take much more of a beating, Naruto sighed. You bored with the fight already, Naruto? Itachi asked. No. I'm just saying he won't be able to take much more of a beating. The blonde then looked at the white stuff that was left on the floor. I'm actually interested to see what he's doing with all that white stuff. The two stopped talking when they heard a groan from behind him. Both boys looked at the bench. They saw Yuga sitting up and holding her head. Ugh. What happened? She asked. She looked up and saw Itachi looking a bit guilty and Naruto looking at the beatdown on center stage. Itachi beat Yuga-senpai, Naruto replied without. Itachi, don't you have something to say to her? Yuga looked confused until she remembered the battle and what he had said. She frowned at him as he sighed. Yuga-san, Itachi started. I am sorry for what I did. I only did what I did to you because you asked me to. The purple-haired girl nodded but still frowned at him. I'm also sorry for saying that you are not ready to be Chunin. If it were me, and someone said that to me during the Chunin exams, I would be mad too. I hope you can find it in you to forgive me. Not now, but someday. There were a tense few moments before Yuga sighed too. I'm not mad at you, really I'm not, the purple-haired teen replied. I'm just not happy at what you said to me. It hurt me a lot. I don't think I can talk to you for a bit. I understand. Naruto frowned at his two teammates and shook his head. They'll get over it, and he knew it, but it will take some time. He then turned his eyes back to the battle and raised his eyebrow. The blonde managed to get away and was smiling. Battlefield. Dara smiled at Kikyo as he kept his hands out of both bags. Have you lost your mind? Kikyo demanded as she saw the bloodied boy. No. I'm just smiling at my victory, Dara replied. Your victory? In case you haven't noticed that you have been getting beaten up. Really, HN? All you have been doing is punching me and kicking me. You did not use any jutsu except the first one in the beginning. I, on the other hand, have been preparing my jutsu. Dara put both hands in front of him and made the tiger seal. All around Kikyo, the white gunk that were on the floor changed shape into various deformed spiders. They then jumped onto the girl, causing her to scream, for over 50 white spiders latched onto her. What are these things? Kikyo screamed as she tried to take them off of her, however as hard as she tried the bugs stayed on. Dara was laughing where he stood. The blonde boy spit out some blood that had accumulated in his mouth and smirked at the girl. Those things, as you called Kumo-san, are my pieces of art, the IWA ninja explained. A spider then jumped onto the palm of his hand, and he held it up for her to see. I'll give you a little demonstration. Dara threw up the white spider in his hand and put his hands into the tiger seal again. Katsu! The spider in the air suddenly exploded. That made the eyes of all the other ninjas widen. Kikyo was already trembling. The amount of spiders would not only kill her, but leave no remains. Dara then smirked at her. So do you surrender? Kikyo opened her mouth to reply but found her throat was dry and no sound was coming. So she just nodded her head. Eh? What was that? I couldn't hear you, HN. Are you saying you want to see my art in action? Okay then. Kikyo then started to tremble as tears fell from her eyes. I surrender! Kikyo shouted. Dara of IWA is the winner by forfeit. Sait shouted. Please take off those spiders from the girl. Okay. Suddenly Dara put his fingers into the tiger seal again, shocking everyone. Katsu! People watched in terror as the spiders started to flow. Before anyone else could react, Naruto was already on the field going through a few hand seals. Raitun, Jibashi! Naruto exclaimed as electricity flew in arcs through his hands. He was next to the girl as the spiders were reacting and grabbed her shoulder. Sparks coursed through her body and the spiders, causing her to scream in minor pain. Not only did Naruto do that, but he used his other arm to shoot lightning around them as well, hitting several of the spiders on the floor. After the show, Dara frowned, not sure why his spiders did not explode. After taking his hands off the girl who looked down at him with terrified and wide eyes, Naruto frowned. Someone bring a medic and take her out of here. Get these damned spiders off of her too. The medic ninjas rushed in and grabbed her before taking her off of the field. The blonde sent her an apologetic look for shocking her, before he turned to his fellow blonde. Why did you try to blow her up? The proctor told me to take off the spiders. She never said how to take them off, Dara replied. You're a dick, you know that. You already won and yet you tried to kill her. The IWA ninja laughed with a shrug and turned to go back to his teammate before Naruto spoke. You better hope we don't meet in the third round, or I'll beat you down so hard, your head will fall off. Why do you care so much anyway? She's a ninja from Kumo, you're not. It doesn't matter if I'm from Kumo or not. You were going to do something bad, and I wanted to stop you. What type of rationality is that? Mine. Dara scoffed at Naruto and turned around. You're too naive to see that they are the enemy. I wouldn't mind fighting you in the third round, just to break that innocence of yours. You think I'm so naive, huh? I'll prove to you how wrong you are in the next round. Dara, was it? Naruto glared at the boy. Heh, I'll have fun wiping the floor with your face, mini yandame Hokage. Dara smiled. Would you two blondes please leave the area? We have another fight to get ready, Sait told both young boys. Naruto gave one last glare to Dara and walked back to his team. I didn't know you knew some right on jutsu, Itachi muttered. I've seen Hitaki team doing some and tried to copy his work. Pulled off some of them, and figured that I can do right on jutsus as well as futon. Interesting. Just like I know you can pull off swait on jutsu as well as katan. That had Itachi glaring at Naruto. Heh, think I didn't know that, huh? Naruto-kun, I think you should stop making enemies out of everyone you speak to, Mikoto scolded the blonde. But Mikoto-sama. He was a dick. That still doesn't give you the right to make another enemy out of him. Hi Mikoto-sama. Battlefield. I was sitting in the background and took into consideration what the blonde did. He's pretty cool, don't you think, bro? he asked as he stood next to the wreckage. He saved the girl even though she was from Kumo. I know, he replied. He reminds me a lot of another blonde from Konoha. You talking about the fourth? Yes. Remember how he told me to take care of you? It showed that he was willing to help out people from other countries and villages other than his own. It seems like his mini-me is the same too. This caused Killer Bee to nod and both quieted down as Sight began to speak again. The sixth round of the preliminaries is between Kagami of Kumo and Iru of Iwa. Please come to the stage. Iru walked up and someone from Kumo appeared as well. He was wearing a white gi with black hakama. Yellow hair was spiked out in several places. In his hand was a long blade just like Iru had. Are you two ready to battle? Both ninjas silently nodded their heads. Then begin. Both ninjas drew their swords and clashed in the middle of the field. Both were furiously slashing at each other. The sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Everyone just watched in interest as both combatants fought each other. Iru blocked an attack from Kagami, and punched the boy across his right cheek using his left fist. This was the first clean hit in the entire match and caused Kagami to move back. Both stood silently watching each other before rushing forward. Iru went for a forward stab and Kagami jumped out of the way of the attack. Just as his opponent moved, Iru changed his attack into a slashing motion, nicking the yellow-haired boy. Kagami stopped and touched his chest and saw that tiny droplets of blood were spilling out. He then looked at Iru and ran forward, in a stabbing motion. The Iwa ninja went to parry the attack upward, but was surprised to see Kagami twist at the last second and turn the stab into a slash, catching Iru across the chest. I see, you're just mimicking my attacks, aren't you? Iru muttered. The black-haired teen sighed. He then looked at the teen looking back at him. Let's see you copy this then. Iru held the blade in his left hand and grabbing the hilt with his right. The blade started to glow yellow and Iru placed the tip of the blade to the ground in front of him. Kagami looked confused but was already moving towards Iru to stop the attack. The Iwa ninja smirked as his opponent approached him. Kudai no Ryu, Funkakiri Emperor style, erupting slash Iru, slashed upward sending a wave of rocks and energy forward. It was so fast that Kagami wasn't able to react in time. As the attack hit, Kagami was encased in the rock and a spray of blood erupted from his back. Then a golden circle appeared behind him. Iru sheathed his blade, then let his arm forward with an open palm and the same faint yellow glowing appeared on it. Kudai no Ryu, Funka Hirate Emperor style, erupting palm. Iru dashed forward and placed his palm onto Kagami's trapped form. In that instant, the glowing circle behind Kagami and the glow palm seemed to connect to one another. When they did, the rocks encasing Kagami were blown away and a burst of yellow chakra flew out of Kagami. This caused the Kumo ninja to fall to the ground unconscious and bloody. Kagami is unable to battle. Iru advances to the next round. Sight exclaimed as the medic ninjas took Kagami away to heal him. Iru walked back toward Dara, but not before looking at Naruto who was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Team 9. What's wrong, Naruto? Yuga asked as she saw her blonde teammate frowning. That move he did. It's in the same book I found the 4 stances in, Naruto replied with a frown. It's an Uzumaki clan sword technique. Then how does he know it then? Itachi asked. It seems like there's an Uzumaki scroll in Iwa. I think I should try to go get it back one day. Battlefield. The 7th round of the preliminaries is between Derry of Kumo and Bake of Kumo. Sight exclaimed. Daru stepped forward and looked indifferently at his opponent. No one could see what his opponent looked like as he was covered from head to toe in a large white cloth, looking like ghosts, making everyone's sweat drop. Even Sight seemed weirded out by this person. I am a ghost. Fear me. Bake shouted. Why do I always get the weird ones? Daru sighed. Can we just start this? I don't think we'll like how this battle will go. Sight slowly nodded her head. Right. The 7th round begin. Sight announced. In a flash several beams of light slammed into Bake and he was knocked out. Daru turned around and left the battlefield. This had everyone confused at just what had happened. Bake is unable to battle. The winner is Daru, Team 9. What the hell just happened? Naruto asked. He blinked and missed the move. Hell, he didn't even hear Daru say the attack name. How can I go up against someone I couldn't study? The blonde then looked at Itachi. Did you get what he did? I only got the hand seals. They were tiger, dog, snake and dragon in that order, Itachi informed Naruto. I've never seen anything like that before. Maybe it was a Kekkai Genkai, just like Itachi's? Yuga suggested. That caused both Naruto and Itachi to nod. That could be possible, Naruto answered her. Although I wouldn't mind trying it out. It seemed pretty cool. Naruto, what is the chance of you having the same Kekkai Genkai as that boy? Itachi sighed. 1 in a billion, but who knows, I might have it. This caused both Itachi and Yuga to sigh and shake their heads. Battlefield. The 8th round is between C and another bake? Sait said unsurely, as another boy in a white sheet. This caused every to face fault. Even the most dignified people face faulted at the person. I am Bake the Second. Fear me. Bake the Second shouted. C sighed. Okay then. This is going to be annoying, C muttered. Let's just start this already. Sait nodded, told them to start the fight. In that moment C just punched Bake hard enough to knock him out. Everyone sighed at how easy the person went down. How did these weaklings get into the 3rd round? C asked Sait. They stole a key during the 2nd round when 2 groups were fighting, Sait answered. So technically, even though they didn't fight, they were able to make it to the preliminaries. She then looked at the last person from the group. It was yet another person under a white sheet, then looked at Yujito, and then looked back at the 3rd person. Are you sure you want to fight? I am Bake the Third. Fear me. Bake the Third shouted. Although I decline. I must tend to my brothers in need. Bake then left the room to talk to his brothers. Well, I guess that makes Yujito ni of Kumo winner of the last match of the preliminaries, Sait exclaimed. Now that all the battles are over, will all the winners please come forward? All 9 winners stood by each other looking at Sait. The proctor brought up a box with a hole on top. Now will you please reach in and grab a number? This will set up the matches in the final round. So one by one each person grabbed a piece of paper and showed it. A Chunin in the background had a whiteboard and wrote down the names for each fight. Round 1, Itachi Uchiha vs. C. Round 2, Yujito vs. Fu. Round 3, Derry vs. Torian. Round 4, Naruto vs. Dara. Round 5, winner of Round 4 vs. Iru. These will be the matches, Sait told them. Now, we will meet back in a month for the 3rd round back here in Kumo. Please use this time to train yourself and to show your skills to the people who would be watching. Sait stopped talking as they stood in front of them. Now I'll have you know that all of you, all 9 of you, are able to be Chunin at this point, he stated. He held up his hand when he saw several people were about to speak in protest. Now I know, you are asking why are we going to go through another test if we can all be Chunin at the moment. There is a reason. We Kages, yes, that Sachikage and the Hokage are going to watch the matches. We will deliberate to see who are above the rest of you. To see who are the cream of the crop, as to say. Again, use this month to train yourself to prove yourself. Now you are dismissed to return to your villages to train. Everyone bowed and left the room, followed their senseis back to the hotel they were staying at. As they walked, Team 9 was silent, thinking over what they had occurred. So Naruto-kun, what are you going to do to train this month? Mikoto asked, breaking the silence as the group entered their room. Since it was the afternoon, they would just pack up and leave the next day. Naruto stayed silent, thinking of what he would do before answering. Just master what I already know, Naruto answered. I'm still lacking in most of my techniques. You Itachi? Learn a few new things to prepare for the fights, Itachi replied with a calm tone. He then stared Naruto directly in the eye. Make it to the finals, Naruto. I want to prove to the world just who is stronger, you or I. Hey, yeah? Finally settle the score on who is truly the better of the two of us. Naruto stretched his arms before walking towards the door. Where are you going, Naruto? Yuga asked. Well, I'm going to see a certain ninja about a bet that he owes me. After that, I'll use the money I got from that IWA owes me from a bet to get some ramen, like I promised that one ramen vendor. Naruto bade them farewell and left the room. Kumo Council Room. The boy has made it to the 3rd round, a Kumo Council member stated. Counselor Han, what do you have to say for yourself? None of the ninjas you sent have been able to beat the blonde brat. It is not my fault the NBU failed, and it is also not my fault that other Kumo genin could not even find that brat and his group, Han told them, wiping the sweat off his brow. He was not liking how the other council members were coming down on him like hawks. It wasn't his fault that the ninjas that worked for him weren't as good as they said they were. We will get the boy, just watch. I'll personally see that the Kumo genin in the 3rd round will get scrolls that will help them stop the boy from reaching the finals. You better, Han, or it is your head. With A and Killer B. So all the rookies made it into the 3rd round, A sighed. Who would have thought all them rookies would be so cool? B started to rap and dance now. I bet the council thinks they're a bunch of old fools. Oh yeah, I agree with you there, B. Those council members are probably trying to think of a way to stop that blonde brat from getting what he wants. A chuckled and shook his head. He swiveled his chair around to look out the window. He watched over the city and saw Naruto in the nearby ramen standing, eating his favorite food. A smirked when he saw the boy. The battles in the upcoming months are going to be intense. Nothing like those samples we saw today, B. I wonder if anyone other than myself think that a few people are already to be Chunin. It had taken them half a week to reach Konoha since only Team 9 and the team sent by Danzo were the only ones left in the tournament. During that time Yuga had forgiven Itachi, but they still had a little to fix in the relationship they had. It was also during that time Naruto decided to talk to the other Konoha participants. Oddly enough, they were quiet and didn't speak much. So when they arrived back in Konoha, they were all instructed to meet with the Hokage and report. So that is where they found themselves now. They were all in the Hokage's office standing in front of him. Minato was smiling at them from behind his desk. I would like to congratulate your teams to making it to this third round, Minato told them with a smile. He then looked at Fu, Torian, Itachi and Naruto. I would also like to wish you for luck in the upcoming battles. Now I would like all of the genin to go and relax or train, while I talk to your senseis. The genin nodded and turned to leave. As they reached the door Minato spoke again. Uzumaki-san, please wait outside. I would like to speak to you afterwards. The younger blonde looked at him. Hi, Hokage-sama, Naruto replied. Naruto exited the room with his team behind him. After they closed the door he turned to Yuga and Itachi. I'll meet up with you guys later, apparently the Hokage wants to speak to me. Itachi and Yuga nodded then bid him farewell. Naruto walked over to a chair on the opposite wall and sat down. The boy sat there for about 10 minutes before Mikoto opened the door and left the room with the other Jounin sensei. Mikoto gave him a smile before leaving. He waited another minute or two before the secretary let him into the office again. Minato was looking at him as he entered. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? How are you doing, Naruto? Minato asked with a small smile. I could always be better. How about you, Hokage-sama? I'm fine as well. My family is happy and content. That is good to hear. Naruto crossed his arms and frowned. Is there a reason I was called to be here, Hokage-sama? Minato sighed as he looked at the boy in front of him. Do you want to be part of our family again? That made the little boy drop his jaw. What? Do you want to be part of our family again? Naruto was about to agree but stopped. What do I have to do in order to be part of the family? He asked Minato. Quit being a ninja, Minato replied. Quit being a ninja? Yes, if you quit being a ninja I will allow you to be part of our family again. The Hokage was waiting for the answer, hoping that the boy would agree in order for the second prophecy to not come true. Sorry, but I respectfully decline, Naruto answered. As much as I would love to be part of that family again, I don't want to give up being a ninja. I like what I am doing and I'm going to keep it that way. I also have some big goals and I need to be a ninja to do them. Will that be all, Hokage-sama? Yes, you are dismissed. Naruto bowed and then left the room, heading towards his home. As the boy left, Minato frowned. He had hoped that the boy would accept. Kami knows that he knew he would have loved to be part of the family that he was ejected out of if it were him. He just didn't understand what Naruto was thinking by declining. Sure, the boy said he had goals, but Minato was a bit worried about what those goals would be. This caused Minato to frown. This was propelling the second prophecy. With Naruto, the little blonde boy was walking home with a frown on his face. The fact that his former father would offer him a way back into his old family was interesting, but the price he would have to pay was too big. If Naruto wanted to be the Hokage, he had to be a ninja and he couldn't give that up. He was so lost in thought that when he finally did snap out of his thoughts, he was already in front of the Senju household. Opening the door and taking off his sandals he exclaimed, I'm home, Naruto-kun. Welcome home, Shizen greeted him as she came from out of the kitchen. She walked over to him and gave him a hug. How'd the exams go, Naruto-kun? I'll tell you when everyone else is here. I don't want to repeat myself, Shizen. That's a good thing they're here then. Jiraiya-sama and Sarutobi-sama are in the kitchen catching up with Tsunade. Oh, okay then. Let's go greet them. The duo walked into the kitchen where the two remaining loyal Sannin and their teacher were all speaking to each other with a bowl of rice and some fish in front of them. Hey guys. How are you doing, brat? You're back. Tsunade greeted him with a hug. Naruto, I heard that you made it to the second part of the exam but then no news after that, Jiraiya stated as he took a drink of sake from his saucer. You going to tell us what happened? Of course, Ero-sensei. The blonde smirked. Naruto then turned to the former Hokage and bowed. How are you, Aji-san? I'm doing fine, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi replied. So how did your exam go? It went pretty good. We passed the second part, a survival battle royale, within 4 hours of its start, being the first team to finish. Then we had to do some preliminaries. One-on-one fights. Who'd you fight, brat? Tsunade asked as Naruto sat at the table. Shizen sat next to him serving him some food. An IWA ninja, who called me the mini Yandame Hokage, Naruto sighed. I think that had people starting to question who I am. I see. Sarutobi mumbled. Will this affect you in any way? Nah, it's okay. If they find out that I'm the former child of the Yondaime Hokage, it doesn't change anything. I'm still going to aim for my goals and ascend to greatness. You won't ascend to greatness if you don't do your best, Jiraiya told him. Although, you never told us if you beat that IWA ninja. Oh yeah, it was a beatdown. He couldn't even stand up after our battle, although it was mostly my fault that he couldn't stand up. That move I did hurt his lungs and other organs, so of course he would get hurt. I just didn't think my move would do that much damage, so that puts me in the third round, against the IWA ninja's teammates one right after the other if I win. That's great, Naruto-kun! Shizen exclaimed, giving him another hug. When she let go of him, he was looking at her with a confused expression. You're rather huggy today, Shizen-ne. Did you get a boyfriend while I was gone and now sharing the love by hugging people? That had the teen girl blushing. What? I didn't get a boyfriend. Can't I just hug my little brother when he comes home from a big event? You can, but you're being all affectionate all of a sudden. Naruto then turned towards the rest of the group. Did she get a boyfriend? I mean, I keep telling her to get one and now she's all huggy. That had the adults laughing at Shizen. Well, if you must know, kid. We think Shizen here has a crush on YOF. Jiraiya spoke, but was stopped when Tsunade elbowed him. What the pervert here was trying to say was that we suspect that Shizen has a crush on someone. We're not saying who yet since we are not sure, but we'll let you know when we do, Tsunade told him before smiling at Shizen. The teen glared at her master, but was still red in the cheeks. Another round of laughs occurred. Naruto-kun, I hope you to train hard during the following month. You're going to be facing tough challenges in the following round, Sarutobi advised the young boy. I know that, Aji-san. I mean, if I want to beat Itachi in the finals, I need to train hard since he is going to be training hard too, Naruto replied. That reminds me, is Asuma-san still here? I need to ask him to help me finish my futon chakra training. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but he has already left to join the 12 guards. Ah, it's okay then. I just want to have help cutting that waterfall in half is all. A few pointers is all I need. Naruto then went quiet, thinking hard about what else he needs to learn during the following month. Hey Aji-san, can you help me out with a few right unjutsu? Why do you need to know a few right unjutsu? Because I only know one right now. I need to expand my list of jutsus just a bit. Knowing Itachi, he's going to train in using more swait unjutsus. Plus it wouldn't hurt to know more right unjutsus against an IWA ninja, that is true. How about I train you 1 hour a day until the day of the exams? Why only 1 hour? The blonde boy asked with a frown. I still have to work, Naruto-kun. Oh yeah, you should retire from handing out missions. You're not getting any younger. That caused Jiraiya to cough in order to cover up a laugh. I know that. So do you agree with me training you for an hour? Naruto nodded. Good, what else do you think you are going to do for training? I'm going to ask Yugao-senpai's boyfriend to teach me the basics of Kenjutsu, and after that just master everything I already know. My moves are still pretty unrefined, so I need to master them completely before the finals. I see, the former Hokage nodded. After that the rest of lunch went smoothly, with some joking around by Jiraiya and Naruto and small talk between everyone. When lunch was over, Sarutobi bade them farewell. Shizen set out to finish cleaning the kitchen and Tsunade went to the hospital to check up on some patients. That left Jiraiya and Naruto. The perverted toad sage had ushered Naruto to the backyard and sat him down on the bench. Naruto, I need to talk to you. Jiraiya began to speak as he sat down next to his godson. What about Ero-sensei? Naruto asked. It's something important. The sage took a deep breath before continuing. I found out the reason why Minato took you out of his family. He told me a few days ago. Now that had Naruto looking at the pervert, especially with the conversation that he had with the Hokage before coming home. Really? What's the reason he had me disowned? A prophecy. A prophecy? Yes, a prophecy. One that concerns you. Apparently from what the toad sages said to him, that one day in a few years you will go and somehow make Minato lose everything. The respect of the village, his family, his position of Hokage, everything. That made Naruto frown. And you double-checked with the toad sages on this? Yeah, Jiraiya sighed. I visited the great toad sage himself, and he told me that he had gotten a second prophecy the day the girls were born and told Minato. You only found out about this recently? Yeah. Apparently the old toad didn't think I needed to know it since it doesn't concern me. Is there anything else he said about disowning me, other than seeing me as a threat to him? Jiraiya shook his head. That made Naruto's frown to deepen. Well, he maybe have been my father at one point, and he may be Hokage right now, but I have to say he's being rather stupid. I'm 7 years old and I can see that is some pretty dumb reasoning. I totally agree with you. I ended up punching Minato across the face and called him out to be an idiot. He said that he won't regret his decision, that he knows that what he did is the right thing. Both males frowned at that. It would be a few minutes before someone would break the silence. Something is wrong here, Naruto started. Something really wrong. Hokage-sama was hailed to be one of the smartest people in the world, and all of a sudden he's off doing this? Disowning me, his own flesh and blood. Acting too overly cautious due to some stupid prediction. Something is up. I agree, Jiraiya nodded. Something happened in that small time span between the day of the girl's birth and the following day of the prophecy. Something must have happened to Minato during that small amount of time. How does that explain Kushina-sama? Naruto cursed himself for slipping up. While he had no problem calling his father Hokage-sama, he still had a tendency to call Kushina-ka-san if he didn't catch himself, just like his little shouts of data bail. Jiraiya smiled at his grandson when he heard the little slip. She suddenly doesn't remember me. I think Minato has something to do with that. I heard he knows a seal that allows him to cover up, or even erase memories. So you're guessing that between the time of my sister's birth and the following day, something had happened to Hokage-sama? Jiraiya nodded when Naruto asked that. I'm guessing you're going to be looking into that then, Aero-sensei? You got that right, kid. So you won't be able to ask me for help during the following month. Also, I'm going to be heading out, checking up on my spy network. Got you, I already have a full plate anyway. I mean, mastering what I already know will take up almost all my time, but I also intend to learn a few new things during that time, like those right-on jutsus and the basics of kenjutsu? Yeah. And I need to experiment in a few new subjects. I found a few things in Kumo worth looking into, namely if I want to beat some of the ninjas they have. The 7-year-old stopped, remembering something. I just noticed something. What? During the prelims, the fighting order was rather weird. Every match had a whole team go one right after the other. For the first match of the prelims was me versus an IWA ninja. Then it was Itachi versus Yuga-senpai. Then there was this group of Konoha ninja I didn't know who went right after us. Does that mean anything at all? Not really, I just noticed it. Especially since during this next round it seems like it's happening again. How do you guess that? The first 3 matches contain the only Kumo team left in each match. Then both of my matches will be against IWA ninjas when I win the first match. That is peculiar, Jiraiya scratched his chin. Does this worry you? No. Again, I'm just saying it was rather weird. He then stood up and stretched his legs. Naruto turned to Jiraiya and gave him a smile. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a nap. I'm sleepy. Go on then, take your nap. The perverted man motioned for him to go into the house. As Naruto reached the door, Jiraiya remembered something. Naruto, what is it, Aero-sensei? Tsunadeheim is making me tell you this so you won't get surprised. Kushina came looking for you during the time you were gone. Bright blue eyes widened when they heard that. She came wanting to know more about you, since you are an Uzumaki. She wants to meet with you several times a week, to get to know you better, if you are willing to, that is. So she's not doing this because she remembers me? Naruto frowned. No. So are you willing to meet up with her? The blonde closed his eyes for a moment, before nodding his head. I wouldn't mind. Even if it is under rather different circumstances, I'll still get to spend time with her, and I do miss her. Well, you're just a mama's boy, huh? That made the blonde blush. Shut up, Aero-sensei. Naruto shouted before going into the house and slamming the door, due to his embarrassment. No need to be worried, kid. Everyone loves their mother. Jiraiya then stood up himself and stretched. I might as well tell Kushina the good news. I wonder how those two will react to each other. The toad sage then disappeared in a swirl of leaves, with Itachi and Mikoto had returned home and unpacked. After that, Itachi found himself standing in front of his father while his mother went to tend to his brother after not seeing him for a long time. His father, Fugaku Uchiha, had worn a dark green kimono top and blue pants. His brown hair was combed over revealing his forehead and Konoha headband. He sat cross-legged across from Itachi. So Itachi, I heard from your mother that you were able to win your fights easily, Fugaku spoke after taking a sip of tea. Hi, Ota-san. Most of my battles and tests were rather easy, Itachi replied. You had to fight your own teammate, the Yuzuki girl. You beat her using only a genjutsu, correct? Hi, Ota-san. Fugaku put down his cup and grinned at Itachi. That is good to hear, my son. You are showing the world exactly what the Uchiha clan is capable of. I am proud of you for that. Keep on doing what you are doing. I will, Ota-san. Itachi then took a sip of his tea as Fugaku started to think of another question for his son. Now, Itachi, I need to ask you something. The boy looked at his father and nodded. Who do you think will be the biggest threat to you in these battles? Putting down his cup, Itachi looked at his father with determined eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, he is the biggest threat to me. That made Fugaku raise an eyebrow. The disowned son of the 4th Hokage, and your best friend. You think he is the biggest threat to you in these matches? Yes. What of the other participants? While they may have commendable strengths and techniques, they will fall to my Sharingan and skill. And Naruto will not? He's as fat too good to lose. Just like I am, Itachi said with all the confidence in his voice. We would not be known as the best in our generation within Konoha if he weren't able to match me blow for blow and move for move. I have to agree there, my son. That boy is strong, just like his father. Fugaku took another sip of tea. Just do not underestimate your other opponents. If you want to fight Naruto in the finals as your mother told me, you have to beat your other opponents first. I know that, Ota-san. That is why I will go and train now. Very well. You may go. Itachi stood up and bowed to his father before leaving the room. He walked down the hall and opened a door to the right. He stepped in and smiled at the sight in front of him. It was a nursery with a crib and several stuffed toys inside. Sitting in the middle of the room was Mikoto, with a young Sasuke in her lap. She was tickling the boy. Itachi just stood by the door until his mother looked at him. It's all right to come in, you know, Itachi, Mikoto told him with a smile. Itachi nodded and entered the room. He walked over to where his mother was and took Sasuke from her hands. Holding his little brother close, Itachi smiled at him as Sasuke laughed more like gurgled as he rocked the baby back and forth. You make a good brother, you know that, Itachi? Hi, Oka-san, Itachi replied as he held on to his brother. Sasuke seems to be growing up nicely. It's thanks to your care and the care of the other people who helped me out raising him. Itachi nodded, slowly giving Sasuke back to Mikoto. So, Itachi, what do you intend to do for training in this following month? Mastering all my techniques, learning more Suiton Jutsu and practicing my aim, he replied. Will that be all? No. I will also be training in order to beat that one combination Naruto did. Huh! His four stances attack, the one that left the IWA ninja unable to stand up and coughing out blood. I intend to break it. Are you sure that he will use it again, you? Yes. Knowing Naruto, he and I will end up fighting all out in the finals the moment we get there. The chances of him doing that move are really high. How about the other people you will fight? That C-person from Kumo and whoever wins the next round after that. I will be prepared for anything that comes my way by the end of the month, Oka-san. So please do not worry about me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to find Shushui and I. The last time I saw him, he was in the training ground near the forest, Mikoto informed him. Thank you, Oka-san. With Naruto the following day, Naruto had gotten up a little later that morning, giving himself some time to just rest up before actually getting into his training. That was why he was only eating breakfast right now at 10 in the morning on a Monday. He had a bowl of ramen in front of him, while everyone else was already doing missions or at the clinic just like Tsunade and Shizen. So when he heard a knock on the front door, he was mildly surprised. Everyone at the house had keys, they even have spares at work if they work a desk job. Naruto frowned and grabbed his bowl of ramen and walked to the front door. He opened it was slightly shocked to see Kushina standing there in front of him. She had a nervous smile on her face, and a baby stroller in front of her. Hi there, Uzumaki-san, Kushina greeted. You can call me Naruto Kushina-sama, Naruto answered as he slurped up some ramen. What brings you here so early in the morning, Kushina-sama? I'm not sure if you heard from Tsunade or that pervert, but you wanted to know more about me, right? The red-haired woman nodded her head. Naruto moved back and motioned her to follow him into the house as he ate the ramen. Would you like anything to eat or drink, Kushina-sama? I'm fine, Naruto-kun, Kushina told him. He led her into the sparse living room and told her to stay for a moment, while he put his bowl into the sink. He walked back and smiled at her while she played with her two daughters, his two sisters. So how are you today, Naruto-kun? I'm doing fine. I heard from Jiraiya you got into the third round of the Chunin exams. Congratulations. Naruto chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without most of my team though. Don't be so modest, Naruto-kun, you should be proud of your own accomplishment, Kushina told him with a big smile. Naruto couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Sure, she was his mother, but since he hasn't heard anything like that from her in over 2 years. Thank you, Kushina-sama. She smiled at him again and looked to her daughters. Naruto followed her eyes to the twins and smiled at them. Hi there, Tsubaki-chan, Yuri-chan. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The red-haired baby, Tsubaki, looked up at Naruto and reached out for him, making noises as she did. I think she wants to be held by you, Naruto-kun, Kushina told him. The red-haired mother took Tsubaki and gently placed her in Naruto's arm. With the utmost care, Naruto placed her on in his arms. The baby's gray eyes met with his and she laughed as he smiled. Hey, aren't you just the cutest little thing? The blonde tickled the baby girl, causing her to laugh even more. I think she likes you. I think so too. Naruto then turned to Kushina, who was looking at them. So, Kushina-sama, what do you want to know about me? Well, Tsunade gave me some of the basics about you. You like ramen, and I can tell seeing as that was what you were eating this morning. She giggled as Naruto smirked, knowing that was the truth. She also told me that your birthday is on October the 10th. Making you have the same birthday as these two little girls. Hey, I know. It's on the same day the Kyuubi was defeated by both you and Hokage-sama. Tsunade also told me that you're a genius in almost everything you do. She's exaggerating there. I'm not great at genjutsu, and I tend to burn stuff I cook. So I'm not a genius at everything, Kushina-sama. She also told me you're afraid of the dark. Kushina teased him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Back up now. Did you just say that Tsunade-chan said I was afraid of the dark? Kushina nodded and Naruto grimaced. That's it, she's been called Ba-chan again. So you are afraid of the dark? Kushina giggled. I am not afraid of the dark. Naruto shouted, but not loud enough to scare the two babies. Yuri, who was in Kushina's lap, was laughing at her fellow blonde's misfortune while Tsubaki looked a little concerned. Although it would be hard to tell since they were only 2 years old. In a quiet voice Naruto continued to speak. I'm not afraid of the dark, Kushina-sama. I'm afraid of. His voice seemed to die at the last word. Can you please repeat that, Naruto-kun? I didn't catch that. I said I was afraid of? Huh, I'm afraid of ghosts. The blonde exclaimed as his face turned as red as Kushina's hair. The wife of the Hokage started to laugh at him, although all in good nature. It's not funny, Kushina-sama. I mean, you can't explain what they are. They're not scientific at all. Heck, you can't even explain them with jutsus. That caused Kushina to laugh even more. Ah, come on. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Kushina said in between giggles. But that was just funny, and you look so cute when you were explaining why you are afraid of them. That caused Naruto to frown. So I also heard that your best friend is Mikoto's son, Itachi. You're friends with Mikoto-sama? Naruto asked. Of course he knew. Mikoto used to visit them when he was still part of the family along with Itachi, hence their friendship. Yeah. We were friends back then when we were kids. She helped me beat up the kids who made fun of me and my chubbiness when I was younger from time to time. That caused Naruto to sweat drop. From that point on, it was just Naruto and Kushina speaking to each other and enjoying their time together. While for Naruto it was a chance to reconnect with his mother even if she didn't know it, for Kushina he was a link to her destroyed home country. So they spoke for about 2 hours, before Naruto said he had to train. As she was about to leave she decided to offer him something. Hey Naruto-kun. Yes, Kushina-sama? How would you like for me to teach you Fuinjutsu? I mean, I was able to teach my husband most of what he knows. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Sorry, my plate is already full with my regimen. Oh, I see, Kushina muttered. For some reason she seemed disappointed at him saying that he couldn't accept her help. That made Naruto wince. Although, you can help me with something. That made Kushina perk up. I have this scroll, for the Uzumaki sword style. You mean you have a scroll for the Emperor style? Kushina asked in awe. You're lucky to have that. I lost mine years ago. Because you gave it to me, Kaa-san, Naruto thought to himself. I'm also fighting someone who knows this style in the next round. Whether or not he really is an Uzumaki or just using it due to IWA gaining their hands on it, I'm going to need help learning some of it as well as know how to fight against it. I don't really know if I can help you there, Naruto-kun, Kushina told him. I wasn't a sword master. I don't need you to be. I have someone else teaching me how to use a sword. I just need your advice and see if I can get the right amount of chakra into the moves. Kushina smiled and nodded her head enthusiastically. Okay, I'll help you. Just make sure you show everyone what an Uzumaki can do. Alright, Kushina-sama. I will. Before Kushina left, she gave the blonde boy a hug, surprising him. He hugged her back and she bid him farewell along with her kids. When she was out of hearing range, Naruto sighed. Man, now I just added another thing into my schedule. I wonder what Itachi is going to do. With Itachi was looking at a paper on his desk. It had his schedule of how he was going to train. Not by hours, not yet, he just decided what he was going to do. The things on the list were Kenjutsu training, Suiton training, Genjutsu training, precision training, hand-to-hand training, and the last thing on the list was labeled beating Naruto's technique. Let's see just how far we go, Naruto, Itachi whispered to himself before leaving his room to start training. It had already been a week since their return from the Chunin exams, and to prepare for the next stage. Naruto was in his backyard, panting as he tried to catch his breath. Even though he had a lot of chakra for a 7-year-old, he would run out after using a lot of jutsus. Hence the little break he was having right now. Sitting on the bench behind him was Sarutobi, nodding his head as he saw the damage Naruto had put out using various right-on moves. Also, it was not his main affinity, making it all the more harder for him to utilize. I need to do it again, Naruto panted. I need to get that move down. Naruto-kun, do not overexert yourself, Sarutobi said from the bench. Worry was in his voice. You'll force yourself into chakra exhaustion if you tried to keep using Raiden. Gain lightning release, false darkness continuously like that. The blonde boy nodded and looked at the old man. I know that, he answered, but I need to train as much as I can. I can rest on the last week. Naruto sat up straighter and grabbed the water bottle next to him. If I'm right, Itachi is training as hard as I am, if not more. Naruto tried to take a step but suddenly lost his footing and fell on his face. Okay. I might be more tired than I thought. This earned him a chuckle from the old man behind him. If anything, it just means that you should take a break. Sarutobi then looked at his watch and stood up. Alas, my time here is up, Naruto-kun. It's been an hour already? Naruto asked. It has been, Naruto-kun. The old man walked over to him and patted him on the head before turning around to leave. I suggest that you take a break before you go to your next training session. Maybe an hour break. Naruto nodded. That sounds like a good idea. I think I'll just lie here and look at the sky for a bit. Sarutobi smiled down at the boy as he laid on the grass. As turned to leave, Naruto called out. Hey G-san. That caused Sarutobi to turn around and look at Naruto. Do you know where Namikaze-sama came from? Why do you ask, Naruto-kun? Just curious is all. Was he born here in Konoha? Sarutobi looked confused by the question but shrugged it off as the boy's curiosity. To be honest, Naruto-kun, he was a war orphan from the Second Ninja War. He was raised here in a Konoha orphanage and was then later taken in by Jiraiya as his pupil. Naruto was silent before nodding. Okay then. Thank you for answering, G-san. It was my pleasure, Naruto-kun. The former Hokage was finally able to leave, and the boy was left to his thoughts. As he laid there staring at the sky, he had a frown on his face. That explains a bit then, Naruto said to himself as he stood up. Making sure no one was around. He decided to do a jutsu that he's been trying for the past few days. He had made a Kage Bunshin ready to help him practice the move. He was asked by Sarutobi how he managed to learn how to make a Kage Bunshin even though he was only 7, to which the blonde replied that Jiraiya taught him. His hands slowly did a sequence of seals that he'd been trying to be able to do faster. Tiger, dog, snake, dragon. The Kage Bunshin threw up 5 shuriken into the air and Naruto threw his hands out. From his hands a dull glow appeared, and from the glow shot out 5 beams of light that hit each of the shuriken. Naruto fell on his butt from using more than enough chakra for that few hours. No, that wasn't light. Naruto mumbled to himself. Lightning. Naruto looked at his hands as the electricity was dancing slowly, no, not dancing, flowing in his hands. He then sat up and smirked. Well. Seems like Minato Namikaze is not from Konoha originally. That doesn't really call for me to do anything just yet. Well, maybe talk to Derry-san when we get back to Kumo. I need to find out the name to that technique I just did. Naruto then stood up and jumped on his feet. Might as well eat some food before heading off to meet Hate. Wonder if I should have ramen again, but Bachan said to only have twice a week and I had on this morning. Naruto contemplated as he entered the home he shared with Tsunade and Shizun. As he entered the building, he had failed to notice someone dropping down from the trees. Jiraiya looked at his godson as he entered the house. He had said that he was going to check up on his spy network, which was true, but he decided to cut through Konoha from his journey near Kiri going on to Iwa. It was safe to say that he was surprised at what the blonde boy did, seeing as he's never seen a move like that before. He seems stronger than I originally anticipated, the sage said to himself. He then looked behind him to another figure who was watching him. Wouldn't you agree, Sensei? From behind him Sarutobi came out as well, looking towards the door Naruto walked through. He seems to be very strong, Jiraiya-kun, Sarutobi smiled. Although, he tends to forget that even he has limits. Overexerting himself by using so much chakra within an hour doesn't really show that he is ready to be Chunin. I see what you mean by that, Sensei, Jiraiya nodded, but you forget, he's only a kid, a smart one. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Yes, a smart kid, but a kid nonetheless. If anything, I'm guessing Naruto will know what he'll need to do in order to become Chunin when the time presents itself. Namely in the 3rd round of the exams. The older man nodded and the two sat there quietly for a bit. Don't you have some paperwork to get to, Sensei? Ah. You just had to remind me, Jiraiya-kun, don't you have a spy network to get to? Both men sighed, hating that they had to get to work. In a gust of wind they both disappeared. Time skip. Naruto now stood out in the field swing a wakizashi, a medium-sized single-sided blade, over and over again. Next to him Itachi was doing the same thing. On the sidelines, Yuga and a pale-looking boy with brown hair stared at them. Are you guys sure that it is a good idea to, train together right now? Yuga asked. unsure if the two young boys knew what they were doing. It's not a bad idea, Naruto started. It's not like we'll learn anything different from each other just by hitting nothing in but air. Agreed, Itachi put in his 2 cents. It's not like we'd be able to use knowledge of the basics against each other. It's when we go to train by ourselves that we would be able to use special moves. They are right, Yuga. The boy next to her nodded his head. This is only the basics, it's what most Kenjutsu practitioners know, so there is no harm in both of them practicing together. If you say so, Hyde-kun, Yuga blushed. From where the two boys were standing, Yuga heard snickers coming from them. She turned and glared at the two, which caused them to drop their swords and burst out laughing. Ah, that's so cute! Naruto exclaimed while holding his sides. Yuga-senpai has a crush on Hyde-san. We already knew that, Naruto. Itachi laughed alongside his friend. It's just her expression is priceless. This caused the purple-haired girl to open her mouth in shock and turn to her friend who was sitting beside her. Hyde-kun, Yuga stopped talking when she saw her crush smiling at her. So you like me, Yuga? Hyde gently asked. Yuga opened and closed her mouth a couple of times before just opting to nod her head. His smile widened and he pulled the girl into a hug, causing her to blush. That's great to hear. I like you too. Again, Yuga seemed to be shocked by this whole thing and seemed to be mimicking a fish with her mouth once again opening and closing on its own violation. When she stopped and opening her mouth, she closed it and fell to the ground. Hate caught her on the way down. This caused both Naruto and Itachi to stop laughing and rush to their last teammate. Whoa, is she okay? Naruto asked as he saw Hate fanning Yuga. I think she fainted from shock. And embarrassment, Hate chuckled. Both of the younger boys let out relieved sighs. She got you scared there for a moment, huh? Yes, she did, suddenly fainting like that, Itachi mumbled. So she will be okay? Yes. Hate then took the girl and placed her underneath the shade of a tree. Now, since she's asleep and not trying to flirt with me, I think we should get into some light sparring between you two. No, Naruto, we won't be using real swords. I brought some shunai with me so you don't hurt yourself. The two boys nodded and grabbed the 2 wooden swords that were offered to them and walked to where they were practicing with their real blades. Hate instructed them on what they did wrong as they clashed blades, leaving the purple-haired girl asleep in the shade. Time skip. In a training field, a rock was sliced around the edges several times simultaneously by some invisible force. Long gashes were left on the rock where the slices were made. Then a bright blue light had begun to emanate from the stone. A few seconds later, a foot covered by blue chakra slammed into the rock, causing it to burst and threw the person back. Naruto bounced on the floor with a thud and he let out a groan. Ugh. That hurt a lot, Naruto grumbled. Blowing up a rock in front of my face was not what I intended to do right after lunch. You put in too much chakra into your attack, Naruto-kun. You need to cut down on how much you put, Kushina advised from the side. She was standing there watching the blonde as he laid panting and groaning in pain. She had left her kids in the care of Tsunade as she went to train Naruto in the backyard. If you didn't put too much force, all that chakra into it, the force of the attack would explode like that. Hopefully you'll get this down before you try it on a real person, or else they'll die a rather bloody death. And you don't want that, do you? No. Naruto got onto his hands and feet, then stood up. I hope you don't mind I try it again, right, Kushina-sama? It is okay, Naruto-kun. Just try to get the amount of chakra down a bit better. Right. The blonde boy closed his eyes as he drew his wakizashi. Holding it in his right hand, he placed the blade onto his left and focused his chakra. A blue light encased the blade and Naruto opened his eyes. Looking at a log a fair distance away, he pulled back his right arm and pointed the blade towards the log. Kurai no Ria, Sitensuki Emperor style, whirling thrust. Around the blade several small blades made out of air began to spin around the wakizashi. Naruto then thrusted the blade and sent all the blades towards the log. Just like the rock, several long gashes appeared along the log and it began to glow blue. Putting his leg in front of him, Naruto focused chakra into it, giving it the same glow just like the log. Kurai no Ria, Sitenkaru Emperor style, whirling kick. Naruto ran toward the glow log and jumped up. He did a flying kick on the log. Just like what happened during the battle between Iru and Kagami in the Chunin exams, the blue chakra that formed around Naruto's leg merged with the one around the log. In that instance the log blew up and shot Naruto backwards. Again, the blonde boy let out a groan of pain. Kushina walked over to him and helped him up, shaking her head, but there was a smile on her face as she did so. She took him to the bench she was sitting on and inspected his wounds. He had splinters from the log's explosion and several cuts from the rock. Here, let me patch you up a bit. I brought a first aid kit just in case this happened. She got a pair of tweezers and pulled out a splinter. Ow. Hey, that hurts. Oh, stop being a baby. From the way you've been pushing yourself, I know that you've been through more than this. Naruto grumbled but kept silent as she kept pulling out the splinters. He winced when she applied disinfectant on his wounds, but was still silent. After patching up, she slapped him on the knee, eliciting a yell from him. There you go, all patched up. Thank you, Naruto said with a grateful smile. No problem. Although, you still keep putting too much chakra into the jutsu. Are you sure you'll have this move down by the end of the month? Yeah, don't worry about it. I got this in the bag. Well, with that bad chakra control, I'm not so sure, Kushina teased. Naruto pouted, causing the red-haired woman to laugh. Naruto rolled his eyes but smiled at the woman in front of him. I have better chakra control than that, Kushina-sama. I just tend to ignore the voice in my head that says to be careful from time to time. The next thing he knew, Naruto felt a fist slam onto his head. Hey, what was that for? That's for being careless. You should take more care of yourself, Naruto-kun. It would be bad to make the people you care for sad if something happens to you. Hey, then I have nothing to worry about. I have someone watching my back. Although he will be an opponent during the Chunin exam, so that may be a bit of a problem. Damn, Itachi must be training hard right now. You must be great friends with Itachi, huh? Kushina asked with a smile. She took a seat next to Naruto as the blonde adopted a faraway look. Yeah, he's my brother in all but blood. To be honest, ever since we were young we were hanging out together, whether it be training or just mindlessly doing nothing. Although running away from fangirls that seem rather insistent on getting us to date them. Is that why you were running away from that mob of girls this morning? When Naruto nodded, Kushina bursted out laughing. That was hilarious. I thought you were just training, or worse, peeked on them in the hot springs. I'm not like Ero-sensei, the blonde frowned. Besides, I'm only 7 years old. Girls in their teens want me to date them. I think that makes them a pedophile. Yeah, that was the word Ero-sensei taught me. You mean girls that old want to date you? Kushina asked. In the back of her mind, something that was telling her to keep those girls away from the boy. This caused her to frown. This wasn't the first time this happened to her, that her motherly instincts would act up around Naruto, who would just say something and it clicked inside her. Oddly enough, the feeling of being motherly to him stayed longer than the previous times. She looked at the boy who was still talking. She was only half listening to him now, as she stared at him. Why does being around Naruto make me want to smother him, like a mother would? Why does he look like Minato? Come to think of it, why does Minato keep avoiding the subject Naruto altogether? The frown on her face deepened at the thought of that. Why? Why do I feel like something is wrong here? Kushina was broken out of her thoughts as Naruto shook her shoulder. Kushina-sama, are you okay? Kushina stared into his eyes and saw the concern in them. That look made her want to smile, but she couldn't fathom why. She couldn't understand why just seeing him brought out all these feelings. She opened her mouth and let out a sigh. Naruto-kun? Yes, Kushina-sama? Who are you really? That caused Naruto to bulk up. His eyes widened when he saw her confused face. Who are you? What do you mean by that? The boy stuttered. Who are you? Just who are you? Kushina was turning hysterical. Who are you? Why do I feel connected to you? She stood up and started to pace. Why do I feel like I need to mother you? Why do you keep bringing up these emotions that someone would have of their child in me? Kushina-sama, please calm down, you're going mad. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm finally onto something. It's not the first time I have felt like this towards you. So tell me, just who are you? By this point, Kushina was crying. She was also shaking Naruto. For his part, Naruto was freaking out as well, out of worry. What is wrong with her? I don't know what to do. Think. What would Jiraiya do? Grope her? No. That is just wrong on several levels. What would Itachi? Lecture her or try to console her somehow? I can't do that while she's doing this. Okay, last one, I hate to say it, but what would Hokage-sama do? Knock her out. In that instance, Naruto did a chakra-enhanced uppercut to Kushina's chin, knocking her out cold. When her grip let go of him, Naruto immediately caught her and laid her on the grass. He then did the best thing he could think of next. Ba-chan, time skip. Kushina got up with a groan and slowly got up from the bed she was in. Clutching her head, she looked around and saw that she was in Tsunade's bedroom. I see that you're up, a voice stated. She looked up and saw Tsunade standing at the doorway. In her hand was a glass of water and a few pills. The medic walked over to the red-haired lady and offered them to her. Take these, they'll numb out the headache. Thanks, Kushina mumbled. She took the pills and drank them down with the water. She gave the glass back and looked at the slug Sannin. What happened? That is a good question. What did happen to you? Tsunade crossed her arms under her bust as she looked at her. Naruto came running into the house shouting that something happened to you. She took a seat on the bed alongside Kushina. You had him worried. freaking out like that in front of him. He was forced to knock you out. He did? Yeah. Where is he right now? The red-haired woman asked. He had to go train right now. He wanted to stay and make sure you were okay, but I reminded him that if he wants to win the Chunin exams, he'd have to focus on training. I promised him to take care of you, and that he'll hurry on his way back from training by himself. What happened? He said you started asking him something over and over again in hysterics and that you were crying. Do you remember what happened? I can't barely remember it. I remember we were training and then I remember asking him something really important. I think I asked him. I asked him? Why can't I remember? Did he say what I asked? The older woman nodded. He told me that you kept asking him. Who was he? In that moment Kushina's eyes widened. I remember that now. I had to ask him who he was, for a very important reason. I wanted to know why he felt like he was my own kid. Kushina stopped talking all of a sudden and grabbed her head. AGH. My head. My head, Kushina. What's wrong? Tsunade moved closer to her and grabbed a hold of her. Kushina began to thrash around and was still clutching her head. Something is happening in my mind. The more she tried to remember what they were talking about, the more she tried to remember the feelings she had for Naruto, the more something in her mind was making it harder for her to think about them, as if they were restricting her from actually recalling anything about him, or associate him with the word family. As Kushina was holding her head, Tsunade was already trying to administer some healing jutsus on her. But no matter what she tried, she couldn't find anything wrong with the woman physically. After a few more frantic moments, Kushina fell onto the bed once again unconscious. Tsunade ran a diagnostic jutsu on her, and tried to once again find what was wrong with her friend, but once again came up short. I can't tell what is wrong with her. This is bad, Tsunade whispered. How can I help her if I don't know what to do? Tsunade-heim, what's wrong? Jiraiya shouted as he burst through the door. Looking back, one Sannin looked at the other. I heard screaming and rushed over as fast as I could. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? I thought you went to go check on your spy network. I was, but I decided to cut through Konoha to go from Kirigakure to Iwagakure. I was about to leave after doing some The old sage had to stop what he was saying when he saw her glaring at him. Right, I was just cutting through here, and when I was about to leave I heard someone screaming in here. He looked at the bed and saw Kushina crumpled on it. What happened to her? I don't know. She was acting crazy earlier on today, from what Naruto said. Jiraiya, can you see if anything is wrong with her? Medically, she is as healthy as a horse. There is nothing I can do about this. Well, I don't know what you want me to do. I'm not good at healing. Just do something, please. Jiraiya sighed and walked over and brought out a scroll, hoping to whatever deity out there that he can do something to help her out. With Naruto was sitting in the park meditating. He wasn't really up to training in anything after seeing what was happening to Kushina. The fact that she was going a bit crazy had him worried. So he just sat cross-legged in the park and closed his eyes and meditated to calm himself down. So far, about an hour of meditating, he was able to calm his worries down. His eyes opened when he heard a pair of feet stop in front of him. Looking up, he saw a heavily bandaged man with his right arm in a sling. May I help you, sir? Naruto asked politely, since he was brought up to be polite to strangers. You are Naruto Uzumaki, correct? The elderly man asked. Naruto slowly nodded his head. He is already getting prepared himself depending if this was an attack or not. When the old man saw him tense, he let out a small chuckle. Do not worry, boy, I am not here to hurt you. No, in fact I am here to help you. Help me? Yes. Let me introduce myself. I am Danza Shimura. I am part of the council of shinobi who work under your father. How do you know that? Naruto grounded out. I knew you before the whole mishap 2 years ago. The one done by your father. He is not my father. Fine, the yandame. It surprised me when I heard that you had managed to make it to the third part of the exams in Kumo. Oh, I didn't know they spoke about that in the meetings. I mean, the Chunin exams are pretty small compared to most of the other topics that the council should speak about. You get me wrong, Uzumaki-san. I did not hear about this from our meetings. No, I heard about this from my team that I sent to Kumo, Danzu admitted. Oh, so those quiet dudes are your students? Yes, I couldn't very well attend due to some circumstances. Naruto's eyes darted to the bandages before looking back at his face. So why are you here, Shimura-san? As I said, I am here to help. Shouldn't you be helping out your team instead? I should, but you did something in the test that made me want to give you a scroll to help your training. And what is that I did, Shimura-san? Naruto asked slowly, wondering what did he do to get attention from this person. You seem to be able to use futon chakra. That is rare for us in Konoha. Oh yeah, I know that. Other than myself, I know that the only other users were Asuma-san, the yandame, and apparently. Naruto looked at Danza with a critical eye. Yes. From what I know, Asuma Sarutobi is currently away and you are not going to ask the Yondaime for help. I came here looking to share my wealth on the subject. So I have come to offer you a scroll containing 3 easy futon jutsus. Using his good hand, Danza took out a scroll from his clothes and offered it to Naruto. The blonde boy looked at the thing suspiciously, wondering if he should take it or not. Do not worry. Again, I am only trying to help you again. Naruto stood up and slowly grabbed the scroll. He took the scroll and read through the 3 jutsus. His eyes roamed and his eyes widened. You are just going to give this to me? These jutsus are rather helpful to far mid to close range. Some of these are high-class moves. Not A or S rank sure, but these are high up there, and you're just giving these to me? Of course, anything to help the new generation. Naruto opened his mouth and closed it a couple of times before offering it back to Danzu. Oh? You do not want these jutsus? I do, but I can't accept these. I don't know how to repay if I accept this. No, keep it, Danza smiled. All I asked you is to not lose in this tournament. Huh? That's it? Naruto asked confused. Yes. I have a lot riding on you. So please do not lose. Naruto put the scroll into his pocket and nodded. Thank you then, Shimura-san. No thank you, Uzumaki-san, for doing your best out there in the exams. With that, Danza turned and left the park. Naruto touched the scroll in his pocket before shaking his head and turned to leave the park as well. He decided to go back home and check up Kushina. As he walked away, Danza was watching him from the shadows of an alley. He turned to leave, when he ran into someone. Hell Hiruzen, how are you? Danza asked. Standing in front of him was the Sandaime Hokage, and he didn't look happy. What are you up to, Danzu? Sarutobi demanded. He did not like what his old friend was up to, seeing as he did not know what he was thinking. Why, Hiruzen, you suspect me of something? You are always scheming, Danzu. I have to assume you are up to something. Why are you so interested in Naruto? So you saw our little meeting, did you, Hiruzen? Danza smiled at him. Do not worry, I am truly out to help him out. I see no reason to hinder a shinobi of the leaf after all, Hiruzen. As the crippled man left, Hiruzen watched him wondering what his old friend up his sleeve. Scene change. As Naruto got home, he was met with the grim faces of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade had a whole bottle of sake in her hand, and Jiraiya was not making any perverted comments for once. Hey Ero-sensei, I thought you were going to be gone for the rest of the month, Naruto stated as he entered the living room. Looking over to the side, he saw the crib that held Tsubaki and Yuri was still there, along with the 2 babies. Is Kushina-sama still here? Naruto, you better sit down. We have some bad news, Jiraiya sighed. Naruto slowly took a seat on the couch across from the 2 Sannin. Something is wrong with Kushina. What? What happened to her? Is she alright? Is she sick? Did you take her to the hospital? Naruto was up and worrying. He was about to head out the door when Jiraiya stopped him. Kid, calm down. She's upstairs resting. Why didn't you take her to the hospital? Kid, I know you're worried about your mother and all. No matter what you say, we know that you care for her. But what happened to her is not something we can cure in the hospital, Tsunade replied as she took a swig of sake. Jiraiya found something on her, in her mind. Found what? Naruto demanded. We found a seal. A seal? Yes, Naruto, a seal, Jiraiya mentioned. The frown on his face deepened. I don't know what type of seal it is, but from what I and on trying to determine what it was, I found 2 words that made it clear what its objective is. Which is? The seal on her mind had the words memory and restrict on them. Whatever that seal is, it is keeping some memories locked away somewhere in her mind. Very specific memories. Memories of what? Memories of you, Tsunade told him. Naruto gave her a confused look, causing her to explain what she meant. Didn't you notice that she started getting crazy when she was talking to you? All the things that occurred today, the fact that the seal was acting up was due to you being so close to her. That doesn't explain what happened. And what do you mean being near me caused this to happen to her? From what I saw, her motherly feelings for you were awakening the more you spent time with her. As if the seal was slowly being undone and some memories were flowing back, that or new ones were being made that made her act all motherly to you. That was when the seal started acting up and violently started trying to suppress some of the feelings and memories. That is my guess on what happened. So you're saying that someone put a seal on my Ka-san? The 2 Sannin were surprised to hear Naruto call Kushina by that moniker, not after 2 years. Sure, they knew that he wanted to call her that, but this was the first time in 2 years that he had openly called Kushina Ka-san. Yes, someone had placed a seal on Kushina that is keep her memories of you ever being born to her and raising you away, Jiraiya told him. What are the chances? Hokage-sama taking it off. It should be easy for him to take it off. Although I don't see why he hasn't noticed it before. Probably because it didn't react until she made contact with me. Naruto frowned. Although, from what you told me, Sensei, I have a distinct feeling that we shouldn't bring this to him. Jiraiya paused for a moment before nodding his head. Yeah, well, all the circumstances of why your disowning occurred, chances are we shouldn't tell Minato about this. Wait, what are you two talking about? Tsunade demanded. We should take it to Minato. Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow before turning to Jiraiya. You didn't tell her what we talked about a week ago, did you? Naruto asked. No, I should do that now, Jiraiya sighed. Tell me what? What are you talking about? Tsunade muttered confused. Excuse me, a voice interrupted the three of them. Looking towards the doorway, they saw Kushina looking at them. Sorry I fainted on you guys, I probably inconvenienced you three. Kushina bowed. Kushina-sama, how are you feeling? Naruto cautiously asked. I'm feeling better, thank you Naruto-kun. I must have fainted during our training session. She gave him a sheepish smile, which caused him to inwardly frown. I promise I'll make it up to you later. Although I don't know why I fainted. Do you remember what we were talking about before you fainted? Huh? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? He opened his mouth but closed it again and shook his head. It was nothing important. You should get home right now, Kushina. You must be tired and the babies need to get more sleep, Jiraiya advised. Tsunade, go with her to make sure they get home fine. I need to have a few words with Naruto before I leave again. Tsunade was about to complain, but saw the serious look on the Toad Sage's face and agreed. Come on Kushina, let's go. I'll put Yuri and Tsubaki into their stroller and let's go. Kushina nodded at the older woman's words. Putting the babies into the device and sealing away the crib, the two women left, leaving the boy and the old man after bidding both of them goodbye. I take it you don't want to inform her either, huh? Naruto asked Jiraiya. The man slowly nodded. While Kushina is a sealing master, she won't easily believe us if we tell her the truth. Hell, we'll probably be called crazy and sent to prison for treason, the sage answered. Damn. Are you sure you can't take it off? Yeah, I'm sure. Naruto stayed silent for a while before speaking again. I guess that means I should become a Fuinjutsu master then. To free Okasan of that seal. You do know that will take years to do, right? I know. I'll start to learn how to use even more complex seals than all the explosive seals I know so far. Naruto stood up, determination on his face. I will fix whatever problems Hokage-sama has brought upon his. No, our family, even if it takes me my entire lifetime. Jiraiya laughed and patted him on the back. That's great, kid, I'll help you along the way. So will Tsunade. This caused Naruto to smirk and nod his head. Well, I'm off to IWA now. It won't take me long to get there, get my info, and come back. I'll personally escort you and Itachi back to Kumo for the exams. I'll hold you to it. That night, it was close to midnight in Konoha and most of the people were sound asleep in the homes. However, it were those who were still awake that saw something out of the ordinary. That night, drunks, ninjas on patrol, and all those still awake saw a glimpse of a yellow blur running throughout the village. None were sure what it was, so they did not report it the following morning. Some said it was a ghost, others said it was just their imaginations, a few called it a rip off the Yandame's technique. But they all had one thing in common. They heard the crackling of electricity as it passed by them. Tsunade-sama! Shizen shouted as she ran through the house. Where is Naruto-kun? He's going to be late for the exams if he doesn't leave now. It was a good 3 days before the exams in Kumo. The Hokage left a few days ago along with Kakashi and another teen by the name of Might Guy as his bodyguards. Kushina wanted to go along, and almost wasn't able to due to her needing to take care of the twins. However, Sarutobi was willing enough to take care of them so Kushina can go watch the fights as well. So now Shizen was worrying about getting Naruto up so they can leave for the tests. Shizen, did you forget that Naruto left earlier this week with Jiraiya and Itachi? Tsunade sighed as she put a scroll full of the things they'll need for travel in a pocket as well as some money. That had stopped Shizen from running around the house. He did? I didn't know that. Tsunade slapped her forehead. I thought you knew. I mean, it was quiet around the house. You didn't see him at breakfast or dinner. Something like that should have tipped you off, eh? I always thought he was just leaving early or sleeping in the morning, and that he just fell asleep early than usual. The older woman let out a strangled noise at how her apprentice was acting up. Now if you're not ready to leave in the next few minutes, I'll be leaving you behind. I need to pack up a few more clothes. Give me a while. Tsunade sighed and shook her head. Lazy girl. 3 days later, Kumo's main stadium. The stadium in which the third part of the exams was large. It was rectangular and made out of stone, covering a good 2 square kilometers, about 2 miles in area. The stands were placed high above the stadium floor to keep the audience away from danger. Over them was a red tiled roof with several lightning rods, in order to keep them safe in case a storm hit. On the northern wall was the seat where the Reikage and any important guests would sit to view whatever occasion would occur. The battlefield itself looked like some part of nature had been ripped out and placed there. Several trees lined the walls and a few dozen bushes were near them as well. A few boulders were here and there was a stream flowing from a small pond within the battle. Today the stands were packed, for this was the first time in a few years in Kumogakure history that not one, but two other major villages were visiting just to watch their participants fight it out in their stadium. Not only that, but from the rumor mill there were several young kids, no older than 10 years old, were participating in the following matches. That had drawn in such a large crowd. Some had come to watch to see the little kids get beaten down, others came to watch to see if their skills were really all that, while the daimyos came to see if the villages they had hired before this were really up to snuff. Up in the kage box sat 3 very important figureheads. In the middle sat A, garbed in his Reikage robes, a white cloak and yellow-colored hat with the character for lightning on the front. To his left sat none other than the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He too was dressed in his Hokage robes, a similar outfit to A's save the hat was red and had the character of fire on the front. To A's right was a short old man. He had a bulbous red nose and a white beard and a goatee. He too was dressed in the same robes as the others, except his hat was brown with the character for earth on the front. Sometimes, his eyes would drift over to Minato before making a growling noise. "I didn't know you had an alliance with the Hokage, Reikage-sama," the old man muttered. "We don't have an alliance, at least not yet, Inoki." "I mean Tsuchikage-sama," he replied. "I have a feeling that after these exams we may have the ground to form an alliance." "I agree, Reikage-sama," Minato smiled at them. "Besides, the war was back then, Tsuchikage-sama. We should forgive and forget, like I can forgive you for annihilating most of my army during the Third Ninja War," Inoki snarled. "I'm sorry about that, Tsuchikage-sama, but those were hard times for either side. We both had to do what we needed to do, isn't that right, Reikage-sama?" "I agree with the Hokage on this one, Tsuchikage-sama," he nodded. "We all had to make some choices we did not want to make and had to do things we had to do, for the sake of our villages." Inoki growled one more time but nodded his head, knowing very well that the war was hard on everyone, not just himself. "But that is beside the point today. Today we are here to see the potential our villages have. Yes, this is going to be interesting, and if I'm not mistaken that boy down there, the blonde one, looks familiar. Is he your son, Hokage-sama?" Inoki asked with an eyebrow raised as he turned to look at Minato. I turned to look at him too as the blonde smiled at them. "He is not my son. Several people have noted that before, but no, we have no relationship to each other," Minato answered. Behind him his bodyguards, Kakashi and a man with a bowl cut by the name of Might Guy, looked at each other for a split second but didn't say anything. Reikage looked around and shook his head. The information he had received from his spies in Konoha were slim to none. There were barely any records of the boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Any information there was about him was not really insightful at all. Hell, his spies stated that getting information on the Hokage's daughters were much easier to find. Although I must admit, my wife seems to be fond of him, since they were both Uzumakis. Inoki grunted as well as A, and then all three looked to where the battlefield was, with the contestants. All the participants were standing at the center of the battlefield looking around the stands. A few of them were quiet, such as Iru from IWA, Yujito and the Root Genin. Others were waving enthusiastically, looking around and waving at people, like Dara. The last few were just talking amongst themselves, like Derry and C, as well as Naruto and Itachi. "So who came to support you today, Itachi?" Naruto asked as he put his arms behind his head. Looking around, Itachi stopped before nodding over to the western wall. "Seems like Oto-san and Oka-san are here with Sasuke and Shinsuke and I," Itachi replied. Naruto looked over and saw the familiar figures of Mikoto, Fugaku, little baby Sasuke and Shursui. Shursui was a teen, a few years older than both of them. He was dressed in jounin gear, was sitting on one side of Mikoto. His hair was black and wild like a lion's mane. He was smiling towards the two boys and shook his head. Naruto smirked before turning to Itachi. "I guess he's here to see the fruits of his labor of training you, huh?" Itachi nodded and then looked a few rows up to see Naruto's contingent of support. "It seems like your supporters are up there too." Naruto looked over to where he was looking at and couldn't help but smile. Sitting near the top was Jiraiya, who was sitting next to Tsunade. The medical ninja was speaking to Kushina, with Shizen on her other side listening in. She turned her head and saw Naruto looking at them and waved, which the blonde responded in kind. Next to her was also Yuga smiling at them. "Yeah, they're all here too." Naruto sighed and looked at the other contestants. They all seemed anxious to fight, even those who seemed quiet. "Who do you think will come out on top, Itachi?" "Of course, I am going to be the winner." "Oh? You so sure about that?" "Because I'm pretty sure I'll win." Aren't you too cocky, Chen? Dara smirked from next to Naruto. You forget you still have to beat me to get to the next round. It's not like you can. Both blondes glared at each other, causing Derry, who was watching, to sigh. Man, the fights haven't even started yet, and those two are rearing to go. Derry sighed. I wish the proctor would hurry up so we can go already, Yuga said right next to him. We can't do anything about that, girlie, Ira said as he looked at her. You'll have to wait just like everyone else. Can I have your attention, please? A voice announced. The kids all looked in front of them and saw a ninja appear. He was a man who looked to be in his mid-30s was standing there. Over his left eye was an eye patch with the kanji for lightning on it. He wore all black from his long-sleeved shirt all the way down to his pants and sandals. Across his left shoulder and around his torso was the armor that the Jounins in Kumo wore. His forehead protector was around his forehead, but strangely enough it looked more like a fluffy chef's hat than a headband. I am Dodai, and I will be your proctor for these exams. Oh, thank Kami! All the participants eerily said at the same time, causing everyone watching to look confused by their response. I was seriously afraid that really happy girl would be coming back, Torian muttered, causing all the people to nod. I swear even though she didn't talk much, her voice just grates on your nerves. Amen to that, Naruto agreed. Moving on, Dodai slowly said. We will be starting the matches. Now you have to abide by the rules that we will set right now. You can give up at any time, during or before the match if you don't think you are up to it. Also, only I can stop the match, and you must listen to me when I say so. Is that understood? Hi! All the participants shouted. Good, now if Itachi, Uchiha and C would stay on the field while everyone else goes to the competitor box, we will begin shortly. Everyone turned to leave and Naruto saw Daru and Yujito giving C their regards. He walked over to Itachi and placed a hand on his shoulder. I tell you good luck, partner, but knowing who you are you won't need it. Just a word of advice, Naruto smirked at him. And what advice would that be? Itachi inquired. Don't hold back. Much. The Uchiha nodded to answer, and then the blonde left. Itachi and C met up in the center of the battlefield and looked at each other, with Dodai looking at both of them. Are you two ready? Hi, both participants stated. Then begin. C jumped back immediately and looked at Itachi, who was just staring at him. His hands were in his pockets and was just staring at him with an indifferent stare. What is up with you? Are you not going to fight? C asked. To be honest, I'm not sure what to do against you just yet. I don't know what you are capable of, Itachi replied in a nonchalant manner. So, I'll let you have the first move. Well, aren't you cocky just like your friend? Very well then. Itachi just watched as he went through various hand seals to perform his jutsu, while the crowd was wondering why the hell Konoha ninja was not doing anything. From his spot Naruto was just smirking the entire time, and all the other competitors were watching carefully to see if they can find out anything about Itachi just in case they would need to fight him. Raijin Reikuchu lightning illusion flash of lightning. C shouted. Sparks of electricity came off of him and blinded several people. When the flash of light died, Itachi raised his eyebrow when he didn't see C in front of him. Are you wondering where I went, Uchiha-san? Not really, Itachi muttered as he looked around. He noticed that several cherry blossoms were floating around him and saw the images of C appearing and disappearing within the cherry blossoms. Nice genjutsu, by the way. He felt some movement coming from his side and dodged to the left, dodging the kunai that was aimed at his back. As he sidestepped, he shot his arm out and managed to backhand C even though he was in the genjutsu. The blonde looked shocked for a moment before disappearing within the sea of floating cherry blossoms. How did you do that? C asked, still within his genjutsu. To quote my teammate, who knows? Itachi then jumped up and kicked at some location, and once again C was thrown out. C glared at Itachi, who sighed. Making a ram seal, Itachi broke the genjutsu. The flower petals stopped floating around and Itachi still looked indifferently at C. If you were wondering how I broke the genjutsu so easily, just remember my name. C grunted and spat out some blood that had accumulated in his mouth after Itachi had managed to kick him there. Uchiha, tch. Great at genjutsus. Should have known that wouldn't work on you. Fine, if genjutsus won't work on you, I guess taijutsu is the only way to go against you. Itachi took out his hands from his pockets as C got into a taijutsu stance. C dashed forward and threw a punch, which Itachi caught and retaliated by punching him in the face. He then followed it up by kicking him in the stomach and punched again. This had launched C up into the air, but he flipped to recover. When C landed, he was surprised to see Itachi already in front of him. Put his arms up to block the elbow aimed at his face. Sadly, he did not catch the knee that hit him on the chin. C managed to kick out his leg after getting hit, but Itachi grabbed the leg and threw C over his shoulder and onto the ground. When he recovered, Itachi snapped his fingers, causing him to disappear in a flock of crows. A genjutsu, huh? Well, I'll be able to get out this one easily. Putting his hands into the ram's seal, he went to dispel the genjutsu, but he then heard Itachi's voice appearing from within the flock. Escaping my genjutsu won't be that easy, Itachi warned him. Ignoring the warning, C began to gather chakra. Foolish. C saw several crows flying towards him, and when they got close to him they turned into shuriken and cut him in several places. Damn! Those were real! The flock continued to fly around him and several more birds flew forward and C dodged it. That was a mistake. C turned around and saw that the birds disappeared in a storm of feathers. He then felt a blow to his stomach and another to his face. C recovered from the attack and tried to break the genjutsu again, only to see more birds flying towards him. Managing to dodge the attack, he found himself in the trees of the stadium. He was trying to catch his breath. You just made another mistake. You're in my territory now. Suddenly the flock of crows attacked non-stop. Most turned into shuriken, and others started to claw at him. He could barely move due to the onslaught of the attack. He could feel several slashes being put on him and felt the blood flowing. C knew that Itachi was attacking him physically, but unlike the uchiha, he couldn't respond back. Time to finish this. C suddenly felt an overwhelming force on his mind and was knocked out. Itachi dropped the genjutsu and grabbed C, dragging him out of the tree line. Dodai was out there waiting. What happened to him? The proctor asked. He noted the several cuts on the blonde boy. I knocked him out via genjutsu, Itachi coolly replied. You should get a medic for him to heal the wounds. After you call the match, that is. Dodai nodded his head and placed his hand up. The winner of the first match is Itachi Uchiha of Konoha, he announced. Cheers could be heard from all around, but the loudest one Itachi could hear was Naruto. Woot! He heard Naruto exclaim. Good job, partner. Naruto, calm down. You're more excited about this than me. Itachi shook his head as he made his way up, while the medics took C to the infirmary. As he turned to leave the field, he looked towards where his parents were. Fugaki gave him a nod, and Makoto waved and smiled at him proudly. Shursui gave him smile and thumbs up. As he went to the stairs, he met up with Yujito and Fu were walking down the stairs. As he passed by them, he made sure that they didn't see his eyes. His Sharingan was spinning as he processed the information from his battle against C. The genjutsus he had done were simple, really simple, but they would be useful one day. Also, he noted that his opponent had fine chakra control. If he hadn't broken C's concentration several times, Itachi was sure he would have had a harder battle. Also, if C did not start with the genjutsu from the beginning, the Kumo genin would have had a better chance at winning. As he entered the viewing deck of where the competitors were staying, he saw Naruto leaning against the railing. Learned a few moves, didn't you? Naruto whispered as Itachi joined him. Itachi looked at the smirking blonde in the corner of his eyes but didn't reply. This caused Naruto to smirk even wider. Well, then it doesn't matter. I'll just have to find a way around them either way. I know you will, partner. Battlefield. Yujito and Fu were at center stage and Dodai was in between them. Looking over both of the teens, he nodded to himself. The second match is about to start. Are you two ready? Both of them nodded their heads. Then start. Dodai jumped back just in time to dodge both young teens slamming each other's fists. The two teens were exchanging furious blows as they continued to fight. Kicks, punches, and all manners of attack were traded between the two. After a few seconds, they moved away from each other. Both of them were moving through hand seals as they moved back, the exact same ones to be in fact. Katon, end and fire release, flame bullet. Both teens shouted. Both shot out medium-sized fireballs from their mouths that collided with each other. The ensuing explosion shot them both back a bit. Fu was able to regain his footing and dash forward through the smoke and dust. Grabbing the handle of the katana on his back, Fu drew it and attempted to slash at where Yujito was on the other side. He was surprised when he felt something block the blade, although it did not show on his face. Looking at Yujito, he saw that his fingernails had gotten longer. After pushing him off, the Kumo kunoichi slashed at him with her claws. Fu jumped back, but his shirt was ripped when one claw scratched it, noticing just how much sharper her nails had become. This is odd, Fu stated. Is this some sort of Kekkei Genkai bloodline limit? You can say that, Yujito replayed. With a shout, she dashed forward and continued to try and scratch at Fu. The orange-haired boy blocked each attack, but was unlucky to get hit on his right arm. Even though it was just a light scratch, he was forced to drop his katana from the impact. The Konoha ninja did handspring when he landed and got as far as he can from Yujito to assess the situation. The girl was already doing more hand seals as she got her next attack ready. Nezumi Kedama mouse hairball. Yujito took in a deep breath before spitting out several flaming pieces of hair in the shape of mice. The jutsu had them scurrying along towards Fu. The root ninja, frowned when he saw that the mice were heading towards him. Jumping back, Fu tried to get as far away from the flaming mice as he can. After a step back, he turned and ran. The shinobi was looking for a way to somehow escape the hairballs. The blazing rodents were following him wherever he went. When one touched a large boulder, it exploded. This caused the boy to frown even more. Quickly surveying his surrounding, his eyes landed on the small pond in the battlefield. Making a hard turn, he jumped off a tree using chakra to give him an extra boost as some of the mice came into contact with the tree. He was flung forward with the jump. After a few short seconds he landed on the water, using chakra to let him stay on top of it. He turned around and saw the mice were right behind him. As the mice approached, he cut off his flow and fell into the water. As he did, the mice made contact with the surface and exploded. As all of this was happening, Yujito was closely following behind them. She watched as each move was dodged, and was always waiting for a chance to strike. The girl was surprised to see him fall into the water just to avoid the attack. It was a tense minute as she waited for him to resurface. All her waiting resulted with the water exploding in front of her and several kunai shooting out. Damn! She cursed as the blades flew too close to her. She dodged to the right and her eyes widened. When she saw a white light hit her, Shintenshin no Jutsu mind body switch technique complete, Fu muttered before he closed his eyes and his body floated upward in the water. Yujito's body went limp and then stood up. Her eyes were blank for a few seconds and everyone was waiting for what would happen. The following minute had everyone on the edge of their seats. However, a few of them were frowning. Naruto, A and Killer B, he's part of the Reikage Guard. They knew what would happen if that move would be used against her. A few seconds later the same white light was shot out of her body and back into Fu. The boy immediately recovered but was panting. His eyes were wide as he stared at the girl. What are you? You saw that, didn't you? Yujito asked as she bowed her head. She then lifted her head up and glared at him. Now that you've seen that, I don't think you can live. Since Fu was still trembling in fear, Yujito used that moment to attack. She slashed him across the chest, leaving long scratch marks on him as well as blood squirting out of it. She kept on slashing at him with an intent to kill, leaving several scratch marks on his chest and more blood. The Konoha genin had already lost consciousness, but she kept on attacking. Yujito is the winner. So stop now. You might kill him. Dodai shouted as she kept on attacking. Yujito, stop it. The girl wouldn't listen though and kept on attacking Fu. Yujito, Kagebox, B, stop her. I shouted. I don't think I have to, bro, Killer B replied. Looks like our friend will be a little hero. Several gasps were heard from all around the stadium. Looking at Battlefield, he saw something he hadn't seen in such a long time. Standing behind Yujito was Naruto. His right arm was held out. Around his arm were golden chains that were extending all the way to Yujito. What surprised her then was the fact that almost all of her were covered in the same chains. The only thing that wasn't chained up was her head. I don't know what to think. Who would have guessed that he was into kink? B was laughing. Well, now that is a sight, Anoki smirked. They watched as Yujito struggled and Naruto bowing his head to Dodai, apologizing for interrupting him. He then proceeded to drag the girl to the stairs. He, along with many other people, sweat dropped at the little blonde's actions. So the things written about some Uzumakis are true then, being able to make chains out of their chakra to stop their opponent. Anoki then looked at Minato, who was watching Naruto intently. You have quiet the boy there, Hokage-sama. Where did you find such a prospective child? He is a person who just lives in the village in the same house as Tsunade-sama, Minato calmly replied. I didn't even know he had this ability, to be honest, so this is all new to me too. Really now? The Reikage muttered. He stippled his fingers together, and had a thoughtful look on his face. I see that you don't know all the skills of your ninja then. Although, not every Kage does, not even myself. But it was really a surprise to see that happen, Anoki pointed out. This just made the exams all the more intriguing, with Tsunade. Hey, hentai perverted, you know the brat could do that? Tsunade glared at Jiraiya. No, I did not, the sage replied, looking all the more serious. Who would have thought he'd be able to do that? Isn't that right, Kushina? I didn't know of any other than myself actually, Kushina admitted as she looked to where the competitors were. She saw Itachi smacking Naruto on the back of the head, while the blonde apologized to Yujito, who was looking at him with a disapproving glare. She saw him explaining something to the girl, who had her eyes wide and then glare even harder at the boy. I know Mito-sama was able to do this too, but since the destruction of Yuzushigakure when I was a child, I didn't know anyone else who was able to use that move. Naruto-kun must be a very special boy then, Shizen smiled. Although she knew the truth, she couldn't state it outright due to the laws the Yondaime had put down. Next to her, Yujito was looking at Naruto before looking at Kushina, then looking back at the blonde. During their journey back to Konoha, Naruto took her to the side and explained his situation to her, but she had to swear to not tell anyone. She could see a little resemblance between them, but she could see the resemblance between him and the yondaime. She sighed, knowing some things wouldn't change even after knowing this. Battlefield. On the field were now two boys, Derry and the one known as Torian. He was dressed in all black. He had a long-sleeved skin-tight shirt, long pants and a black mask that had the Konoha insignia on the forehead. A crop of black hair was on top of it all. On his hands were black leather gloves. "Are you two ready to start?" Dodai asked. "Yeah, sure," Derry droned out. Torian just nodded. "Then begin." The moment the fight started, Derry felt something was off. His instincts were telling him to get away from the person in front of him. Immediately as he saw the proctor jump away, he went as far back as he could. Torian slowly took off his gloves and ran forward. Daru dodged the punch as it came near him. As he did, he saw a bug fly out of Torian's sleeve that landed on his shoulder. He kicked the boy away and crushed the bug on his shoulder. Daru then saw some on his pants after he kicked the older teen. He moved back and took them off of him before crushing them. "TCH, a Konoha ninja who uses bugs," Daru sighed. "You must be an Aburaim, huh? Man, and here I thought this battle was going to be dull, and here I get an annoying fight." Daru then shook his head looking at the Aburaim. He looked at his opponent's arms and saw that it was turning purple. "I don't know what the hell that is, but I'm not going to be touched by that." Reaching behind him, Daru pulled out several shuriken and threw them at Torian. The teen dodged them and kept on running. The Kumo ninja then pulled out more shuriken and kept on throwing them as he kept moving backwards and away from the boy. This went on for about 2 minutes, until Daru hit a wall. He was resting his back against it, and he watched as Torian was coming towards him. Daru released a sigh, before doing a few hand seals. "Right on, Jibashi." Torian watched as electricity flowed through the boy's hand as he ran towards him, and saw that it was heading into the ground. The Konoha ninja's eyes widened when he saw the electricity running through a wire. Looking at the shuriken next to him, he saw that they all had ninja steel wire running through the centers. Remembering the absurd amount shuriken the boy threw, he was forced to jump up. Just as I was expecting, Torian looked at Daru doing a few hand seals, faster than what most people could do. Ranton, Rise Asaka's Storm Release, Laser Circus. From his hands a dull glowing light appeared, then from there several beams shot out and hit Torian. After the attack finished, Daru grabbed the still electrified wires and flung it upward and it tied up Torian. As it did, the shuriken embedded themselves into the ninja and he was electrified. When he fell to the ground, he was already unconscious. "Daru is the winner! Medics, please come and take Torian-san to the infirmary," Dodai shouted. Daru let out a sigh before heading towards the stairs, leaving the crowd cheering. "Will the next competitors come to the battlefield?" Competitors box. Naruto smirked. He looked at Dara, who was smirking at him too, the two blondes knowing that they'd put on a show for the crowd during their battle, because they had something to prove. Naruto was about to leave, when Itachi grabbed his shoulder. Looking at his partner, the blonde raised an eyebrow. "Was it right to tell Yujito-san what you did to her?" Itachi asked. "She had the right to know," Naruto whispered back. "If I hadn't restrained her during the match, she would have been disqualified and would have killed someone. I guess knowing that she's a special person would be bad to Kumo's defenses after all." Itachi looked behind the blonde, to the girl who would be his opponent in the next round. She was glaring specifically at Naruto. Plus, he smirked. "It's not like she can do anything about it." Itachi sighed and shook his head. "Don't get too hurt out there in this match. You have won right after it, remember that." Naruto nodded and jumped over the railing, landing softly on his feet. He slowly walked over to the center where Dara was waiting for him. "Way to make an entrance, mini yondaime," Dara taunted. "How about a quick handshake before the match, HN?" Dara held out his hand. His eyes were closed, and he had a smile on his face. Naruto returned the smile, oddly enough making him look like a fox. Taking the hand in his, they shook hands before letting go. Dara smirked as he thought, "Dumbass, you two seem oddly friendly to each other," Dodai commented. Both blonde boys looked at the man and jerked their thumbs at each other. "Me, friendly to him?" they both said at the same time. "Don't make me laugh. It's not like I can be friends with an idiot/fruitcake like him." This caused Dodai to sweat drop and look at the two boys who seemed to be a bit crazy. "Alright then, if you two are ready, begin." Dodai didn't even have time to jump back, when Naruto slammed his fist into Dara's face. The other blonde kid didn't have time to react, when Naruto was already punching him in the stomach and then again in the face. Dara managed to block one punch, and kick Naruto in the stomach and move away. You're not getting away! Naruto shouted. If I even let you get far away enough, you'll make those damned bombs of yours. The Konoha ninja jumped through 2 kunai at Dara, forcing him to dodge out of the way. This opted Naruto to get in closer. When Dara saw this, he smirked. Dumbass! Do you really think I wouldn't know about that? He laughed. I came prepared for that instance. Dara reached into the bags on his sides and threw already prepared clay bird bombs, placing a single hand in a half-ram seal, making the birds grow bigger. They flew toward the whiskered blonde boy. Naruto drew several kunai from his back pocket and threw them at the birds. Heh! You think those will hit my birds? How naive! The clay birds changed formation and avoided the kunai. Whoever said I was aiming at your birds? The kunais stopped in front of Dara, and he heard a hissing sound. Looking down, the IWA ninja saw explosive tags on the handles of the kunais. D-damn! Dara dove to the right as the kunais exploded. You still haven't dodged my bombs. He watched as Naruto was hit by the bombs. The explosion was mild, but the smoke cloud covered Naruto. When it cleared, Dara only saw pieces of a log. What? Kawarimi, futon, Shinkugigyo wind release vacuum sphere. Looking up, Dara saw Naruto falling down onto him, and spitting spheres of air from his mouth. One hit him in the shoulder, and as the others descended upon him, Dara threw up several clay bombs in the shape of cartoonish spiders. They grew bigger and exploded when the bullets of air hit them. The ensuing explosion sent Naruto backward as he continued his fall and blocked Dara from view. Naruto landed onto the ground, and looked to where Dara was last seen. There was nothing there, save for a few blood stains of blood. Damn, he got away. Naruto was already looking for him, when a centipede burst out of the ground and trapped him. What's this? Hee, dumbass, you got caught, Dara laughed as he emerged from the ground. The centipede then began to constrict, making it harder for Naruto to breathe. Tell you what, I'll let you live if you quit right now. You think I'd give up after something as simple as this? The blonde wheezed, since it was that much harder to breathe with a clay bug crushing your lungs. What do you mean? You've obviously lost your mind since you can't get enough air to your brain, HN. You really think you've gotten me trapped, IWA dumbass? I'll show you just how wrong you are. Naruto's body glowed a bright white for a split second, before he punched out and smashed his face into Dara's face. How did you break out of that? Dara stuttered, as he caught Naruto's arm as the blonde went for another punch. Like hell I'd tell you that then. Oh yeah, that clay spider you put on my wrist at the before we began the match during our little handshake. I took it off. What? Naruto grabbed a kunai and placed it at Dara's throat. Surrender, or I'll kill you. Dara hung his head, and his shoulders began to shake. Hey brat, don't tell me you're to start crying now. I know you're only like a year younger than me, but man, if you're going to cry if you're forced to surrender, I don't think you should be here. Dara started to shake more before he showed his face and was laughing. Ah, have you gone off the deep end? Naruto wondered as he saw the laughing boy. Did I punch you in the face a bit too much? Suddenly the younger blonde sat up and gave Naruto a hug. Let go of me. I don't care if you swing that way, but I don't. The blonde's eyes widened when he saw Dara glowing. Ah, you fell for it, you dumbass. Art is a bang. Katsu! Dara shouted. Oh sure dash. The explosion took was much larger than all the previous ones, obscuring both Naruto and Dara from the view of the crowd. Even Dodai had to look away so the dust from the explosion wouldn't get in his eye. When he looked back, he saw that the only one on the field was Naruto, and he was badly charred and he didn't look like he was breathing. The crowd gasped. Again, Dara resurfaced from the ground and smiled at his work. Well, now seeing as the blonde idiot can no longer fight, you should call the match, HN. Alright. The winner is. Dodai was about to exclaim, but was interrupted when several chains shot out of the ground. What's this? Dara stammered as he found his entire body engulfed by chains, just like Yujito was previously. Naruto erupted from the ground of the battlefield, dirted and smirking. How did you escape from my clay clone? Hey, you think I'm that stupid? Naruto laughed as he stood up. Everyone saw the chains were tied to his left forearm. The first explosion had given me enough time to dig myself underground and have my clone fight from there on. I had him fight you just to get you into a sense of security thinking you won. The moment you thought I'd died, Naruto stopped to look at the clone that was on the ground, who then disappeared into a puff of smoke. You let your guard down incredibly. Now let me finish this. Naruto did a few hand seals. Futon, Shinkugigyo. Naruto inhaled and spat out several times, sending air bullets into Dara's arms and legs and one in his stomach. Dara screamed in pain, before fainting. Naruto looked behind him and nodded at the proctor, who was nodded back at him. The winner of this match is Naruto, Dodai exclaimed, and the crowd cheered. Medics, please take the young man away from the battlefield. Naruto stood there as the medics came in and took Dara. Dodai looked at the blonde before speaking. Seeing as you have another match immediately after that last match, we are willing to give you 30 minutes to get patched up. Naruto shook his head. Nah, I didn't even get scratched. The entire fight I was on the offensive and I switched out early with a clone. Just give me 5 minutes to restore some chakra to myself. Dodai nodded. Will Ira please join us on the field so we can await the time for the battle, here? The other IWA ninja nodded and headed for the stairs. Kage box. That boy Naruto keeps on surprising me even more, I commented. That was professionally done, just like his teammate. If you notice, both of them were not hurt at all during their battles and they managed to beat their opponents. You have some strong ninja there. So do you, Minato commented. Daru also managed to beat my ninja without getting hurt as well, although that one girl you have seemed rather unstable, Anoki mentioned. She started slicing up that one ninja with her claws after being ejected out of her mind. Wonder what happened there. It's of no matter, A waved his hand, with the uchihas. So that is Itachi's partner, huh? Fugaku asked Mikoto. His wife nodded and smiled. Yes, he is. What do you think of him, Fugaku? She asked him. He's not that bad. Next to Mikoto, Shursui was chuckling as he held Sasuke in his lap. What's so funny, Shursui-kun? Mikoto asked. That's the best compliment I heard Fugaku-sama give to any person that wasn't an uchiha, the teen smiled. He must acknowledge Naruto's power if that is the case. It's too early for me to make a decision about that. I mean, that was just a simple match. Against an apprentice of the Blast Corps, if I'm right. Still the best compliment you gave to any non-uchiha, Fugaku-sama. With Tsunade. I didn't think that was possible, Kushina muttered under her breath. What is? Tsunade asked. I didn't know you could use the sealing chains on regular people. It's supposed to only work on special people. Like who? Yuga asked curiously. People like me and my daughters. That confused the purple-haired girl. I'm confused though, Jiraiya stated. The women looked at him, and noticed that he had a serious face on. Who taught him that futon jutsu? No one else in the village knows of them, since Asuma left, and I know he would ask Minato since he knows he's a busy man. That last part was a lie, but Kushina didn't need to know that, especially with the conspiracy that he and Naruto have against the Yondaime battlefield. Hey, Naruto called out to Iru, who gripping the handle of his katana. The brown-haired boy looked at him with a raised brow. What's your last name, Taida? Why do you ask? Iru inquired. Does either of your parents have red hair? No, I see. You see what? That scroll, I want it back. What scroll? The Kudai no Ryu scroll, that belongs to my clan. I would like it back. Oh, you mean this? Iru reached behind him and showed a scroll to him. On it was the Uzumaki symbol. Yes, I want that back. Hey, you have to beat me if you want it back. Fine, you have to give it to me if I win. But if I win, I'll take an arm off of you. I have no problem with that. The time you wanted for a reprieve is up, Naruto-san. Are you good enough to fight? Dodai asked. The blonde nodded. Good, now let the final match of the first round begin. Naruto blocked the attack from Irua's katana the moment the match began, using 2 kunais. He fell to one knee, due to the strength of the IWA ninja. What's wrong, brat? Where is all that spirit you had earlier? Iru mocked Naruto. The blonde didn't speak, but pushed the blade away from him. Barakushero! Naruto punched, as Irua's arms were still up. Ha! I'm not going to be hit by that move like my idiot teammate. Iru brought down the butt of the katana onto Naruto's fist, forcing the blow to be diverted. Naruto winced, but managed to deflect the slash that came right after it, using the kunai in his other hand. Naruto stepped in the space between Irua's feet. Bamirian Wingu! Naruto brought his foot, dragged his foot around, and did a swipe with it, trying to trip up his opponent. Iru lifted up his leg to avoid the attack and went for a stab at Naruto. Using both katana, Naruto blocked parried the attack. Naruto jumped back after that and dashed forward again. Haweto Dansu! Naruto dashed forward and began to do a flurry of punches and kicks. Iru smirked as he dodged or blocked the attack, while returning the favor with one of his own. He managed to cut Naruto a few times, but they were all shallow. After the combo, Naruto jumped back again and was panting. Putting away his kunai, he did a few hand seals before shouting, Futon, Shinku Renpa wind release, vacuum serial waves. The blonde let out a breath as he moved his head in odd directions and blew out several blades made out of air. Heh, I've dealt with a few futon users before from Suna. You're nothing compared to them. This is more like a breeze to me. Iru then somehow managed to block all the blades that were coming towards him. Is that it? Not at all. Naruto took out a scroll, and bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood, spreading some blood on the scroll and channeled chakra into it. From within the scroll, Naruto's wakizashi appeared. He drew it and threw the sheath to the side. To be honest, I was waiting for you to use the Kudai no Ryu technique, but since you aren't apparently pulling it out, I might as well force it out of you. Futon, Haruka's Miyabi wind release, spring wind elegance. A soft breeze was expelled from Naruto, and he shook his head. So, let's force you to use that little move now, shall we? Heh, so you want a sword fight? By the way you're holding your sword, one-handed no less, you must be a beginner. You sure you want to fight me on my terms? I'll be more than enough to be you, trust me. Naruto rested the back side of the blade on his shoulder and ran forward. As he neared Iru, Naruto readied the sword as if he were going to do a diagonal cut, and Iru easily read this. Placing the sword in front of him to block, Iru smirked at the new swordsman. When he was only a few meters away, Naruto kept coming closer and the IWA ninja swung his blade. Just as his blade was about to hit Naruto, the blonde disappeared and a yellow blur reappeared behind Iru and cut his back, causing the teen to shout in pain. That one attack made the stadium go deathly silent, which was only broken when one voice erupted from the Kage box. Kage box, what was that? Anoki roared. His eyes were wide in shock. The boy did what only one man could do, or at least seemed to do. Looking over at the Yondaime Hokage, Anoki pointed at him, teeth bared. Did you teach that boy that damn jutsu of yours? Now when the crowd heard that, they all broke into whispers. No, I did not, Minato replied, speechless as well. He didn't know Naruto was capable of such a thing, nor did he expect the boy to know the Hiraishin no jutsu. Whatever he did, it looked like my jutsu, but it wasn't it. As the murmurs were going on, they looked at Naruto, who went onto a defensive stance waiting for Iru to get up. I'm surprised to see this, the Raikage thought. A month and he's progressed this far with the right no Yora lightning release armor. It's nowhere near complete. If it were complete, the IWA kid would have been cut in half. The dark-skinned man looked at the boy's legs but couldn't see the electricity at all, nor any part of his body. It also seems like the kid can't keep it up consistently during the fight. Battlefield. What the hell was that? Iru ground out. Who knows? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Iru frowned. Before standing up and grabbing his katana, he charged the blonde who didn't move. As he swung his blade, Iru was surprised when the little blonde boy deflected the attack as if it were nothing. So he tried again, but again Naruto had easily blocked the attack. Iru then decided to speed up his attacks, but no matter what he did, Naruto seemed to be able to react to his moves no matter what direction they came from. After deflecting another attack, Naruto blurred out of sight again and delivered yet another slash onto Iru's back. Iru tried to attack behind him, but Naruto disappeared again, reappearing behind him one more time. Barusatuma! Naruto pushed his two arms forward, doing the same attack he did on Iru's teammate. The IWA ninja was able to put his arms in front of him just before the attack hit. He felt several cuts, scrapes and gashes appear on his body. He fell onto one knee due to the damage. The blonde moved a bit away from him and just stared at him. Shit! Iru coughed as he managed to get up on his feet. This was the same move you hit Yura with. You're lucky actually. Most of the force behind that technique was lost long ago. That's probably the reason you're able to still stand. The IWA ninja looked up and glared at Naruto as he looked down on him passively. So are you going to show me that move or not? If not, I think I'll take that scroll from you now. Iru sneered at him and slashed upward, which Naruto parried. This gave Iru enough time to make some space between them. You want to see that technique? Fine, I'll show you that technique. It will be the last technique you'll ever see. He then held the handle of his katana in his right hand and gripped the blade in his left. The blade then began to glow yellow, which Iru then placed the tip of the blade onto the ground in front of him. Good, Naruto smiled. This is what I've been waiting for. Kudai no Ryo, Funkakiri Emperor style, erupting slash, Iru roared, as he channeled as his current frustration into the attack. As he swung the blade, it tore up the ground along it, sending both the yellow chakra and rocks towards Naruto. Again just before it hit, Naruto blurred out of sight with the technique hitting the wall far behind him. Not bad, Naruto commented from behind him. If that hit, you would have been able to complete the combo, and would have done so much damage. The blonde then shook his head at the teen who was panting hard and bleeding profusely. Sadly, you missed and too tired to even counterattack. So I suggest you give up now, or I'll have to hurt you more. I'll never surrender, Iru replied without looking at him, since he had barely enough energy to keep standing let alone move. Man, and here I thought I'd get to try out more moves. Oh well. Naruto slowly walked up to him and knocked him out by hitting the butt of his sword onto the back of the guy's skull. Hey Proctor, call it. Dodai nodded. The winner is Naruto. Medics, please come and get Iru out of here and into the infirmary. Dodai announced. Hey, get a stretcher for me too. Why, Naruto-san? Dodai whispered. I think that guy's blade had some poison on it. I'm not feeling so good. I see. He motioned for another stretcher for Naruto. With this, the first round of the finals has ended. We will continue with the semi-finals within the next hour, to give the competitors time to rest and get checked on by our medic ninjas. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.